take a few seconds to think of one thing that you've been really proud of this year. I'm guessing for everyone involved in the paddock, one of the things that I've been superbly proud of this year is Lando Norris taking his first ever Grand Prix victory. Lando's roots in car racing, of course, with Ginetta. Welcome to Anglesey, welcome to the 2024 Ginetta G-Fest. Over 2 days of great action, the Pro Tyre Ginetta Academy, Pro GT Championship, the Ginetta Academy, and of course the very well supported Ginetta Junior Championship, all taking part in effectively a double header. We've got 2 races for each class today, and then the same again tomorrow. Weather here, greeting the drivers about to go out on circuit for their qualifying, a little bit damp, so conditions on the international circuit we're using this weekend today likely to prove a little bit tricky, but that'll sort everybody out. Ginetta, as ever, laying on a superb event. We've got so much to show you over the course of the 2 days. We've got their ever wonderful hospitality. Welcome everyone to the track behind us. And over there, we're going to be taking a little look at their sim setup and talking to drivers a little bit later on about how they get in training for driving on the various circuits around the UK that Ginetta focus on. Obviously, normally the home for Ginetta at the moment is the very well supported and spectacular British GT Championship. Many of the drivers, of course, racing in the Academy and the GT Championship, looking to make their way up the sports car ladder, ultimately perhaps to Le Mans. Lawrence Tomlinson, Ginetta founder, did those years ago. Plenty to bring you, including a great commentary team today with the BRSCC. We've got Scott Woodwis, and first of all, say hello to Andy McEwen.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Anglesey for the 2024 Ginetta Festival. As Richard said, 2 great days of racing coming your way on, I was going to say one of, but I think really the most scenic circuit in the United Kingdom, and one that always produces good racing action. And the first time, I believe, that the Ginetta Championships have raced here on the Anglesey circuit. So a big learning curve for the teams and for the drivers, many of whom will also be making their first visit to North Wales. As Richard said, Andy McEwen and Scott Woodwis here in the commentary box for the weekend. And Scott, really looking forward to this. I was there at Silverstone for the first ever G-Fest in 2023. That was a cracking event. This event looking a little bit different, certainly a very different venue, but I think the perfect place to go Ginetta racing.
It's one of the best venues for me in the country in terms of the location and how picturesque it is, and it's a wonderful setting for Ginetta to come here for the first time. It's a great way for them to celebrate everything about their season. As you can see, 2.1 miles, the full international circuit used. It was built back in 1989. It's changed a little bit since it was first made, but it certainly is one of those hidden gems in motorsport, particularly in the UK. It's a wonderful venue. It can be sometimes a bit of a long trek to get there depending on where you are in the country, but it's always a circuit that I always say, once you get there, it's absolutely worth it because it's magnificent. Quite challenging. A lot of these drivers won't have even seen Anglesey before, let alone driven it, only probably in the sim, so ultimately they'll be getting to have their first laps across testing the past couple of days. But getting used to it, we were here a couple of weeks ago for a BRSCC meeting, and there's lots of great spots to show off your racecraft. I think one of the key spots is going to be that long run all the way out of Church Corner, out through the long back straight through a school corner up towards the Rocket Complex. That's what we saw plenty of overtaking a couple of weeks ago, and I anticipate in all 3 championships we're going to see more of the same. But I think Ginetta are going to be in quite good form, even if the weather isn't quite the case you can see on the screen.
Yes, it's not the nicest of days so far. Not cold, in fairness, not particularly chilly. There is quite a stiff breeze blowing across the track as well, which hopefully will move this rain through relatively quickly, but there is a forecast for showers throughout the day. It has, I believe, stopped raining for the time being, but the circuit definitely still fairly damp after some pretty significant overnight rain. But as you can see, the circuit, this isn't a track that suffers particularly badly from standing water and from the water sort of collecting anywhere. It's got a really good drainage system. It would have to, I suppose, being in North Wales. It's not unheard of to have rainy days here at Anglesey, but the circuit well prepared for that. And yeah, we don't tend to have too many issues with the conditions out on track. That's our commentary position. In fact, I think I'll try and give you a bit of a wave. There we go. You can see us up on the top floor of the commentary tower with a brilliant view out over the Anglesey International Circuit. But the Alpha Live crew are going to give us an even better view of all of the action with cameras located all around the circuit. That will give us a great vantage point of all of the big action hotspots when we get to racing later on. Before that, though, we've got the small matter of qualifying for all 3 of the Ginetta Championships. They those qualifying sessions, I should say, will set the grid for the first of the races a little bit later on. And qualifying is always important, but particularly I think on a circuit such as Anglesey. Yes, there are places where you can overtake, but I do feel that if you're a driver who is in tune with this circuit, Scott, and you qualify on the front row of the grid, it is the kind of place where actually that clean air can really pay dividends, and it is possible to break away and take control of a race. Especially
when you've got qualifying in such mixed conditions. I mean, yes, it's quite damp out there. There is no rain around at the moment, but it has been raining this morning, and so because of that, it's going to make conditions pretty tricky. And so tyre choice is going to be crucial either. Do you try and bank on it possibly getting a little bit drier? Do you try and keep on the wets because primarily most of the circuit is still a little bit damp? Do you bank on it getting a bit drying out as the session goes on? That's the gamble that you've got to try and make as the session goes on. One thing we should point out, I was doing some research this morning, we haven't had a multiple pole sitter so far this season. All three qualifying sessions that we've had 3 different pole sitters: Scott McKenna, Luke Garlick and Nick White. Interesting enough though, the championship leader in Pro Class hasn't taken pole position yet. I wonder if this morning it's going to be any different. Mackenzie Douglas, who has been quite the star of the championship so far this season in terms of wins, but we talk about in Ginetta Juniors that we have a driver, Charlie Hart, which he nicknamed, he won't thank us for this, second place Charlie. In terms of qualifying, I call him second place Mackenzie, because in all 3 sessions he's qualified in the front row of the grid but not on pole. So we hope if he can replicate that and do better this time, and actually in fact go one step better and take his first pole of the season, which was quite unusual for a championship leader.
Indeed so. Could be an interesting weekend this, couldn't it then? We're about to get our first on-track action underway, then qualifying up next for the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. So the cars are out on track, and here you can see our first glimpse and the driver's first glimpse of exactly what the track conditions look like. And well, certainly this part of the circuit, pretty grim is the answer. There is a fair amount of water on the circuit, a bit of spray being kicked up behind the drivers. Certainly the wet weather tyres are the tyre of choice right now, although that is potentially going to be a talking point through the rest of the day, particularly for the Ginetta GT Championship. These cars and drivers do have a choice between a wet tyre and a slick tyre. Obviously right now you would imagine they'll all be on their wet tyres, but if we do get the circuit starting to dry up later on, particularly going into the 2 races, that could provide a bit of a headache for some of the teams. Try and decide what tyres to bolt on the car and what setup to bolt onto the car, because these Ginetta G56s, there are an awful lot of setup changes that you can make to them to make the cars respond a little bit better to certain track conditions. So yes, we'll be interested to see who gets on top of that through the rest of the day. Championship-wise then, it is Mackenzie Douglas, as Scott was quite rightly saying, who leads the way in the championship. Had a brilliant run at Donington Park last time out. Mackenzie Douglas has had 5 race victories this season, 3 of them coming at the most recent round at Donington, where he was utterly dominant. He also claimed a pair of race victories at the Alton Park season opener, before then following that up with a pair of podiums on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So Mackenzie Douglas for Fox Motorsport arrives here at Anglesey, 21 points clear in the championship chase. Now, they haven't yet started to deal with those pesky things called dropped scores. This is the event that takes us through into the second half of the season, and I imagine as we move into that second half of the year, that's when we'll really start focusing in on the drop score. But for now, on outright points, Mackenzie Douglas 21 points clear from Luke Garlick in second position, who is a further 23 ahead of Connor Garlick, his brother, the pair of Zentek Motorsport drivers. That's within the Pro category. In the AM category, Nick White is your runaway championship leader. He has claimed 7 race victories from the 8 races that we've had so far. The only race he didn't win was the season opener at Alton Park, which was won by Matt Shaw. But Matt, whilst he's been every bit as quick as Nick White through most of the season, just hasn't had the same level of consistency. Got himself involved in a couple of scrapes early on in the season at Alton Park, and has now really been trying to play catch-up ever since. The drop score situation will favour him a little bit more than Nick White. So cars out on circuit then. Scott, it will take them the first few minutes to really get to grips with the track conditions, you would imagine. But if it's not raining anymore, I think there's a very good chance that the quickest lap times could come in the second half of the session if you look after your tyres. Yeah, that's quite right, and particularly the fact you've got quite a damp circuit out there. They're not going to be short on cooling for tyres either, particularly what compound they've got onto. The evidence will be in terms of who's on which tyre will depend on which car looks in control and which car looks relatively out of control. And it's those, essentially, if you're kind of more slipping and sliding around, it'll be more on the slicks. If it'll be sort of more slightly in control, more grip, then it'll be
certainly more on the wet tyres, but that gives you an example. If you've never seen Anglesey before, just what a beautiful location it is to make a mark on that. It's right on the coast of the Irish Sea. It's the Isle of Anglesey. You have to go across a small bridge to go across to get onto the island. There's some wonderful roads and rolling hills around here, but the scenery you get, I mean, there's not many circuits you can get with a magnificent view of, well, sort of the Irish Sea out there. You can see in that one. The camera lies a little bit because we can see a bit more out of the Irish Sea than the camera is showing us here. It's just a wall of grey, but it just shows you that a little bit like Spa, a little bit like other circuits, it does have a bit of its own microclimate in terms of it can be pretty much, the rest of the island could be in bright sunshine, but it's just over here, particularly on the coast, can get a little bit wetter. But yes, in terms of grip levels, tyre selection is going to be key. Also, it'll give them some important data for later on when they were looking to set the car up for the first of 4 races this weekend for all 3 championships. And so they'll be key. Oh, as someone was getting a bit wide on the exit, I think that was one of the Garlics, I think, Conor Garlic, who still went 3rd fastest despite running incredibly wide over the curb and almost losing it into the pit wall, which is what we never wanted to see. So yeah, tyre selection key, setup key on this one, and it's going to be quite a few exploratory laps in these because yes, these laps from what I saw yesterday in testing were dry, so it might be their first wet running of the weekend, so there could be even more data if the rain returns later on this morning or this afternoon.
Indeed so Mackenzie Douglas then car number 24 fastest at the moment from Nick White. So you've got your 2 championship leaders, the Pro Championship leader and the Am Championship leader at the moment, who would start on the front row together, but I do definitely expect to see further improvements, and in fact already we're seeing improvements from Nick White in the first sector on his most recent lap, personal best in that first of 2 sectors that the Anglesey International Circuit is being split into this weekend. So the first sector only 34 seconds in length, so I'm going to imagine that takes you from the start-finish line to partway up the school straight. The rest of the lap is then sector 2, so it's really sector 2, which is over a minute in length for most, if not all, of the drivers at the moment. That will really be where you gain or lose big chunks of time. Here is Nick White though, heading down towards the hairpin, and number 57 car which leads in the AM Class Championship coming into the weekend, 2nd fastest in the qualifying session right now, but up into 3rd place recently has got his big rival in the AM Class, Matt Shaw, who is just going down towards the final corner in that sort of red and orangey coloured number 33 car. So those two looking reasonably evenly matched. Nick White goes across the line and improves, does a 1 minute 38.291, but we'll find out momentarily what Shaw can do. Can he match that sort of pace? The answer is no in the end, no improvement from Matt Shaw, and in fact gets dropped down to 4th place now as Conor Garlic goes 3rd, Scott.
Yeah, Conor actually putting a lap time in after his lap time was disallowed, and he was, for him, fronted that wide moment on the exit of the final corner, which is what lost him that, which is all's fair in love and track limits, or some kind of phrase like that. So Nick White then has actually taken an outright pole, but he was on an outright pole position in qualifying last time at Donington, so the Am's certainly proving as quick as the pros. And in terms of his qualifying record so far, in terms of overall where he's sat, he's taken 2 of the 3 AM poles, because the first pole of the season was taken back at Alton Park by Matt Shaw, his key rival. If he can keep this up, he'll be on a run of 3 AM poles in a row as he slivers his way through rocket in and rocket out on this particular lap. In terms of his overall standing in qualifying results, he's qualified 6th overall at Alton Park, then 3rd at Silverstone, and then overall pole at Alton Park. So he's getting himself a good position on the front row of the grid and proving that, you know, regardless of the field size, he's looking pretty strong in terms of pace as far as he can push it. He's ahead of both the Garlics as well and Matt Shaw in terms of pace. So decent lap so far for Nick, and long may it continue.
It's been fascinating for me to watch the progress of Nick White and Matt Shaw this year, both of whom have come up through the Ginetta GT Academy ranks, where they were rivals last year, and up into the GT Championship itself, where they're both within the AM class, but on occasion have both proven themselves more than capable of mixing it with the pros. Now, there is Conor Garlic just behind Matt Shaw. To me, I don't know whether that was just a trick of the camera, like he had some sort of tank tape over the front headlight of his car. We'll try and get a glimpse of that as he comes back through the final turn, but I think that left front corner at some point this weekend has taken a bit of a knock, because the team have had to make a few hasty repairs, and it's not slowing it down particularly, but yeah, it was already that the Anglesey circuit has been catching these drivers out. New improvement there from Nick White. Nick White then stays 2nd place with a 38.0, means he's now only a 1/4 of a second slower than Mackenzie Douglas, Scott, who is not really improving at the moment.
He's not, but at this point in time he is in the pound seat, which is pole position. It all depends on how much quicker this circuit can get as the session goes on. There's Mackenzie Douglas himself, talking to the devil. He's making his way down through this sort of flat-out right-handed kink and up towards the Rocket Complex. I bet this is probably going to be the main passing place all weekend, because we saw that a couple of weeks ago in several of the championships on that BRCC weekend, but I imagine that it's going to be more of the same, particularly, well, in all 3. We you see them head through. There is 63 Conor Garlick making his way out of the rocket complex. And it does look as though, I haven't ever properly seen cars of this ilk, GT cars around Anglesey, but it does look as though, what I can see, it is a rather fun-looking circuit for a GT car to drive. It's got one or two banked sections on it. It's got one or two kind of very fast sections in the mix as well, as Luke Garlick decides that he wants to join his brother in getting a lap disallowed for track limits, so he's also going to stay where he is in 5th position. But Mackenzie now making his way out of the hairpin, out of the Tom Price straight, named after the late great Tom Price, one of, I think, arguably Wales's best motorsport export after he sadly passed away at Kyalami back in the 70s. Looks like, I think Mackenzie Douglas is abandoning this lap. He's taken the tight inside line, which suggests he's probably coming to pit lane, which he is. So championship leader has abandoned that particular qualifying lap. He's going to give some feedback to the team. Fox Motorsport crew ready to receive him. Well, there's 33, Matt Shaw, second fastest in AM, 1.4 seconds off the top time of pole, chased down by Conor Garlick on track at least. 9.5 minutes to go, and can't really see a fully dry line starting to form. What I can see is that possibly more and more of that surface water is going to be dispersed as the session goes on, of course, and then we still have GT Academy and Ginetta Junior to come, and that will further dry up the circuit. So by the time we go racing, if it does stay this, I can't see if it is properly raining yet or not, although the wipers are going. But so, I think definitely if you're going to make a tyre selection, I think wets seems to be the way to go.
Yes, for the time being, definitely, but I don't think it is raining. There might be a bit of rain in the air. It's certainly not raining heavily, and because we've got this wind blowing across the track, that will aid in the drying effect. And of course, as the spray gets kicked up behind the cars, it doesn't simply then deposit itself straight back on the circuit. It's getting blown away on the breeze. So yeah, hopefully we will see an improvement of conditions as we go through the day. But for now, Mackenzie Douglas mastering the weather conditions, fastest in qualifying for the time being then, by just under a quarter of a second from an improving Nick White. Nick White has just put in another personal best first sector. And he's one of really only a handful of drivers improving. Nick is about to come across the timing line now. What can he do? Again, the second part of the lap, it gets away from him slightly. So 38.1 is almost exactly a tenth of a second slower than his previous best. So he's good through the first part of the lap, Nick White, but just struggling to link together that much longer second part of the lap. And as a result, not yet able to challenge Mackenzie Douglas. Luke Garlick improves to 4th position, though, goes ahead of Matt Shaw and Harry Mancham. So Luke Garlick into 4th position, that is 3rd now for pro drivers, and only 54 thousandths of a second behind his brother Conor Garlick, and that wouldn't be the first time, Scott, that we've seen those two pretty evenly matched this year.
That has been one of the stories of the season in GT Championship, the two brothers battling amongst each other, Luke and Conor, and they have been very much punch and counter punch when it's come to battling amongst themselves on track. I think arguably the best driver of the season, if we're going to argue who has had the better drive this season, I think it has to be Conor's drive at Silverstone when he came from the back of the grid practically on dry tyres and everyone else was on wet at Silverstone, and went all the way to the front and won the race. It was genuinely one of the best drives I've seen for a while, because it was a bold call in the beginning. It was still relatively slippery and damp out there, and the wets were the way to go. But as the circuit started to come in, it started to play in his favour. He was starting to lap at least 2-3 seconds lap quicker than anyone else in the mix. And eventually, I think he was actually catching and passing his brother at one point, and managed to pass him for the lead, and then went on to take the victory. So Conor's certainly looked pretty good in that sense. In terms of the battle in the championship for them, they are separated by 23 points. It's Luke's advantage over Conor at the moment. So Conor, if he can try and steal a few more points, could get a little bit closer to second place after this weekend. He's got 4 opportunities to do it, so I was surprised if he doesn't get one over him at least once this weekend.
You would imagine so, but yeah, they have had some good battles. That Alton Park finish was a real highlight, wasn't it, early on in the season? It wasn't for a win, it was for a podium finish, but still absolutely neck and neck in conditions even worse than these, actually, back at the Alton Park season opener. So Mackenzie Douglas still fastest. Nick White continues to put in these personal best sector times at the start of the lap, but just not quite able to hook it together by the time he gets back round to the timing line. This time, actually, he makes a liar out of it and doesn't improve in sector 1, and so we'll see whether he's saving himself maybe for the second part of the lap. Did, though, just have quite a big improvement for Harry Mancham. Harry Mancham, I think was 5th or 6th when he set that lap time. He's just gone 3rd quickest. So Harry Mancham, who is a pro driver, really seen a huge amount from Harry so far this season. I think it's fair to say. In fact, that's why, because he's not raced in this championship before. Peter Mangan has raced in the AM category. Harry didn't do the season opener at all to Parc, was then just off the podium, I think, in the 2 races at Silverstone, didn't finish the last race at Donington. So Harry Mangan hasn't managed to hook together a brilliantly consistent season so far, but showing some good pace. So here this morning at Anglesey, driver of car number 44 jumps now into 3rd place within 0.6 of a second or so of the provisional pole position time. So it's Mackenzie Douglas fastest with 5 minutes to go, Nick White 2nd quickest, Harry Mangan 3rd, Conor Garlick 4th, and Matt Shaw in 5th position with Nick White the AM class pole sitter, just coming across the line and does now improve in the 2nd sector and gets to within 1/10 of a second of Mackenzie Douglas. So 65 thousandths of a second in it, Scott. But Nick White, the one lap where he didn't improve in sector 1, he actually managed to improve over the course of the whole lap.
So there's time to find. A little bit of oversteer through the banking there won't have helped him so much, but looking pretty good. In fact, actually, Mackenzie Douglas has further extended that time, as you've rightly pointed out there, because it was around, was it 600th of a second? It's now back to 3/10, because Mackenzie Douglas, championship leader, has now just punched in a better time of 1:37.482. So he now continues to be top, and he is on course for his first pole of the season, which again sounds strange given that he's the championship leader, has won about 5 or 6 races so far this season, which is odd, but that's how the season's gone so far. Yeah, Harry Mangan's 2nd fastest, and then in pro category, then it's Conor and Luke Garlick at the moment. James Taylor's just split the Garlicks because he's now gone to 6th fastest. So we've got a quite nice sequence of, at the moment, we're going to have all the pros lining up on one side of the grid and all the AMs on the other side of the grid, which is might look staged. That's just how the qualifying sessions run. There's still 4 minutes to go for that to change, but Mackenzie Douglas then still has the advantage by just over 3.5 tenths after that, storming that last time by. On this lap at the moment, it's yellows on the timing screen, which suggests that he's not going quicker, and I think possibly that little twitch of oversteer that I noticed he had through the banking might have just knocked him off his stride a little bit, but it seems as though that the circuit either is not getting any drier, if you see what I mean, in terms of it's starting to get even wetter given the fact the rain has started to return this morning. So I think possibly no one's going to go any quicker. We might well be seeing a definitive order for qualifying unless someone pulls out an absolute Harry Flatters lap in the last 3.5 minutes.
Which is a shame, because we were just starting to see a brace of improvements. But yes, I suspect you might be right now. 3.25 minutes to go. The rain has definitely returned with a vengeance, and track conditions therefore are going to start deteriorating, you would imagine. A little bit surprised at Luke Garlick here. Luke only 7th quickest and 1.4, nearly 1.5 seconds off the pole position time, although as I say that, he improves his time slightly and now does go to a 1:38.7, but still nearly 1.3 seconds off the ultimate pace there for Luke Garlick, and being outperformed by 3 of the 5 AM class drivers. So Luke perhaps not really at home in these conditions, although he went reasonably well in the wet at Alton Park earlier on in the year. But for whatever reason, Luke Garlick just off the pace a little bit this morning. Now, as we're saying that the track conditions are deteriorating, Scott, we suddenly get an outright fastest first sector from Mackenzie Douglas and another personal best in the first sector for Nick White. So we are seeing improvements. Harry Mangan has just improved his lap time as well. So there is time still to be had out there.
I wonder if this makes sense. Maybe because it's getting wetter, that it's switching on the wet tyres more, because it was early in the session when it wasn't as wet, maybe that was slightly overheating or slightly wearing the wet tyres a little more, so therefore it was affecting their grip and their usefulness, whereas now it's getting a bit wetter, they can fully start to use the whole Pirelli wet tyre they have underneath them to be able to start going a little bit quicker. But you're absolutely right, first sector fastest of all for Mackenzie Douglas. Now for 2nd fast, let's see if he can improve towards the end of this lap. And sector 2 is right at the end of the lap anyway, so we'll see if he comes across the line. Does in fact prove that he's got a bit of traffic in front, which will be throwing up some spray.
Nick White to pole. Nick White to pole position. So Nick White, by 1/10 of a second, gets the better of Mackenzie Douglas, but Douglas is improving in the first sector and snatched it straight back. So Mackenzie Douglas back to the top by 4 tenths. So not only were they still improving there, Scott, but were improving by some margin.
Yeah, and I think not to blow my drum, I think I was possibly right, is that because it's now wetter conditions, the wet tyres can now be at their full usefulness rather than trying to cope with slightly damp conditions and getting slightly overheated and worn. So because of that, they can feel as though they've got more confidence that they can push a bit quicker because the conditions are now conducive to the tyre properly. So now at this point, we'll see if they can improve. But that is quite a time for Mackenzie Douglas. He is now pretty much, unless Conor Garlick and co can improve in these last couple of sectors. We'll wait and see. There's been an improvement in lap time from 56 James Taylor. He stays 6th, but he's now 1.7 off pole. As we now go on board with the 22 machine of Peter Mangin. He makes his way in through the first corner. We might get a bit of an onboard lap here, Anglesey, from the driver's perspective. Bring it down to the left-hand side. Then through this kind of long arcing banking, carry the momentum. Careful on the curves on the exit, because that will be spin central. If you even drop even just a fraction of a tyre on the white line or the curb, and away it will go. It's a very fast corner with Church, not quite as fast as Church at Thruxton, but it's certainly quite a daring corner, particularly with all the runoff on the grass on the left-hand side. This is the fastest part of the circuit, where you go all through this fast back section, through down School Straight, through this very flat-out right-handed kink, and then this is going to be the prime overtaking spot, I imagine. Through Rocket, you go through Rocket in, and then this long banked right-hander here of Rocket out to take you through. Just nice and steady on the throttle again as he turns his way out, and then up towards Peel Corner, which I believe is named after the real DJ John Peel, I think, if I'm correct.
Yes.
So he goes out of there. And then there are two versions of the Anglesey circuit. We're on the full international circuit, but if it was the coastal circuit, they'd be turning left and then right through the corkscrew, but out of a left-hander, now onto the Tom Price Straight, named after the former Welsh F1 driver, and then down towards the hairpin, which is a big braking stop, another key passing spot if you can line up a good exit out of that corkscrew left-hander. And then down towards the bus stop, again, which is not quite like Spa-Francorchamps up in Belgium. The weather is, in many cases, but I think with our scoring he'll go and see if he can improve his time. So across the line to end that, James Taylor completes his final lap and goes to 5th fastest ahead of both Got the Garlic. So not a great session for Luke and Connor in many cases. Back on 6th and 7th, which is a bit further back, I think, than their pro standings in the points would suggest. But looks as though they haven't quite adapted to the Anglesey circuit as quick as some others have.
Yes, well, and as everyone else was improving late on, they weren't, and so they've slipped right to the back. And in fact, Conor Garlick now slower than Luke, so that has really changed around. Luke Garlick found a little bit of time to jump up ahead of his brother, but yeah, 6th and 7th only for those two. They've got work to do in the races, and I suspect they'll both be hoping that it dries out by the time we go racing a little bit later on today. So Nick White here, the only driver still on a lap. He's just making his way around the hairpin there in the white, orange and blue car. He's not improved in first sector. In fact, it's very slow first sector, so I think he's probably bailing for the pit lane. So Mackenzie Douglas then looks as though he is going to claim the pole position for the first of 4 races this weekend here at Anglesey Pro Time Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, and does so by just under 0.4 of a second in the end.
There's notes on the door. Please do not lock the door. This is a fire escape.
Pro class. So Mackenzie Douglas Championship leader with this decent little margin, and particularly over his nearest pro rival, Harry Mangin, who is 8/10 slower than him, in 3rd position. So Mackenzie Douglas quite clearly faster than the rest of the pro drivers in this very wet qualifying session at Anglesey, but we'll see how that translates into what may well end up being a dry set of races a little bit later on in the weekend. So the drivers then head back to Parc Ferme. James Taylor there, we're getting a late notification, had a lap time disallowed in the number 56 car. His 11th lap time, so that I don't think was his fastest anyway, so that shouldn't matter too much to the result. So Mackenzie Douglas gets pole position provisionally then for our first race of the weekend in the Pro Time Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, with Nick White in the end just under 4/10 of a second adrift in 2nd place. White then came home 3rd at the end of the session, the top second, top AM driver in session. Harry Mangin was 3rd ahead of Matt Shaw, with James Taylor, Luke Garlick and Conor Garlick next. Then it was Callum Noble and Peter Mangin to complete the runners and riders. Pro pole sitter Mackenzie Douglas then will have the AM pro pole sitter Nick White alongside him on the grid for the race a little bit later on, the first race of the weekend a little bit later on. We'll wait with interest to see exactly how that one pans out when we get to racing for the first time for the Ginetta GT Championship later on today. Yes, that first race, what will the conditions be? Well, it will kick off at around about 11:40, so about 2.5 hours time. So they've got a little bit of time to wait the weather out, but of course any setup changes they're going to make have to be made sometime in advance, and that means they don't really have that full 2.5 hours to make their mind up. Realistically, they've got about an hour, and then they will have to start bolting the setup onto the car that they're going to go with ahead of the first of the races later on. Right then, I think we are almost ready to head down into Parc Ferme, where we can catch up with Richard, John, Neil, and perhaps have a chat with our pair of first pole sitters of the day.
So our first Parc Ferme of the weekend. The drivers are being ushered by Ron Humphries, one of the Ginetta officials, around to be weighed, and the drivers are going to be making their way. Let's see if we can get Mackenzie. Has Mackenzie gone already? I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll walk round and watch the weighing process, which is probably a good thing, because Ron did kind of intimate that this is pretty paramount to making sure that obviously combined weights of cars and drivers are all absolutely spot on for the course of the event. So hopefully we'll get a signal as we come into the scrutineering bay. A little bit of a chance for you to see behind the scenes of what's going on. Thanks, Ron. So the drivers, now if you're a regular at Weight Watchers, which clearly you can tell from the camera I'm not your traditional option here for weighing. We should probably beep out the weights, shouldn't we? So let's just see the weighing process underway, and then we can probably get the guys back to Matt goes, and Mackenzie Douglas on the scales at the moment. I can't think, for me, this should be a very embarrassing moment. Is it, I don't know if we've got a signal arcane here. Mackenzie, well done, pole position. And you're normally a big celebration, but you have to get weighed.
Yes, yeah, no, it's a good session. I feel we're confident going into the wet. I think we're strong in the wet, so yeah, happy with the result.
You set the tone of that session very early on. I mean, you got the pole lap was fairly early on in the session, so you obviously meant business. How important is it for the test day? Did you have a test day yesterday, first of all?
Yes, we did the test yesterday, yeah.
And was it first time here, or have you tested in juniors or in GTs before?
I've done one test day before we came here, and that went very well, so yeah, confident going into the weekend.
Andy and Scott up in the commentary box are asking how this rates as a circuit for GT cars. What are your thoughts on that?
Honestly, I think it's a really good match. I think it's my favourite track on the calendar so far. So my favourite was Donington, but this is the best by a mile, I think.
It's a lovely venue, isn't it? And I take it you've probably been here when the weather's glorious, and it's even more so, isn't it?
Yeah, the weather hasn't been too bad, so hopefully it picks up for the rest of the weekend and we have some good racing.
I hope so too. You've got to do it all again tomorrow, so it's effectively two meetings in one. I know normally you get 3 races at most meetings, but 2 each day. Different conditions, of course, to probably deal with tomorrow. Does that change your mindset, or are you just focused on today?
Focus on today for now. We've still got these 2 big races, and obviously tomorrow's going to be a completely different day. So we'll see how it plays out today, and then get our sights on tomorrow.
Mackenzie, thanks for chatting to us. Well done. Second pole position on the bounce. We'll see you on track and maybe on the podium a little bit later on.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Mackenzie Douglas there taking pole position. I think the Academy cars are just about to go on track. Let's go and have a look. This is probably the easiest way. They are, in fact, we're hearing, already out on track. So, without further ado, after our very brief foray here into the weighing area, the Weight Watchers area for the Pro Tyres Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship runners, let's have a look at the Ginetta Academy runners now on track again with Scott and Andy.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, so good to hear there from Mackenzie Douglas. Some interesting thoughts from him then there, that the Anglesey International Circuit is his favourite circuit on the calendar. I'm not saying I disagree with him, it's a lovely place to come, but that is pretty high praise. They'll have that quote, I think, printed out, put on the cafe wall or something here, won't they? Mackenzie Douglas reckons it's the best track on the calendar, but hey, not difficult to see why, is it? It's a challenging circuit, it's a brilliant location for racing, and even in these conditions, clearly quite a lot of fun to drive.
Yeah, definitely. But I think it's a good circuit. It's good to see cars of this LGT cars here at Anglesey. I'm not saying it's for the first time. It's one of the only times I've seen cars like these properly go around at proper racing speeds in this way. And it's because we've got the GT Academy cars out now. We get more chance for them to try and either drive the track up a little bit or explore this wet and circuit here in Wales. I have to say with GT Academy, good entry this weekend. It's the 19 on the grid this weekend. A couple of newcomers this weekend also. And talking about the championship, this really has been a season where it's literally been all about the rookies. If you look at who has been taking pole outright, victories outright, it's all been rookie drivers. And I think that just shows just the strength of one, just how popular this championship has continued to be ever since it switched to British GT from the token package and going forwards, but also as well the fact that it's continuing to welcome new drivers more and more as the season's gone on, and GT Academies, as it kind of says on the tin, it's pretty much setting a lot of these drivers up for becoming a really good proving ground, ideally on the British GT package, then step up into GT4 or GT3, where Ginetta is still quite prominent in GT4 these days. And so it's going to be interesting to see how many of these drivers move up, I guess, going forward into the GT Championship, and then possibly into the GT ranks. I think I just heard someone have a bit of a spin, I think, in our ears, and you had to turn around to see who it was.
I couldn't see anything out of the windows. It could have just been a snatch break, potentially, but you will hear a lot of that in GT Academy because these cars are notoriously challenging to drive. It was a really interesting concept, I thought, actually, when the Ginetta GT Academy came about, 3 years ago now, I think, that it made its debut, because it sort of replaced the G40 Cup as the entry-level series onto the Ginetta racing ladder. But the G40 Cup, well, they used, obviously, the Ginetta G40s, which were much smaller, much less powerful, much easier to drive, honestly, than these cars. And then they brought in the G56, and they used that as the basis for the GT Academy car, and they decided to essentially create much more difficult cars to drive. These cars don't have traction control, they don't have ABS, they have tyres that don't yield a huge amount of grip in either the rain or in the dry. And many people perhaps questioned that logic, given the fact that this is supposed to be a series targeted at beginners. But actually, the more I've seen of it, Scott, the more I think that's a real stroke of genius. Making these cars so difficult to drive means that you learn a lot more from quicker racing in a championship like this than possibly you would have done with the G40s. Racecraft-wise, maybe the G40s are great. You know, that's a kind of car we'll see it with the juniors a bit later on that does create really good racing. But as far as learning car control, learning setup, learning how to balance the car in different conditions, this is about as challenging as it gets for a beginner's series, but you learn a lot.
Yeah, and even though they have got a rear wing and a front splitter, this is very much a car where you have to really truly learn it on mechanical grip. And I've always said that racing drivers should learn it properly, like every Formula Ford or anything else like that. Learn the mechanical grip first, and that's what you're going to have to kind of feel on that car. And aero will come as you go into the faster ranks. But if you can set a car up and drive a car, race car, purely mechanical grip first and foremost as your baseline, and then sort of have aero as kind of like the, I'm not like a sticking plaster, but kind of like the added on point to kind of fill any of the gaps which the mechanical grip doesn't fill, then you'll be able to use that as an advantage to be a much more rounded driver. I used to say, for example, to use it as a pure example, you used to say back in the day when the Formula 3 drivers, who were the drivers that came through from Formula 4 because they'd learned their craft, and that grounding in mechanical car setup and mechanical car grip in that sense of things. And this is kind of the same thing. These cars are very much more low grips, therefore you've got to try and run it on mechanicals and use whatever that you've got, and then be able to get that grounding. Once you're there, this is literally training them, hence the name Academy, training them to move up into the GT Championship when you've got a slightly quicker car, and then go into the GT ranks, whether it be in Britain or Europe or anywhere else. And this is a great platform to do it. And of course, it is not that the G40 was, but this is a proper race car, proper little mini GT car. So what better for them to learn the way if that's the route they're going to take in the next few years?
Indeed so, yes. Certainly a challenging car, but a rewarding one when you get it right. And, well, the driver who's been getting it right more often than not this year is Harry Gamble. Harry Gamble, our rookie class drivers podium. As Scott said, there are two different classes of driving. You've got the rookie class and then the GT Academy class. You score points within your own individual class, so it doesn't matter where you finish in the overall running order, simply where you are within your class order. And that being said, the rookie drivers have been doing all of the winning really this season. So Harry Gamble with his only one class win, actually, but he's been very consistently up on the podium with 4 other podium finishes in the Elite Motorsport number 23 car. He has the championship advantage in the rookie class by 16 points over James Nicholas, with Luke Shaw a further 28 points back in third. Then, within the GT Academy class, Julian Wantling is the leader by only 11 points, so both of these classes pretty finely poised, actually, as we arrive here at Anglesey. Mark Elman is his nearest rival in second place, but then it's a further 70 points back, 4 drop scores this is, to Emma Tomlinson, the first of the 3 members of the Tomlinson family on this grid, who sits third in the points. This is Amy Tomlinson on screen, the number 11 car. Amy fourth in the GT Academy class championship. And just dropping her way down through the top of the corkscrew there and out onto the Tom Price straight. Amy has had 3 podium finishes so far this season and is only actually 3 points behind Emma in the GTA Class Championship standings. That's how the championship looks. Well, within this qualifying session, it's actually Mike Taylor who is going pretty quickly. Mike Taylor 4th only in the championship, and dropped scores. I think Scott will be his friend because he had a non-finish at the start of the Donington Park weekend when he tangled with, well, not one but 2 of his big championship rivals going into Redgate Corner, Harry Gamble and James Nicholas. So that one non-finish won't help him. We had a couple of iffy results, one at Alton Park and one at... in fact, he had a non-finish, didn't he, as well at... no, sorry. 2 finishes outside of the top 5 at Alton Park at the start of the season in Mike Taylor. And so once he drops those, he'll be right up there in the points, I reckon, and clearly seems to have wrapped his head around these conditions a little bit quicker than the rest.
He seems so, and he's getting to it pretty well. The man who's been pretty impressive in the wet alongside Mike Taylor has been James Nicholas, of course, the Palmer Sports Scholarship winner, because he was quick in the wet at Alton Park, he was quick in the wet at Silverstone, and of course he's been showing his prowess as well in the dry too. But James has been incredibly impressive in that sense. But you're right, Mike currently 4th in the rookie class standings. He scored he has had a win so far this season at Alton Park, and also he picked up 2 third places and a fastest lap at Donington Park as well. So he's been steadily looking at some good form and pushing his way through. There is Mike in white and gold, which is quite a neat little colour combination for Ginetta. And he's picking his way past none of his fellow rookies. That was car number 3, which was Julian Wantley, who is he's on a rookie plate, but he's in the GT Academy class, which is interesting. But he is currently at the moment 3rd in the GT Academy class, because it's Paul Livesey who's fastest there for Mark Ellman. And that's Emma Tomlinson, in fact, up to 2nd quickest. So Emma now finding some pace and up there into P9. So Amy's currently winning the family battle. And Mark Ellman completely puts paid to that, now going 2nd fastest. But so far, Mike has looked pretty good at this point in time. Look to try and get a good haul of points. And that's a key thing to remember, of course. 4 races this weekend. That's 4 chances for these drivers to put in to score over the course of the weekend a heck of a lot of points. And this could be a pretty key weekend, given that you've got so many races. Of course, there might be some relatively short turnaround times of a few hours before you get out once again. It keeps the teams busy, but of course it means that this could be a weekend where you could see some people literally make or break their championship chances, because it could be one slip in one race, but you've got, unlike other races where you've got 2 or 3, you've got 4 races. So if you mess up in one race, you've possibly got 3 to make up any of the points and the time that you lost in that sense, to keep yourself in a relatively good position by the time you leave.
Yes, but if you don't get on with the track or you don't get on with the conditions, it's going to affect you over 4 races as well. So if you have a bad weekend, it's just going to be compounded further by the fact that there are so many more points on offer this weekend than there would be on your traditional double or triple header weekend that they've had so far this season. Last we were talking there, James Nicholas has gone to the top of the times, by the way. So James Nicholas then now with the fastest time of a 1:40.793. However, Gareth Thomas has gone fastest of anybody in the first sector. Didn't actually manage to link that together through the rest of the lap though, so he stays down in 5th place. Up into 2nd place comes Luke Shaw. So Luke Shaw then up into P2. There is a sideways James Nicholas sliding his way into the banking, carrying a little bit too much speed up the inside of another car. And interestingly, it's Gareth Thomas behind him as well. So neither of those drivers had particularly strong second sectors. I think they both got caught in traffic slightly, but if they can find some cleaner air, they might be able to improve a little bit further. Gilbert Verdi in there, the number 2 car staying well out of their way as Gareth Thomas takes a wider line through the 2 kinks on the School Straight. Just trying to maybe get some slightly better visibility as he heads up towards the Rocket Complex so close behind James Nicholas is he. But James Nicholas really the big success story of the Ginetta GT Academy so far this season, that Union flag liveried car who won the Palmer Sport Scholarship pre-season. Didn't have a race licence until about a week or 2 before the first race weekend of the year in Alton Park, where he stuck it on pole position and won his debut race, his first ever car race, and he managed to go and win it. And as we've said, it's not an easy thing to do to wrap your head around these cars, but he did a superb job of that. Did struggle in the wet conditions earlier on in the season, actually. At Alton Park weekend in particular, we had 1 dry race and then 2 wet races. He won the dry race and sank backwards in the wet races, but as we're seeing here today, Scott, his wet weather driving has improved enormously since then.
And of course, he had an ample chance to improve that also at Silverstone, where he was on good form as well. There were some plenty of good battles, and he's certainly in the mix, just twitching his way out of the bus stop. Across the line he goes, and doesn't improve his time, and neither, I think, was the car behind either. It's interesting that the top 4 drivers in the championship in rookie are in the top 4 of the times, but the bottom of those top 4, championship leader Harry Gamble, is in the pits at the moment, some 2/10 off, but it's pretty close at this point in time, as it's only 1/10 of a second less than that, covering the top 3.
James Nicholas, by the way, has just gone back to pole position because Mike Taylor had a lap time disallowed. So Taylor, who had set fastest time, there you can see it on screen, has just had that lap time disallowed for exceeding track limits. So Nicholas now back to pole. Top 3 cars, though, still covered by only 81 thousandths of a second, which is incredibly close on what is a reasonably long lap, you know, a minute and 40 seconds or so for the quick guys. And also in these sort of conditions, which often I think we find, Scott, the wet conditions, they can separate the grid a little bit more. Not the case at all here. As you said, the top 7 within a second of each other, the top 3 within a 10th of each other. Bodes well for the races to come.
It does. It should be hopefully quite close and competitive between these front few, as it has been at times. As car off the road. That is Jamie Cordell.
Yeah.
That's gone backwards into the wall. Now that might well be a session stoppage because that car, if it can't get it going again, and that has, it's damaged the barrier as well. You can see on the exit there. I think that's on the exit of the hairpin, the banking, sorry. And yeah, red flag, unsurprisingly, because of that one. It's a shame to see, but that might delay the rest of the session, not because of the incident, but also that's going to require some repairs to the tyre barrier also.
Yes.
That has taken, unfortunately, quite a hefty whack, but if anyone can fix these things, it'll be Ginetta. That car, those cars are quite sturdy and quite well built, and obviously built to the highest safety standards possible. So the key thing is that Jamie's okay, and it seemed just about moving around in the car, I think. So yeah, there he is. He's just moving around. So initially, it looks that he's okay. Marshals, of course, going to work. Should give a shout out for the first time this weekend to the marshals and officials for braving the wet weather here at Anglesey, and for all the hard work that they do. So thank you to them for all their efforts, and our officials and volunteers. Genuinely, without them, we couldn't go racing. So both the red and the white flag as well. Of course, if this was in the US, that would signal final lap, not a slow-moving vehicle. But that's one of the medical units going out there purely just for as a precaution, obviously. And with any incident, the driver goes to the medical unit purely, at the very least, for a precautionary checkup, just to make sure that everything is all okay. So session is red flagged with just over 6.5 minutes to go. And James Nicholas currently has the fastest time still from Luke Shaw and Mike Taylor. Both of them, all 3 separated by less than 1/10 of a second. Then it's Harry Gamble and Gareth Thomas in the top 5 in the rookie class. In the actual GT Academy class, it is Paul Livesey who is currently on class pole, ahead of Julian Wantling. Emma and Amy Thompson, they'll end up on, it looks as though, on the 6th row together alongside each other. That'll be some sibling rivalry. And then Mark Ellman, second in the Academy points in that class, rounds out the top 5 there. So it's closer in the rookies than it is in the actual Academy class, but how much closer that can get if this session restarts remains to be seen.
Yes, well, I suspect it will restart because we have got quite a bit of time to play with in the timetable today, so I don't think it's essential that they, you know, finish the session on time, so to speak. So I suspect we will get a restart, but of course, whilst we're sat down in the pit lane not circulating, the track conditions will be changing ever so slightly, although the rain not exactly hammering down at the moment, so hopefully things will stay pretty static. Cars then pulling into the pit lane and certainly not being directed back into the paddock, which is a good sign. That is also a good sign. That is Jamie Cordell out of the car, and so he appears to be absolutely fine. The car, sadly, you cannot say the same for, but as we saw from that picture of the tyre wall, in fact you can see it in the background there is a tyre wall and then there is an earth bank behind that. Now, most circuits would have the tyre wall and then a metal Armco barrier behind that, which has wooden stakes keeping that in place, and that gives a lot more if you hit it, and so does less damage to the car but does more damage to the barriers. And so from a perspective of getting the day back on course, this is actually quicker to fix this kind of barrier than it is an Armco barrier. But unfortunately for Cordell and for his team, it means that there's probably a lot more work to be done to that car to get it ready for the first race later on. The main thing is that he is absolutely okay, and will already be counting the cost, I'm sure, of what is a very easy mistake to make. We haven't seen what happened, Scott, but I would imagine he's done what most people do when they go off there. He's dipped a wheel out onto that exit curb, which of course in these conditions will be like ice, and around the car goes. Like I said, no traction control to catch you either.
Yeah, and once you do touch one of those curbs, it is pretty much, it's almost impossible to try and catch, unless you've got cat-like reflexes. These cars tend to be one of those machines where once you do just even dip a wheel, even not just onto the curb, onto one of the painted white lines, it can just send the car spinning like a top. And so it looks as though that Jamie's... It's not really for us to speculate how or what happened in the accident, but it almost seems as though that he's kind of lost it on the exit, and as he's tried to correct it, the car might have possibly twitched and snapped back the other way, which has led him towards the barriers. And I think, thankfully for him, is that it's gone in backwards first. Therefore, it's almost minimal stress for him, because of course if it's gone in backwards, it's also not a frontal impact, which can sometimes be a little bit more worrying. But again, the main thing is that he's out of the car, at least up on his own feet and walking around and talking of his own accord, which is always a good sign. Again, as I say, as a pure precaution, you will at least go to the medical centre just for a precautionary check over, just to be absolutely sure that he's A-OK, and then he'll be get going once more when it all gets going. And Jamie, who he made his first appearance of the season last time out at Donington Park and did okay in terms of results, got himself some points off the board, currently 11th in the standings, and he would want to try and improve on that. But of course the E3 Sport team now have some work to try and rebuild that car. Of course, Ginetta will have the want to race guys and plenty of spares, I'm sure, in the paddock to assist and get that car back going again. And they will hopefully, seeing they've got quite a bit of time between now and the first race, should get the rear end of that car fairly well sorted. One thing I was spotting, what we noticed that one of our onboard cameras is with Amy Tomlinson, is that it's not just a sibling rivalry on the grid, it's also sibling rivalry in the points, because if you look at where they are in the actual GT Academy class, Emma leads Amy by just 3 points, so that'd be curious. You're slightly grimacing at the screen.
Well, it's not a pretty sight, is it, that? I'm trying to see exactly what damage has been done. Certainly the exhausts have been bent upward quite significantly. The worry is whether the chassis has been damaged at the back. Now, there's quite a bit of bodywork that overhangs the back of a Ginetta G56, and so I'm hoping that that absorbs most of the impact. It is hard to tell from this camera, but yeah, if that's twisted the chassis at the back, then that might be the last we see of Jamie Caudle this weekend, but we hope that that's not going to be the case. But yeah, that's certainly done a lot of damage. But as you can see in the background, the marshals already pretty much have got that tyre wall back in place. So to my point, it's done more damage to the car, but the barriers at least a little bit quicker to get built. So it's very little solace for Caudle, but it should hopefully mean them get a resumption of that qualifying session before too much longer. All of this, by the way, going on under the watchful gaze of one Chris Hart, who was racing here in Fun Cup a couple of weeks ago, and of course he's ready to watch his son Charlie out in the Ginetta Junior qualifying session. He's the man sensibly attired. I have to say, I was the silly person who forgot to bring a coat to Anglesey in the middle of June, a choice that I've regretted already this morning, but most of the spectators and team members and family members out trackside have certainly made better wardrobe choices than me, Chris being amongst them. Right, let's head down to the pit lane, shall we? Catch up with a few drivers along with Richard John Neal.
Always a shame to see a red flag, but it does give us the chance to catch up with some of the drivers down in pit lane. Gilbert Verdian is here, running with SVG Motorsport. So I hope the team are looking after you, Gilbert.
They definitely are. One of the best teams I've ever seen.
That's good. Tell us about your experience. Is this your first year of Ginetta racing?
First year, second race.
Wow.
Learning everything. I'm a rookie, but the guys are doing a great job, and it's such a nice competition to start learning about cars and racing. Love it.
Well, that's what the Academy's about, isn't it? Bringing newcomers in, nurturing them along. And tell us your story about how you became involved with this team and came to this championship.
I started liking cars. I work in tech, so I wanted to do something different as a hobby.
You work in tax?
In tech, sorry.
Oh, tech.
Technology.
I was going to say, boo, tax man. Tech, fair enough.
Yeah, and I wanted to do something different that was non-tech. Did a couple of track days, loved the feeling of driving fast and the speed, and then ended up finding about Ginetta through my colleague Mark, so he told me, and then from there, here I am.
And second meeting, and you come to Anglesey, which is a wonderful, beautiful circuit. I never hesitate to want to come and work here. What was your first round? So last time out, was it Donington?
In Silverstone.
Silverstone.
Yeah.
So this is a completely different experience to Silverstone.
Yeah, it's a lot shorter, this track, and a lot narrower, so you need to keep an eye on all mirrors at the same time, whereas Silverstone you had a bit more leeway. And it's a Formula 1 track, so yeah, definitely better.
A lot of other teams, F3 level, do come and test here. It's a great circuit to do that.
Yeah.
And obviously disappointing to see it off, but what are your targets as a newcomer? Because obviously it would be wonderful if we saw you on the overall podium, but we have to be realistic and say that it is only your second meeting, someone who's not sort of come through the karting ranks and anything else. So where would you pitch your expectation or hope?
I think the goal is to get the Chairman's Cup, just get a podium, 1, 2 or 3, that'll be good. It's the first season, but I need to build up, so anything is an accomplishment.
A key there is first. Are you going to come back next year and have another go?
Yeah, absolutely. But once you have the bug, you've got it. You've got to keep going.
Nice one, Gilbert. Good luck. Thank you for chatting to us. Absolute pleasure to meet you. Okay. Gilbert Verdian there, newcomer. That's what the Academy is all about, bringing new people into the sport. They could go to different levels. I'm going to have a word with Julian Wantling in car number 3. We're getting engines fired up, but nobody at the moment doing. Julian's the other side. You'll notice that we've got left-hand drive and right-hand cars here. I'll see if we can have a word. Are we all right to have a quick word with Julian? Oh, he's having some alterations now. The engine goes off and they're sorting out something off the steering wheel. I'll shove the mic down. Sorry to be rude. Can you tell me as you're doing that what's going on, what the problem is?
No, hang on. Oh.
No is the answer at the moment. That's all right. It's rude of me to stick a mic in the face. We'll come back in a minute, have a word with... Obviously, getting the car sorted out is the most important thing for the rest of the qualifying session. Looks like we're doing some gear changes. And I'll have a word with Julian in a moment. Firing it up. This one, the E3 Motorsport car, Jim Edwards Junior's team. OK, it doesn't look like we're going to get a chance to do a lot more because the whistle was blown and the signal from the end of the pit lane, which means the drivers, I think, are getting ready to go back out. So engine notes are starting to happen. So apologies, we had one interview. It was a nice one, wasn't it, with Gilbert, which was great. Thank you to that, Gilbert, if you watch it back. And I'll hand you back to Scott and Andy for the resumption of the session, which should be in just a few moments' time.
Yes, thank you, Richard. We've got, as you said, the track clear now as far as we can tell, and the timing screen still showing 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock as the green flags wave again, so it's going to be a full resumption of the session then, so they will get the entire 6.5 minutes or so. Of course, they'll need to do an outlap, get the heat back into the tyres, find a bit of clear track, but there should be time here, Scott, I think, for a few more improvements, because the track conditions really haven't changed that much, if at all, since the red flag flew.
Yeah, they even look a smidge brighter in terms of how it looks out there, which should be quite an encouraging sign for them. Even out of the pit lane, they're racing each other out down towards Church Corner, because that's another one of the key things when we talk about qualifying. Track position is vital, so obviously you can hang back on the first couple of laps, try and find some clear air, but ultimately you want to find your own little spot, your own little piece of real estate on the circuit to get that lap, to get that clear space. If you're running with teammates, sometimes on some circuits they'll give you a bit of a tow. Depends if you get some of the turbulence off the back of that car in front in order to possibly disrupt the front handling, particularly if there's cars that are quite aero heavy, which these cars aren't too much. They are a lot more mechanical grip. But in terms of at least getting a tow and finding the extra couple of tenths, that can certainly help if you're running with a teammate. But ultimately, if you're lapping this way, you want to see if you can try and do as much as you can to use all the clear space and also try and explore the conditions. As you rightfully say, these conditions, a lot can change in a couple of minutes on track, whether it's rain or if it dries out, temperatures can change, surface grip can change, all sorts. And you only really find out in some cases when you come back out onto the restart of a session like this, literally, until you hit the brakes or turn in for the first time and think, oh, that's got less or more grip than it did last time. And then it's only then you have to keep on exploring and finding what the grip is. And again, tracks constantly evolve, so this next 5 minutes, this next few laps they're going to put in, they probably might find more or less grip at one point, depending on if the rain continues on, if they keep dispersing it, finding a dry line out there. It's going to be quite intriguing, but we'll see if anyone can improve, as it looks as though things are, touchwood, slightly brightening up, so maybe you might get some slightly faster tyres, but it might depend on tyre compound and also possibly what kind of settings they have, as what you don't want to do is stay off the curbs, otherwise it might be having a similar fate to that of Mr. Corner.
I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like I could almost see the outline of the mountains in the distance, which I couldn't half an hour or so ago when you first mentioned it. So
I think you're imagining things.
I think you might be right, wishful thinking, but we'll see. Hopefully things brighten up a little bit more as we go into the afternoons running later on. One driver who I do want to give a shout out to, who's doing quite well, is Ali Al-Jafali. Ali Al-Jafali's yet to have a class podium this year, 6th quickest in the session right now, which I would say, without looking it up, I couldn't say for sure, but I'm fairly certain would be one of his best qualifying efforts of the season so far. There he goes, actually, the green and white number 63 car, just ahead of Gareth Thomas on track, but just behind him in the running order in qualifying. But Ali Al-Jafali, who started his season off with a number of spins, I seem to remember, in Alton Park in the wet conditions at the start of the season, another driver who has massively improved as the season has gone on. There is Gareth Thomas just behind him, and Gareth Thomas with a face full of spray heading up towards the hairpin, has Ali Al-Jafali just ahead of him, and these two running 5th and 6th in the qualifying session. Both within 3/4 of a second of the pole position time, which is still held, no, was held by James Nicholas, is now held by Mike Taylor. Mike Taylor with a 1 minute 40.179 immediately jumps ahead of Nicholas, but Nicholas has gone fastest of anybody in the first sector. So James Nicholas, who is just barreling down into the final corner now, might be about to challenge this man on screen, Mike Taylor, for pole position. Nicholas goes across the line, and no, by 24 thousandths of a second, he doesn't quite manage to beat Mike Taylor. So Taylor retains the pole position for now, but James Nicholas right on his tail.
And this would be Mike's second pole of the season. He'd be the first multiple-time pole sitter if he can stay there. There is 33 Mike Taylor as he goes through. Harry Gamble, meanwhile, championship leader, has a lap time disallowed for track limits. He's got some more effort to find. He's now some 8/10 off pole, which is maybe a sign that maybe Anglesey, as you said earlier on, is not a circuit to his liking so much. There is Harry working his way out through Rocket in and Rocket out. And just have a quick look up some of the times you're talking about Ali Al-Jafali. If he does stay where he is, it will be his best qualifying of the season, because prior to that, his best qualifying effort, well, I can reel him off where he was. He was 14th in qualifying at Alton, he was 10th at Silverstone, and then 14th again at Donington. So 10th was his previous best, so a bit of a marked improvement for Ali Al-Jafali. I presume he's the same relation to the Jafalis that race in single seaters, like Rima Jafali and others that have done other things, potentially.
I'll find out. That's actually a very good question. I hadn't made that link myself, but you might well be right. It would make sense, wouldn't it? But yeah, Ali Al-Jafali definitely has found some form this weekend then, and that could mean that he's in for a pretty profitable weekend, maybe, if he can keep that pace going. But anyway, for now, Mike Taylor, the man that they're all challenging. Here is Taylor across the line, not improving this time. And interestingly, that first flying lap, Scott, we saw a whole host of drivers improving in sector times and then ultimately in lap times. Now the second flying lap of the restarted session, we're just not seeing the same sort of thing. So they maybe pulled those tyres down, got the pressures down on the tyres a little bit more, and they had one more really good lap in them, and now it's all becoming a little bit more of a struggle.
One thing I'm noticing, there's not as much spray coming off the back of the cars either, which possibly suggests that the circuit is, even though it still looks quite grey and grim out there, looks like it stopped raining. The circuit actually is possibly drying quicker than we anticipate, which is interesting for Anglesey as they turn out through the Rocket in and Rocket out complex. Mike Taylor now. In fact, James Nicholas has gone to the top now with the new fastest time. Looks like last time was 1 minute 40.091, so he's now fastest by just under 1/10 of a second. So the Palmer Sports Scholarship winner showing his pace, as that was Amy Tomlinson just about getting the number 11 car stop. She locked the inside front wheel, just about got it anchored up for the banking as she turned her way out through the right-hander. Currently sat at the moment in 13th fastest. Emma Tomlinson, meanwhile, her last lap put it up to 9th fastest. So Emma winning the into Tomlinson battle at the moment. She put herself into the top 10 with quite a mega lap that puts her 2.2 seconds off the outright pole position, and she's also put herself onto the Academy pole position as well.
Yes, she has. That's well spotted. So Emma Tomlinson 9th quickest there, Mark Elman 10th, and Julian Watling 11th. They're the top three in the Academy class grid. Julian Watling, remember, is the championship leader by 11 points over Mark Elman, so Elman could do with snatching pole position. Ideally, that would get him a point towards his championship campaign. Here goes the number 81 car, meanwhile. That's Phil McCarthy. Possibly my favourite livery on the grid, and I really do like those colours together. The sort of turquoise and fluorescent yellow. And Phil McCarthy, how's he getting on? Well, he's the slowest of the GT Academy cars, but he's got a very good looking car, and it's brightening up my morning here in a slightly overcast Anglesey circuit. Julian Watling, meanwhile, he'll be in a better mood now than he was a few seconds ago, because he has just gone to the top of the GT Academy class times by some way as well, about 6/10 quicker now than Emma Tomlinson, and leapfrogs ahead of a couple of the rookie class drivers as well. He's got 7th overall.
Yeah, excellent stuff from him. So the checkered flag comes out on the session, and all for them, the front four taking the flag, so no improvements for them. The only other person in the top 5 who could improve possibly is Luke Shaw, but they're looking at, yes, Luke Shaw, but unfortunately his last lap was not quick enough either. So our rookie and GT Academy class pole sitters are set, and it is James Nicholas who picks up his second pole of the season, because he was on pole at Silverstone. So at the moment, it's literally being the pole position is literally being traded this season between Shaw and Nicholas. So it's now gone in sequence. Nicholas' second pole of the season. He'll certainly be delighted with that. But Taylor is right in the front of the grid on the front row with him. Pretty close as well behind fourth, fifth. Ali Al-Jafari went to fourth, in fact.
Wow.
He didn't miss that. So that's by far and away his best qualifying effort. So well done, ahead of Luke Shaw and Gareth Thomas. So Ali Al-Jafari, who coming into the weekend is 7th in the rookie class at the moment, and his best finish so far has been a pair of 5th positions which he took at Silverstone GP. Could be, of course, maybe to get himself in contention for another top 5, even possibly if he plays his cards right, maybe even a podium if the conditions and luck falls his way.
You may well be right. So an interesting start to the day then in the Ginetta GT Academy, qualifying headed in the end by James Nicholas, who of course lost the Rookie Class Championship lead last time out at Donington Park, but now finds himself back on the top, at least within qualifying anyway. Once a race driver then takes pole position from his teammate Mike Taylor, he will start alongside him, less than a tenth of a second in it though between the two. Then a pair of elite motorsport drivers, Harry Gamble and Harry Al-Jafari, with that career best qualifying effort from Jafari, with Luke Shaw and Gareth Thomas on row number 3. Julian Watling was the best of the GTA class drivers in 7th, ahead of Jamie Cornell, who unfortunately brought about that red flag after his off at turn 1, but still managed to hang on to 8th on the grid if the sport team can get that car fixed. Peter Thompson 9th, ahead of Paul Livesey, the second of the GTA drivers in 10th. Then it was Emma Tomlinson and Mark Elman, with Amy Tomlinson slipping down in the end to 13th, just ahead of Ben Cook. Cook making his debut, I believe, in the championship this weekend. Then it was Phil McCarthy ahead of Lucy Hodgson, with Harry Cook likewise making his first appearance in 17th place, and Gilbert Vernier down in 18th. So that's provisionally at least how the grid will line up for the first GT Academy race of the day. That one will kick off in theory at around about 12:15, depending on how the rest of the day goes. But as we've seen already, this Anglesey circuit catching some people out, including on the way to the pit lane, one of the Cooks who have just gone completely the wrong way, getting into the pit lane. So even on their in-lap, people getting things slightly wrong. So we'll wait and see whether or not we have any further delays as the day goes on, but hopefully that won't prove to be the case. So, James Nicholas then on pole position. How things have changed for James, who really struggled in the wet conditions earlier on this season at Alton Park. And now here he is with pole position at Anglesey, and he's down in Parc Ferme now, catching up with Richard John Neal.
James Nicholas takes the pole position. He's having a quick natter at the moment. I'm going to be really rude. Go and doorstep him. Let's have a word. James, congratulations on pole position.
Thank you.
Well done. 4th pole this year?
Oh, it's a question for me there. 4th or 4th, 2, 3, 4, 5th.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Superb. And your backstory is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. So February, I wasn't racing at all. So I entered a competition with Palmer Sport, won the scholarship, and yeah, now I'm so into it. I can't imagine what would have happened if I hadn't got here. It's just such a big part of my life now. But yeah, it's brilliant. It's just, I mean, it's just so thanks to the guys, obviously Palmer Sport and Ginetta. They're all so good. So it's yeah, so real team sport. Even though it's an individual driving, it is massively a team sport.
I remember chatting to Mike Simpson when he said that Palmer Sport were doing a deal to get the cars. That was a couple of seasons ago, and obviously they use these cars and they're bringing people in, which is great for them, because you're going to, you know, the top of the marketing apex is word of mouth, isn't it? And you know, you're going to be buzzing about Palmer Sport, getting people over there, getting them into Ginetta, and maybe possibly enjoying coming and racing with you as well.
Yeah, I mean, Palmer Sport's amazing. If you haven't done it, I'd say it's other than actually racing in this series, it is just the best day you'll ever do. So yeah, go Palmer Sport.
and scholarship-wise, tell us about the experience of coming into Ginetta.
So yeah, I mean, I had 2 weeks' notice basically from the time I won the scholarship to get my license and obviously get up to speed with everything. The experience is it's just unbelievable. I mean, I would never knew this existed. Something like this, which you can. I know it's obviously not cheap, but something where you can actually just enter and compete in. And yeah, I mean, I think if more people knew about it, I think more people would enter.
Team Want to Race obviously look after the car for you. How's that been?
Yeah, Want to Race, brilliant. All the guys. Yeah, if they make you feel important, you know, make you feel like, you know, you're part of the team. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have changed teams if I could. So yeah, it's great.
And what about the wider paddock? How's the feel?
Yeah, all the guys are great. Yeah, I mean, I get on really well with everyone. Yeah, it's like a real family kind of spirit. You know, everyone's friends, and we have a good chat afterwards. All good spirits. So yeah, it's great.
I think you need it. Is it weighing time? Is it weighing time? Oh, we're not, because the GT Championship had to be weighed. Have you had an instruction to go and do that?
No, I've been weighed before. Got my kit check yesterday, but I haven't been weighed since Alton. So maybe I'm due a weighing. I don't know. But
Very
I
possible.
lost some weight, so.
You'll have to tell me the secret. I guess it might be racing cars and
some water bottles in my pocket. So he's going to put my weight on my car otherwise. So that's.
So pole position here. Anglesey's a tricky one, isn't it? Because we've got a left-handed corner for the first one. Have you done? You wouldn't have looked at practice starts or anything like that. Have you looked at other races that have happened here?
I haven't. I've been on the sim at home, learning Anglesey. Yeah, but am I starting on the left or the right in pole? I don't know. Where I start on the right?
Ginetta, that's a good question. I think it depends on the organisation.
I'm not sure, but I hope
you need to check that out, James.
It's on the left, so hopefully I get the inside line. But we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, you know, Luke's next to me, I think maybe. So we started side by side together before. Who's second? Do you know?
It's Mike Taylor.
Ah, it's Mike Taylor. Okay, so he's a teammate. So yeah, I mean, it'll be good spirits into turn one, and I'm sure we'll stay clear of each other, hopefully.
Nice one, James. Congratulations on pole. Lovely having a chat with you. Good to meet you. Good luck for the race, and enjoy the preparation for the race as well. Hopefully it might maybe dry up a little bit. Everybody else has vacated, so there are literally no other interviews to grab at the moment, other than to say what a fantastic paddock we've got here in Parc Ferme. James having the photo op, so I'll move Johnny out of the way so that we don't crash him, but I can hear cars on track. So it's time for the Ginetta Junior qualifying. Let's hand you back to Andy and Scott.
Thank you, Richard. You join us on board one of our Ginetta Juniors, Marcus Sater, giving us a guided tour around the circuit. Then as qualifying gets underway for the Ginetta Junior Championship. Well, I say qualifying gets underway. Qualifying hasn't actually got underway yet because the time has not started ticking down. Why are cars circulating on the track when the session hasn't started, I hear you ask? Well, we're not really sure, but we think it's because the clerk of the course wanted to give the drivers a couple of laps, maybe just one lap behind the safety car, to take a look at the conditions before the session starts proper. So the time hasn't actually started to tick down yet. The cars, I would imagine, will be brought either back into the pit lane or just released across the line, almost as if it's a rolling start to a race, essentially, to give them the best opportunity to get the better of the track conditions, and it will be interesting to see who can manage these track conditions the best. Now, of course, one thing I had forgotten, and I presume it's the same format this weekend, Scott, is that traditionally the Ginetta Junior Championship, these qualifying sessions are quite short, sharp and frantic, aren't they? Because actually the drivers only get 3 flying laps. That's the rule, isn't it? They get 3 flying laps. It's a 20-minute session, but that's notional, really. Traditionally, it's only been 3 flying laps. Now, no one's actually officially told me whether that's the same format this weekend. I'm going to presume that it is, and that, again, perhaps explains why they're taking them out behind the safety car, because they've got so few opportunities to set a good lap time. They want them to at least have had a little look at the track conditions before they're released at full speed.
That, and also any testing they would have done yesterday will have also been performed in dry conditions rather than wet. So for them, it's extra precaution just to make sure that there's no issue. I presume that's either it's just me or it's just the water on the windscreen or something, but does it look to me as if the 35 car that's got a slightly cracked windscreen?
Yeah, it does. I would agree with that, which is not an uncommon sight, let's be honest. They won't replace that windscreen unless they absolutely have to, because the crack is on the left-hand side of the car, which is the passenger side. It's not really interfering with the driver's line of sight all that much. So, yeah, I think that's quite a common sight. In fact, that's something that you don't really appreciate, I would say, Scott, just from watching racing trackside or at home on a live stream, is the absolute battering that these cars take when they're out on a circuit. If you get up close and personal with a racing car after a race, or certainly after a race weekend, you see all of the stone chips across the front of the car, the tyre marks down the side of it, the little bits of paint that have been taken off the back bumper, maybe where there's been some contact, and you really can't see it from our cameras, but when you get up close and personal with them, you realise they're not quite in the pristine condition that you might think. But unless it's inhibiting performance, the team won't necessarily make the effort to repair little bits of damage that you or I on our road cars, we'd have that car straight in the carriage to be resprayed, but it's not really a priority with these guys.
It isn't, no. It's something I've not really seen before, kind of an active race car on track with a cracked windscreen as it has left the pit lane, which is quite intriguing. It does look as though the weather conditions are getting slightly more deteriorated because, yeah, the wipers are going, as they were going on the safety car, and they are still going on the Juniors as well. The other thing I suspect as well is why they've got them around the safety car like this, as you say, because there is little chance for them to kind of get proper laps in and the changeable conditions. Also, you have to remember as well, this is the first time Ginetta Juniors has ever been to Anglesey, so there's been a lot of drivers here, in fact everyone here, aside from maybe some laps they've done at the simulator, and any laps they would have done yesterday in different conditions, won't have ever driven around Anglesey before, so it's a brand new circuit for them. So all of the above that we've just mentioned is all the factors we think that are what's permitted their main clerk of the course, Paul Levitt, to essentially say, right, as a sensible one, it's a sensible decision, send them out behind the safety car, let them get 2 or 3 laps at a decent enough speed, get acclimatised to the grip levels, the conditions, how the circuit feels, how the car feels in these conditions, the tyres, everything else, so that they're ready for those 3 flying laps, rather than just going gung-ho with absolutely no idea what the conditions are like whatsoever. And so they'll be feeding that back to the teams now who are in the pit lane, and have their stop there to give an idea of what the car, what it's like. A couple of the cars with the sort of front clamshell bonnet up, and check things over, which will just be some initial feedback. One thing we should mention is that these Juniors do have something called Race Seed, which is simply, it's a one-way radio system, same as what we've experienced in one of your favourite Champions Fun Club, which is it's a one-way radio from race control to the drivers. And essentially, it's a radio transmission that every single driver hears every time Paul Levitt pushes the button. He'll be giving them instructions on what to do. So therefore, keep pace, slow down. Even at times that I've actually in race control at Donington when he was during the Ginetta Junior race. And anytime they needed a red flag or a safety car, he was instructing them over the radio to tell them you need to back off, speed up, group up together for the restart, safety car is off on this lap, etc. And he's essentially helping them keep as tidy and as prepared as possible on track to what's going on. So he'll talk to them about the conditions, say, right, you're coming in now, going out now, etc. And that's going to be key to keep them going. And that's also key to have them as a voice in their ears to kind of make sure that they are being as orderly as possible. I think that's one a big thing that's been quite a help, along with the efforts of Paul and everyone else, to make sure that Ginetta Juniors this year genuinely been incredibly impressive in driving standards, in their competitiveness, in their racecraft, and everything else in particular. They've had genuinely one of their best seasons to date, I think, so far in terms of competitiveness and how they've been on track. And so hopefully there's more of the same here at Anglesey, because they really are fantastic champions. When you get it right, it's genuinely some of the best racing out there in the country. It's fantastic.
It certainly is, yeah, absolutely. That's why it's got such a special place in the hearts of most motor racing fans in the UK, because it does produce fantastic racing. It's produced, as Richard John Neal made the point at the start of the day, some fantastic driving talent over the years as well that have made it right to the very top levels of international motor racing. And the Ginetta Junior Championship drivers of 2024, many of them I'm sure we're going to be talking about for quite a long time to come. Right then, the cars have now been released then at full speed in qualifying. As you can see, the time has started to tick down, and let's see what the drivers can manage. It's Henry Jocelyn, by the way, who before drop scores anyway, leads the championship standings by only 6 points over Charlie Hart, who is second place in the championship. Third place then, Chase Fernandez. He's a further 13 back, 8 points back to Isaac Phelps, who's 12 points ahead of Ethan Jeff Horn. It's remarkably close among those top 5 drivers, all of whom are covered by only 39 points. But when you consider there are 35 points available for a race victory, it's not difficult to see how that could change as the day goes, as the season goes on, and as the weekend goes on. Certainly we could see a real turnaround in the points situation. So this outlap from the pit lane, of course not counting towards anything, it's the next lap where they will start to get fully up to speed, and we'll see exactly who the pace setters are going to be. It's increasingly murky over at the hairpin, isn't it? I think that rain has returned. There's a bit more water now on the commentary box windows than there was perhaps 10 minutes ago. So it's going to be an ever-evolving racetrack that greets the drivers then as they begin now their first flying laps of the session.
So we'll see who can nail it over these hot laps as they continue on. And at the moment, these kind of out laps aren't really in the mix. Essentially, this is almost a little bit like, it's almost kind of like one-shot qualifying in many ways to try and get this absolutely right. So these drivers under a little bit of pressure in order to do so on a relatively unfamiliar circuit. As I say, they're more probably commonly used to racing on circuits like Silverstone and Donington and Alton Park and Brands Hatch on top of that. But Anglesey's, for them, an absolutely brand new venue they're going to learn from scratch. It's almost as if everyone starts on the same point, starts from zero in terms of track knowledge, and therefore that makes this a little bit more unpredictable in terms of what we might see out there with times and who might be top, and you might get a surprise or two from somebody who, as we talked about, adapts to the circuit better than others and adapts quicker as a result of that. So any of the order you see on the screen here is purely just someone who is the order they come through, as that was a really neatly held slide through rocket in from Charlie Hart. So he'll be hoping not to do that on his actual flying lap. This is his flying lap essentially, so that was him getting a bit too crossed up. There's Henry Josselin as Chase Fernandez takes the more wider line out of the Peel corner and head down towards the bottom of the circuit, down at the corkscrew corner and down the Tom Price straight. And we'll get the first proper laps on the board. It looks like as though Henry Josselin has found some good pace and kept with Chase Fernandez on this first proper flying lap of the Anglesey International Circuit. Different lines being taken through the hairpin, slightly wider approach, what they call the wet line being taken by Fernandez, whereas Josselin feels more comfortable on that traditional racing line, more towards the middle of the circuit. You have to say that at the moment, unless that Josselin's pace looks on this lap a bit quicker than Fernandez, because he's been getting closer and closer, almost corner by corner, and again, difference in lines through the final corner at the bus stop. Tighter run for Josselin, cross the line they come. What's the time difference? Who's quicker? Henry Josselin by 2.5 seconds initially. That's the initial lap, and of course, again, we talked about the fact it's a brand new circuit. Some adapting quicker than others, and Josselin seeming to be pretty much on it.
Ethan Jeff Hall, though, goes quicker than the pair of them. He'd gone fastest of anybody in Sector 1, did the same in Sector 2, and Ethan Jeff Hall went to the top of the tyres by half a second, but Henry Josselin right behind Chase Fernandez, who is sideways over the curb coming out of the banking. But the trouble is now, Scott, I would say that Henry is too close to Chase Fernandez. This lap, surely now, he's going to be delayed. He might be able to use the slipstream now to get the run up the hill and make a move into Rocket, but he could do without doing this, really, on a qualifying lap. He will try to pull to the right-hand side of the road, can't quite get the overlap halfway up the hill, and if he's going to make the move into the Rocket complex, it will be a late one into braking. That's exactly what it is, and Henry Josselin gets past, but that will certainly have cost both of these drivers time.
I'm sure Chase Fernandez won't quite appreciate having to race somebody in qualifying when he's trying to do a hot lap, so that might well be some sort of polite words between the two of them post-session, I think. If Chase might be thinking, I'm trying to set a lap time here, you might be quicker, but why are you racing me when I'm trying to get clear track? But ultimately, Henry will sit there and go, well, I'm faster at the moment in terms of track position, my line's working, so I'm going to get around you, and that's it. One thing I was going to mention, I think Tom Ingram Hill has a lap time disallowed. Charlie Hart's time hasn't properly gone up onto the board, but the time screen shows he's at a 2-minute 1.151, and that should put him third fastest. But for some reason, that time hasn't gone up to the time, and neither has time. I think it's been for track. I'm guessing it might be the same way as Ellis and also Ingram Hill. I'm guessing those laps have been disallowed for track limits. The reason why it's not up there, that's answering my own question. There we go. So that's something I see on the timing screen. If it hasn't actually popped up, because it's questionable track limits in that sense. Looks like there's been improvements in the first sector for Marcus Sater and also for Archie Clark. So watch for those two to try and improve on their lap times as they come across the line. And Josselin did improve his time. No, he did a personal best in second sector. Marcus Sater does in fact go now to second fastest, 2 minutes 1.143. But he's still got half a second to find on that in mega time from even Jeff Hall. And you're riding on board with Marcus Sater now as he begins his third lap of the session. Down the gears, really rough with the gearbox there, wasn't he, as he ran right to the edge of the road into the banking. Scrabbling around, trying to find some grip, trying to carry the momentum down the hill towards the right-hander at Church Corner. But it's the car behind him, his R-Racing teammate Ethan Jeff Hall, who is currently fastest in the qualifying session by half a second, despite not improving on that most recent lap. Actually, Sater did. Charlie Hart has now registered a lap time, which for the time being puts him on 4th place on the grid. But half a second Jeff Hall to Sater. The next half a second takes you all the way back to the bottom of the top 5.
Sater wrestles the car into Rocket in. Alfie Davis, the latest to have a lap time disallowed. Lots of opposite lot there from Sater. You don't think of these cars as being terribly powerful, but in these conditions, certainly through these tight, twisty sections of the circuit, they are rear grip limited, aren't they? Sliding and slithering around on corner entry and exit, and you can really see now the car control levels that are required just to keep these things pointing in vaguely the right direction, let alone to set a quick lap time.
I think the optimal word is twitchy.
Yes.
They're very twitchy out there. But again, this great onboard that we've got of Marcus Sater gives you a really great, almost driver's eye view, and also gets you a great chance to see literally the handiwork of the driver watching away. You see just how much he's twitching away and working at the wheel to keep the car working. And again, I do love a sequential gearbox. He gets to punch down through the gearbox and sort of turn his way in. He's got one of his teammates just behind him, car 25, which is even Jeff Hall. So he's got his teammate right behind, who on this current lap is not going faster. Marcus Sater, meanwhile, has to set a personal best first sector, so he's going a little bit quicker. But again, he's still got half a second to find. Here comes Sater, slightly wider line, tries to straight line the exit of the corner, tried not to run wide too much as he comes across the line. And Sater's lap time does improve, but it keeps him second, but he's only improved it by a couple of hundredths. So he's just now under, and in fact it was 0.496, it's readjusted itself to 0.499 now, so that's even so. He's improved, but he's just ever slightly chipped away at that time. But he's got 11.5 minutes to try and get a bit better, as Ethan Jeff Hall almost follows him on the same line, almost follows him off the road as well at the same time. And Ethan Jeff Hall's lap actually was even quicker on that last lap. That's the reason why it changed. He went even faster, but only just 2 minutes 0.625. So he's currently the only driver that's gone sub 201. Everyone else has got quite a bit of time to find in what conditions that are either they're stabilising or they are improving and getting brighter, but ever so slowly, not as quick as some drivers probably would like.
I definitely can't see the mountains anymore. It's got a lot murky. In fact, we can hardly see the Irish Sea. Look at that. You can see in the background the rain rolling in. Big improvement from Chase Fernandez on the previous lap. He's still only 9th. In fact, he's just been beaten by Harry Moss, who has gone 8th fastest now in the R Racing car. So Chase Fernandez then 9th position only. Chase is 3rd in the championship. Remember, the likes of Henry Jocelyn, Charlie Hart, Chase Fernandez, the top 3 in the points, all second season drivers in Ginetta Junior racing, whereas you've got people like Ethan Jeff Hall, for example, who is a rookie driver, who didn't do a full season last year. In fact, I can't remember him coming out at all in 2023 within the Ginetta Junior ranks. So 10.25 minutes to go then in this qualifying session. Ethan Jeff Hall with half a second over Marcus Sater, neither of them improving on the first sector in this most recent lap. Alfie Slater did improve his time, goes to 6th quickest. Isaac Phelps 7th now, so sort of shuffled around a little bit towards the bottom end of the top 10, but drivers now heading into the pit lane because of course they have done 3 flying laps, so that is it for the majority of the Ginetta Junior drivers. So they're given this 20-minute window, but essentially it is my understanding anyway, they are limited to 3 flying laps. All of the front runners have now, in fact most of the field have now done their 3 flying laps and will therefore head into the pit lane. So qualifying session essentially is over for Ginetta Juniors, and the drivers will head down towards the Parc ferme area. We've had a couple of late improvements, nothing too much really though, and so Ethan Jeff Hall it is, who by nearly half a second sits on pole position and really never looked like being headed, did he there? He had that half a second cushion over Marcus Sater for the entirety of the session, and I think cleverly positioned himself behind Marcus Sater by a second or so on track, right from the word go. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but it seemed to work out because Marcus turned out to be Ethan's nearest rival. He was able to keep an eye on exactly what pace he was running at, get a bit of a slipstream at times up the back straight as well. Every time Sater improved, Ethan Jeff Hall had a response.
He did, and that will also give him his 2nd pole of the season, first time since Alton Park, another 2nd time pole sitter. It's been quite a theme this year of a different pole sitter in the first 3 meetings, but Ethan Jeff Hall the first repeat pole sitter, and that's also, to give a bit of a nerdy stat, I know you like them, that's the biggest pole margin of the season also, because it was 0.499, the bit was the next biggest was 0.381. Guess who was on pole for that race? Ethan Jeff Hall. So he certainly does like to put a good lap in and put himself a bit of a distance on that side. The others, for those who care to listen, which will be probably nobody anyway, but I'm just Andy's a stats man, he might well do. Henry Jocelyn was on pole at Silverstone by 0.364. The closest pole margin was at Donington. Chase Fernandez 0.165. So it's relatively close. The pole margins haven't gone any further than about half a second or so, which just proves again there's a bit of a spread and quite close, particularly in sort of the bottom of the top 10 of the mid-pack. So it's literally quite close. We're talking literal thousandths of a second between, what's that, Harry Moss, Chase Fernandez and Tom Ingram Hill, like 5 thousandths of a second, which will be very close midfield battle when we get it. But it shows that this year's Ginetta Junior Championship, which has got a lot of rookie drivers, lots of new drivers coming in the last couple of seasons, which is brilliant. It just shows just genuinely, in terms of lap time, how close and how competitive this group of drivers really is. So it'll be intriguing to see how they get on when the racing gets underway. This is the onboard shot of Marcus Saith now. He has exited his race car, number 67, and say as Andy mentions, everyone's completed their 3 flying laps essentially. So that means that they are done for the session by the looks of it, and it means as though that it will be Ethan Jeff Hall on pole position with Marcus Sater alongside him on the front row. So teammates, which will be very intriguing. So that short run down towards turn 1, as it usually is when it comes to front row starts from this championship. But a very close and intense qualifying session, and Andy can take us through the results from what has been quite an intriguing session for Ginetta Juniors.
And a successful session for Ethan Jeff Hall, who leads an R Racing 1-2 on the grid for the first race later on. Ethan Jeff Hall then takes pole position here at Anglesey. We will have Marcus Sater alongside him on that front row of the grid. Henry Jocelyn and Charlie Hart on row number 2, with Archie Parc and Alan Slater completing the top 6. Then it was Isaac Phelps and Harry Moss with Chase Fernandez and Tom Ingram Hill behind. Ruben Dan 11th ahead of James Shotton, Jude Peters and Ethan Carney. Then Alfie Davis and Felix Livesey ahead of Torrin Byrne, Colin Cronin, Disu Mabunda and Nicholas Ellis to complete the top 20. Jack Robinson and Holly Mile are next ahead of James Ellis and Mallory Mabunda to complete the 24. And it's good to have such a good grid of drivers here for Ginetta Juniors, making the long trek to North Wales. Championship-wise then, who were the winners and losers? Well, Henry Jocelyn, the championship leader, was 3rd. Charlie Hart, 2nd in the championship, was 4th. Chase Fernandez, the loser really, isn't he? 3rd in the championship, only 9th on the grid, whilst Isaac Phelps, 4th in the championship, was only 7th. So those are the two with maybe a little bit more work to do. Whereas Ethan Jeff Hall and Marcus Sater, well, they're only 5th and 6th in the points. They are 39 and 70 points back respectively, but they've just netted the top 2 positions on the grid, so that gives them a really good chance, doesn't it, to they hope anyway, take some points away from their championship rivals as we go into what is likely to be at least a fairly damp race later on this afternoon for their first race of the day. And have a busy weekend here at G-Fest for all of our Ginetta Championships. As we've said, they'll all have 4 races apiece, 2 today, 2 tomorrow, a fresh set of qualifying sessions tomorrow morning as well, before we head into another pair of races. Also interesting there that our racing sort of very much came out on top of Elite Motorsport. There's quite an interesting championship battle within the teams championship as well in Ginetta Juniors, where Elite Motorsport are 28 points clear of our racing. Those 2 teams have really been trading the results this year, and Elite Motorsport with a slender advantage in the championship, but when you consider that, you know, on average, if a team has a good race, they can score 50 or 60 points across a single race. Well, our racing could well close that gap, especially having just taken the top 2 positions on the grid. In fact, our racing have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars inside the top 10. Elite Motorsport have got 1, 2, 3 with Prep Tech UK claiming the other position inside the top 10. Prep Tech UK's Henry Jocelyn, very much flying the flag for Prep Tech in 2024. So that'll be an interesting little battle to watch develop over the course of the weekend too. And indeed the rest of the season, this Anglesey G-Fest, which takes us through the middle part of the Ginetta racing calendar. It all started at Alton Park at the start of the season, then the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, then Donington Park for the first of 2 visits to the GP circuit there. After Anglesey, they've got 3 races of the juniors at Snetterton, 3 on the Silverstone National circuit, which is also going to be part of a BRSC, so I think that's the TCR UK weekend, is it not, on the Silverstone National circuit. Then they're back at Donington Park and the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit at season's end. So actually, after this weekend, we'll be on round 13 of 25, so almost exactly halfway through the 2024 campaign. So we're just waiting, I think, for drivers to assemble down in Parc ferme. said it before, I'll say it many times again, Scott, it's like herding cats trying to get drivers to the right place. Out on track, they know exactly what they're doing. As soon as they get out of the car, all they want to do is disperse and talk among themselves or go to chat to their family or their team or whatever, trying to get them all in one place to have a little chat with them. It's not always the easiest of things to do.
At BRCC, we have a fantastic group of championship coordinators, and it is a regular occurrence that when they come out, it's a regular occurrence in Parc Ferme. The first thing drivers like to do is not get their trophy or celebrate, they like to talk. And they talk a lot with their team, with the other drivers, etc. And they'll talk. And sometimes you have to call them 2 or 3 times. Podium, please. If you want your winners' trophy, second, your third, please come to the podium to come and get it. And it'll be intriguing. Let's see what the top 3 fans out have thought of that qualifying session down in Parc Ferme. Let's go to Richard John Neal with our pole sitter, Ethan Jeff Hall.
So just outside Parc Ferme, as with the GT Championship, we had a weigh-in for the drivers. First of all, congratulations, Ethan Jeff Hall, on a 3rd pole position of the year. You had it at Alton Park, double pole there, and great news for today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a hard qualifying, obviously my first time here in the wet, so it was a bit tricky just trying to learn what to do in the conditions, but you know, we did a really good job. The team did a great job setting up the car, so yeah, I'm really happy.
The team is R Racing, isn't it? I've got a very good reputation, and people will say, you know, yeah, you've got a good team behind you, but also you've got some very good teammates within that team to beat. So there's kind of 2 competitions, really. There's one to be top of the stack in the team, as well as being top overall. Yeah,
and I know we got tough teammates, Chase Fernandez, Alf Slater, Marcus Slater, so it's really tough, but obviously we've got a great team behind us, and the boys do a fantastic job at keeping us ready for the racing and just doing a great job with the car and the data and everything. It's amazing.
Highlight of the season for you so far? We're nearly halfway through the campaign.
I'd say my highlight is probably first race at Alton, first ever race in a car, and came first, so yeah, it was really good.
And lowest spot?
7th, I think. 7th.
Was that the most disappointing thing in the season for you as well, would you say?
It was quite disappointing. I think it was at Alton, second race, it was wet, and I sort of had a little incident with another driver, spun me around, so bit unlucky, but probably my fault, so yeah.
We're used to racing on the British GT programme. Gives us a little bit more time to get to know some of the drivers, which is great from our point of view. But what sort of feeling is it different? What sort of difference is there for you coming here to Anglesey for Ginetta's festival?
It's obviously a big difference. Not as many people in the paddock, not the GTs going around, so it's different, but it's nice, quite quiet, so I'm enjoying it.
A celebration of all things Ginetta, isn't it, for us? So we look forward to maybe celebrating another win for you a little bit later on. Ethan, congratulations on pole.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ethan. Ethan Jeff Hall, though, takes pole position. We'll be seeing the juniors on track a little bit later on. I'll tell you what we might do. We might head back down around the... around into Parc Ferme, or alternatively we can hand you back to Andy while we get set up for a little bit of information for you in terms of some of the support that Ginetta do as well. So let's go back to Andy and Scott maybe and have a quick run through of the final positions for the first, maybe the second qualifying times as well, because remember race 2 is based on each driver's second qualifying time. So back to the commentary team.
Thank you, Richard. I wish I had that information for you, but until it's published by TSL Timing, sadly we don't, but we will let you know about that a little bit. In fact, no, they are on the ball today, TSL Timing. I don't know why I sound so surprised. They always are. They do give us the second fastest time, so Ethan Jeff Hall, perhaps unsurprisingly, will have the pole position for race 2 as well, ahead of Marcus Sater, with Henry Jocelyn in third, then Charlie Hart and Archie Clark. So much the same, I think, that really, Scott, as the first race grid as well, at least at the front. There will inevitably be changes further back, and most significantly, I noticed Chase Fernandez, who scraped into the top 10 for race 1, will be 13th only for race 2.
Got some work to do from the 7th row of the grid, and certainly he's going to be the one to watch to try and come through. It does seem as though we talked about earlier on, this is going to be a weekend where if you're not getting on with the circuit in qualifying, either you get on top of it by the end, or you ain't going to get on top of it by the end of it anyway. So Chase Fernandez possibly is going to be, genuinely no pun intended, chasing the rest of the pack in terms of trying to get himself up there. He's going to have to rely on his racecraft and possibly some good fortune to get himself some good points. And who knows, maybe he can get a good result in race 1, but his tough one's going to be in race 2. And he'll probably hope, he might well hope for slightly drier conditions, because maybe the wet was something that was possibly making him a little bit unpredictable in terms of his pace, but you have to wait and see. But whether or not Chase can make it up there and make the most of possibly starting from the 5th row of the grid in race 1 in 9th to try and get it up there and get a top 5 at least, I think it's for a couple of these drivers, depending, it might well be a case of possibly damage control. Just do what they can and try and at least do something which is going to give them some decent enough points, because we talked about this before with championships. It's the races where you don't win, that's kind of where you win your championship, because it's the points that you can bank in order to make it happen. I do believe we've got a little bit of just it's a kind of like an open track session in a minute, in a second. We were told a moment ago that there wasn't any cars in there, but we now see, you can see, a Mazda MX-5 and a Ford Escort Cosworth at the end of the grid. So they're possibly going out just for a couple of laps whilst we get ready for our first of our races that are coming up later on this morning.
I do believe that's the Ford Escort Cosworth that we were both drooling over yesterday evening at our hotel, which we were trying to identify the drivers of. I have my suspicions as to who it might be, but anyway, that car, if ever there was a car that could handle slippery conditions, it would be a Cosy, I suppose. So yeah, I think we're going to get a bit of a demo run from those cars. What they've got to do with Ginetta, I don't really know, other than the fact I do believe it's owned by a Ginetta driver. But anyway, we won't complain if they do head out onto the circuit and give us something to watch for the time being. For those of you wanting to know what the plan is for the rest of the day, we'd love to tell you, but what I can tell you is 11:40 is when our first race will kick off. That will be for the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, followed by Ginetta GT Academy at 12:15, and the Ginetta Junior Championship will have their first race at 12:50. There is then a lunch break of an hour, which may become 2 hours, and we will then start again racing at 3:20 for, again, the second race of races, basically, so the GT Championship, the Academy, and the Juniors, before it all finishes at around about 5 o'clock this afternoon. So that is, roughly speaking, the plan for the rest of the day. It may well change. I think the weather conditions will have a part to play in all of that as well. But first racing action will be underway at about 11:40, so in just over an hour's time for that first Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship race. And as we made the point already, Scott, a few times, we don't really know what the weather conditions will be like going into that race. And that's, of all the races, that's the most intriguing one, really, because that's the series that does have the option for the slick tyre and wet tyre, and if the track conditions do dry out significantly over the next hour or so, that could provide the teams with quite the headache.
If there's any use, I can see the RSC again.
Yeah.
So that's certainly a guy. Anyone that's wonders why we keep referring to the RSC, there is a kind of a rule of thumb in many cases when you come to Anglesey in terms of the weather. If you can see the RSC, then it's going to be relatively clear conditions. If you can't, it's relatively grey. Best batten down the hatches and at least get a coat and an umbrella or something to kind of keep yourself dry at least, or because it's not, usually when it comes to Anglesey, when it becomes wet, it becomes very wet. It's not one of those, again, like Spa place, when it has its own microclimate that we talked about earlier on, is that when it goes to rain, it genuinely rains quite hard. Of course, I was here last year for the Race of Remembrance, and on the Sunday, it was obviously quite wet in the morning, but then quite fortuitously and also quite coincidentally, but in the best possible way, when it came to the Remembrance service, the rain stopped and it became a bit clearer for that service. And as soon as it finished, it was back to wet weather again. But that was a wonderful sort of coincidence in the break in weather, which was quite nice. I think there's also been a bit of wait whilst we looking out the window, that some of the juniors are waiting on to come in, as some of the cars I think were being weighed, but they now are being allowed into pit lane to go ahead and get prepped for their first race later on this morning before lunch. So, but again, in terms of the conditions, again, we've had 3 sessions worth, and it's been very mixed in all of them. So what data the teams can take from that is going to be interesting. Obviously, they'll take the feedback from the drivers, they'll look at the telemetry, they'll make whatever tweaks they need to in order to kind of tweak it. There might be some drivers who come in and go, nope, car feels fine, don't change it, I'll adapt to the conditions, it'll be absolutely fine. Others might need a bit more coaching or a bit more convincing in terms of that needs tweaking here, that needs improving there.
What setup do you reckon they've got on? I think they must have gone for the wet, right?
Well, whatever it is, it's quite soft because it's rolling around quite a lot. So, but someone's certainly braving the conditions out on the RSC.
Rather them than me, Scott. It's looked more inviting than that at times, hasn't it, the sea?
You telling me you get seasick?
I'm getting seasick just watching it, to be honest. That's looks like a fairly rough ride. Maybe they're finding themselves a good vantage point for the first race to come in about an hour's time or so. But yeah, that is not an ideal day for going out on the water. But anyway, they will hopefully find themselves somewhere comfortable to watch the afternoon's action from when we get going, as I said, just before midday or so. But to return to Scott's point there about car setup, the wet conditions are always such a difficult one for the teams, because if it's dry, yes, track conditions can evolve slightly based on the temperature and how much rubber's been laid down on the track, but generally speaking, if a track is dry, There is one level of dryness that the track is at. As soon as it gets wet, though, lap by lap, let alone race by race, it can be a different kind of wet. It can be fully wet, standing water, it could be damp and greasy, it could be somewhere in between, and so the setup is always a bit of a compromise in those situations because there isn't one definitive wet setup that you can go for. So yes, the teams will report, the drivers will report back after those qualifying sessions this morning and say, right, well, the car felt a little bit understeery at low speed, so they'll make some adjustments, but then if it's slightly wetter or slightly drier for the race later on, that can make it very, very difficult to figure out exactly what to do setup-wise then. So it is a challenge for the drivers, definitely, but also for the teams. And as I made the point earlier on, if you're racing in an hour's time, Scott, really you want to be bolting that setup on now, but you don't really know what the track conditions will be like.
And many racing drivers will tell you, not all, because some prefer mixed conditions, but many drivers will tell you they want conditions to be one of two things, either fully dry or fully wet, because you've got more of an idea of what to do with the setup as a baseline. Yes, make small tweaks where you need to, but you're right, in terms of that, when it's fully dry, you kind of have an understanding of what setup to go for. When it's wet, if it's fully wet, then I'll probably have a wet setup and go, right, work with that and then maybe tweak it where it might be needed it. Where it gets tricky, when you get what we call intermediate conditions or mixed conditions, where ultimately setup predictability goes out the window. Trying to figure out exactly what to go for when it could be dry, could be wet as it goes on, is a nightmare for some teams in terms of the fit. But it depends sometimes on the feedback they get from the drivers, the telemetry they have, and anything else. So that would be quite interesting, to try and work that one out. But it will be, it's going to be interesting to see how these drivers do feedback the conditions. As you can see at the moment, unless I'm seeing things, it already seems as though it's starting to dry out on the circuit actually relatively quite quickly. It's and I have seen this before at Anglesey, where it's been fully wet. I think it was last year here at Anglesey, some of the races that we had on one of our BROCC events. We had it at one point where it was absolutely tipping it down for a couple of the races, but then by the end of the day it was back to bright blue skies and sunshine, because again, going back to that whole phrase of it has its own microclimate here on the Isle of Anglesey, it really does. And so I can see already in some of the track conditions, it's brighter, but also the circuit is still looking patchy, but it's starting to get drier relatively quickly. So whatever kind of climate is here, or whatever kind of circuit which Anglesey is in terms of how they've constructed it, it drains the water away quite well.
It does. It's also assisted by that sea breeze that comes in, and that's why I think the one part of the circuit that hasn't been drying out as much is the international loop, if you like, the Tom Price straight into the hairpin, because it's a little bit more sheltered behind the pit buildings, whereas the bit by the pit complex and out on the back straight, which really is hanging over the edge of a cliff essentially, that will always dry out a little bit more quickly. Now, if you are struggling to dry out on the track, perhaps you could go and take shelter in the Ginetta Hospitality building, which I believe is exactly what Richard John Neal has done.
You've got to love a live event where we get the chance to go behind the scenes, and normally I'm sort of working on the commentary. Great that we've got Andy and Scott here, but fantastic for me to get the chance to show you around some of the Ginetta hospitality that I've enjoyed over the years working on the championship when it was part of the British Touring Car Championship. Now, of course, part of British GT. You can see the branding, fantastic. Oh, he's disappearing, one of the drivers I was going to have a chat to. Are we all right to have a chat before we go in? I think we can. Phil McGarty. Blip to his friends. Why blip?
Mountain bike riding, I was always last. So there was a blip on the horizon. So that's a bit long and short of it, yeah.
We used to refer to Phil as Peter Kay's younger brother. Does that still get bandied around, or is that gone now you're on GT?
Only when I get the video out and people laugh, yeah.
So how's racing? I've obviously missed you this year and not seen any GT ones. Follow the live streams, follow it on TSL, but lovely to see you still with Ginetta.
Yeah, I did Upland Park this year, and then we've not got the sponsors that we used to have, so we're just doing 3 to 4 rounds this year, so we chose Upland Park, love Upland Park. Then we've got Anglesey, which I've never done before. Decided to come and have a go, and it's a brilliant track. There's a lot of grip out there in the wet, and it's going to be a good race, I think. I've
genuinely not heard a negative about this track. I mean, I didn't lay the weather on for you today, but it's a fantastic bit of tarmac, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's quite challenging, but you just got to trust in the cars, and it's brilliant on these new tyres. It's a totally different car than what it used to be.
Chairman's Cup podium beckoning for you?
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, the fat old man's class, as I call it. But yeah, no, we can have a look. We can have a look. I don't think we're starting from the best of places, but we'll push through. A lot better at starting than I am at. But we've got these rolling starts now, which I've not quite worked out yet. But yeah, looking forward to it.
There's a nice camaraderie around the paddock wherever you come. I mean, I know GT is a lovely place to be, but Ginetta on their own, this gets us to see that Ginetta has that little buzz about just when it's self-encompassed, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's. I mean, you can see all the people around you in the camper vans and everything. Everybody tips up and makes the best of what we've got, and it's a real good feeling. Yeah.
I'll let you get back to your family time because I doorstepped you here, but good to see you, Phil.
Thank you.
Enjoy the weekend. See you on the podium.
See you later.
Fingers crossed. Let's go and have a look inside hospitality. Phil McCarthy there, racing in the Academy. I'll let Johnny go in first. And yeah, this is what we enjoy on a race weekend. If you have a look around, chance for the drivers to give us have a little bit of a chill out. The race officials probably pop down there as well. Let's doorstep a couple of drivers actually as we come in by the door. Not sure if I've met you guys before. Apologies if we haven't. We'll just wait for Johnny to swing around. So I'm going to put you on the spot. Introduce yourselves, class you're racing in, what team you're in, and how's your weekend going?
Now there's the thing. I'm Alan Stockton. I'm the safety car observer for this weekend. Neil Stratton, he's a driver. Neil actually races in the MR2 Championship, and he's a front runner, let's say. So I'm in good company. Let's say.
How long have you been safety carring?
This is my 5th year. I actually do it with the GT Championship, the British GT Championship, and this is my 5th year of doing it. Previously to that, I did 24 years on the rescue unit, race rescue unit, BARC Northwest Rescue Unit. Retired from that and got a phone call for do I fancy doing the safety car. They said they visited Spa. Well, that was a deal. That was a deal breaker, you know. Oh, go on then. Yeah, I'll do it. So yeah, it's good fun. Really enjoy it. Great company, great people. It's good fun.
I forget to chat. I work BTCC weekends. Obviously, get to chat to your colleagues. We call Matt, Kieran, and Scott. Do you have a little group? Do you guys sort of chat about experiences when you bump into each other?
To be honest, no. Is the simple answer. I've spoke with Kieran a few times on texts, you know, but that's about it. I do know Kieran referees as a hobby as well. To a very good standard, absolutely. And no, we don't keep in touch with each other much. No.
It's a good group and great work that you do. It seems to me everybody's from up north though, safety car drivers. Do we not have any southern ones, or are we a bit slow?
No comment. I couldn't possibly pass comment on that, could I? No, not at all. No. It's just a great bunch of guys up here, you know, up north. We love our motorsport. And like I say, I mean, you find that a lot of people have been marshalling for a lot of years. I mean, I started in 1984. First week in June. In fact, this is my 40th year. So, you know, a lot of people, you know, they are dedicated to the sport and they just love motorsport in the Northwest, certainly around Parc and that area, you know. It's good fun.
Yeah, some quick pedallers about. I'm going to nip over and chat to your colleague. Thanks for the quick word. I'll go this side. And so, racing MR2s at the moment?
Yes, I've been racing MR2s for 14 years now. Had a Mark 1 originally and got a Mark 3 now. So it keeps me busy.
The racing experience, is that vital for being part of the safety car team?
It helps in certain situations. It's not essential, but it gives you a bit of experience with different track conditions, and it just means you've seen a lot of different things that have been going on, and yeah, it just gives you a bit more experience, I think.
And have you actually driven a Ginetta yet? Have they given you the chance?
Just a safety car. That's the only one I've driven. But it's a great car. It's an awful lot of fun, and it sounds fantastic as well.
I do. Thanks. I'll let you enjoy your coffee. Sorry for doorstepping you. Thanks very much. Safety cars, that was an added bonus for us. Thanks, guys, for having a chinwag with us. Let's nip back around the corner. I tell you what I'm going to do now. She doesn't know I'm going to do this. It's Rachel Sitek, who I know is putting together the Ginetta Scholarship, who turns her back on me. We need to grab a quick word with Rachel. Sorry to interrupt the conversation. Rachel, you're live on the stream. How are you? Lovely to see you.
Good, thanks. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. So, progress is happening on the Ginetta Scholarship.
Is it happening?
Well, you asked me if I could work on it and I couldn't, so you're working on it. So how are things looking for it this year?
Good, actually, yeah. We're around half full, so it's going well.
Glad you said half full, not half empty.
Yeah, I'm a half full type of girl. But no, it's looking good.
It's a lot of work to put together, isn't it? But tell us a little bit. I mean, I know about it, but tell the audience a little bit about the scholarship, what's involved over the 3 days.
So you have 2 qualification days where you'll do fitness, media and driving. 60% of it is marked on driving, 20% fitness, 20% media. So you'll have an intense media session with whoever it may be, not to you this year, and then an intense fitness session with Richard Chessman, and then a driving assessment. And then we'll pick a couple of people to go through to the next round, which is the final day. And then you'll drop the fitness and just do the media and the driving. And then we kind of chop it throughout the day and we get our final couple.
And it always amazes me. I mean, I've been involved in a couple of other ones, but the Ginetta one is the one where everybody comes back. If they don't win, they come back the second year.
Yeah, we've got a few people that have re-signed up, definitely. And equally, the people that don't win from that year, we always get a couple that sign up to the championship anyway. We have probably like 5 or 6 each year, so it's a great thing for people to kind of come in and get the chance to see what they can do. It's good.
And how do people enter if they maybe seeing this little promo which might get chopped up into social media?
So you just go onto the website and you click on racing, and then there's a junior scholarship tab and you can click which day you want to attend. So it'll be the 11th of October or the 12th of October, and you can sign up through there.
Rachel, thank you very much. Lovely to see you again. Well done. And we've got a doorstep Kelly at some. She keeps running away. Kelly Edmund. When she sees the mic, she disappears. But thank you, and thank you for answering well. You could probably do the media stuff yourself this year.
Thank you, Richard.
Rachel Sitek from Ginetta. Thank you very much. A little bit of information about the scholarship, and we'll talk more about that because we've got scholarship winners in and around the. Are we getting a signal to go around and outside? By any chance we are? Okay. We've had a quick look inside anyway. Haven't had a coffee, but that'll be one for later on. We'll do that. We're going to go and have a moment with the sim people. So apologies back to camera. Let's get Johnny through. Shut the door. And we're heading over here to Perfect Acceleration Sim Racing. And we've got a number of junior drivers with us that we haven't had a chance to talk to as of yet. And a little bit of sim work going on. Hi, Mick.
Hi.
That looks suspiciously. I was talking about scholarship winners. That looks suspiciously like a scholarship. Mick Sutton with us here. Mick from Perfect Acceleration Sim Racing. You do a lot for Ginetta.
I do. I'm very fortunate, really, to have a really good association with Ginetta. We're currently opened up the entry list for our second Junior Ginetta E-Series, which Ginetta very, very kindly allow us to present the first prize of a place in the Junior Ginetta Scholarship, which for me as a sim racing provider, it's for me it would be the really proud thing if I could get one of my sim races to compete in an E-Series, win the E-Series. First of all, they've got to beat 30 people in the E-Series. And then because you're obviously involved with the scholarship with Ginetta, I know, get them to win the scholarship and go basically from their bedroom to the racetrack. If that could happen, then I will be a very, very proud Perfect Acceleration owner.
The links between live racing and sim racing and certainly sim practice are getting stronger and stronger by the year, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, most of the guys now sort of anywhere between sort of 12 years of age and 17 have some sim experience. The older people like me, of course, coming back the other way, it's a little bit more of a difficult transition to come back from the real world to sim. But to go from sim to the real world, because the sims are so close now, it's much better and easier for the juniors to make that transition from sim into the real world. Yeah.
How did you get into this world? I mean, what was your path to running the company?
Okay, well, my son George used to race in junior series. He raced in junior Saxos. He ended up on the mini JCW grid. And like all fathers, eventually, I'm afraid, the money ran out for me. It's just how it is. George is now away and working. And so I wanted to sort of be involved in motorsport in some way if I could. And so I started sim racing myself, then started building sim rigs for people, then started providing E-Series, and it's grown and grown and grown, and this weekend we're actually in a place where we've got 3 separate venues all over the country, all operating this weekend. So
Where else are you?
We're at Worcester at Malvern County Showground. There's a 42 car club show on there. We've got 2 rigs there. And we've also got 2 at Alton Park for the Pageant of Power, as well as here.
Well, all that links into Ginetta, doesn't it? So it's all about, you know, people talk about business to business, and it's a bit of a cliche, but it is very much about networking, linking up, getting in front of people, pulling them in.
It is, and you know, sim racing I think is a great tool for that. It's social. You know, I've said before, racetracks are my happy place, and I'm providing something which, in the main, provides somebody with a happy place to be. So for me, it's a win-win, and I'm looking forward to growing the business a little bit more, and obviously being at more and more venues as the years progress. Yeah,
that's good. Is it possible we can get these 2 head-to-head, or are they?
We can get.
I was thinking of, because we've got a couple of. I'll let you sort that out.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mick. We'll sort that out. We'll maybe have a quick word with a couple of the juniors. So basically what we've got here at the moment on the Sims, we've got the 2 last scholarship winners. And this is by accident, I think, but we're going to maybe have a little race between the 2 and maybe stick the microphone in as they're doing it. A couple of other drivers with us here. Torin Byrne. Torin, I'm sure we met on the scholarship, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
How nervous were you on the interview? I can't remember. So you're obviously okay, because I remember the winners and the finalists, but I don't remember. I remember the really bad ones, but I don't remember yours, so it obviously wasn't a really bad one.
I was all right. I was fine. I wasn't really that bothered, yeah.
But you made it into the championship, which is great. Tell us a bit about your year so far.
All was good. We dropped off a bit, but still finding things, and we're getting back to where we were. So,
Ollie, all right today?
No.
What? What were the issues?
Just couldn't get rotation. So, but it was new tyres, something we hadn't done yet this year, in terms of in quali. So, hopefully we move on.
Fingers crossed. Good luck for the race. Thanks for having a quick chat with us. Torin and Charlie Hart, who now I hear a rumour your dad's going to throw you in Fun Cup at some point to go for that 10 grand bounty. Is he putting pressure on you for that?
Yeah, end of this year we're gonna do it at Alton. Me and Hugo, hopefully. We'll get Hugo, drag from wherever he is, because he's international now. He's left me to race GB3, but we'll get him in it as well. We'll give it a good go.
Have you done the practicing getting in and out? I mean, it's I know it's another product to Ginetta, but it is endurance racing, and that's where, you know, a lot of youngsters are looking at, isn't it, to come in with Ginetta. Have you been practicing the driver changes in the getting in and out of the car, because it's quite physical, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to get it down to like 9 seconds or something if you want to win. But I've not been able to drive it yet because I'm not actually 16 until like end of August. But when I am, I'll do a test day with someone and we'll just practice getting in and out of it.
And is the Alton Fun Cup round after the last junior round?
Yeah, I think it's end of October or middle of October, and we finish in like September. So
that's a nice step away, isn't it? And sorry, who are you doing the drive with?
Probably Hugo Schwarzer.
He was in the Junior Championship last year, wasn't he? We saw a couple of youngsters coming into Fun Cup being very, very quick earlier on in the, actually it was last year, and being quick this year in it. Do you reckon you and Hugo can grab the 10 grand bet? Basically, to explain for viewers, it's the bounty is the Fun Cup organisers. If you win your first ever race in Fun Cup, you get £10,000. And Charlie's dad reckons that the 2 youngsters go. Do you think you can do it?
Hey, I think we can do it. We just need to get everything down to a pinpoint. Like, yeah, we can do this. Like, we put everything together. We need a proper strategy. I think it's doable. I like Alton. Hugo likes Alton. So yeah.
And Ginetta Junior is providing, or has provided, Hugo, and he's providing you with that experience to move upwards and onwards, isn't it, in the world of endurance and sports car racing?
Yeah, definitely. It's the It's the best junior championship in the world. I can back that, definitely. Some great racing. So yeah, it's prepared, both of us.
Nice one, Charlie. Look forward to seeing you there. Thanks for having me. Good luck for the racing today, by the way. Are we underway? Are these guys actually doing a head-to-head now? So
they're now on track at the same time, as you can see over there. I don't know if you can pan round over there. They're now racing against each other, yes.
And these are our last two scholars, aren't they?
They are indeed, yes, they are. And yeah, we had a guy who won our E-Series last year, Nathan Williams, who did it exceptionally well, made it to the final 6, but just didn't make the cut. And you know, it's cruel, but that's life. And hopefully our next winner will do a little bit better this year, we hope.
Tell you what we might do a little bit later on. I don't know if we're going to do this tomorrow, but if we do, I think Alicia Parmovsky's about. She won the scholarship the year before Chase. Yeah, I think we need to put Alicia under a little bit of pressure, and we'll get whoever wins this one. We'll have a race off with Alicia.
Head to head. What a great idea! No, I think that's brilliant. Let's do that. I mean, I'm all for it. I mean, it's fun. The lads enjoy it. Everybody enjoys it. Yeah, if we can get her here tomorrow, perfect.
I think she's around today, but she's avoiding the mic at the moment. Normally Alicia likes a microphone, but you know. I'm going to have a quick word with Chase because he's in the lead. This is like ballast, adding me into the mix and talking to him. So I'm going to have a word with. Oh, actually, they both got clear track. So who's in the lead, Mick?
Somebody must have gone off. I think I can't really see. Can you see anybody in the mirror?
Has Chase gone off? So Johnny's sort of signalling that Jude's in the lead, so I'm going to go around and have a quick word with Jude. Jude, this is like adding ballast, so I'm going to talk to you while you're racing. Lovely to see you again. How's the season going for you?
Yeah, it's been going good. We're making good progress to getting to where we want to be on the grid.
Oh, you've stopped now. I was going to get you to carry on and prove that guys can do
line up on the grid
two things. Oh, okay, you're actually going to do the race now.
I'm coming behind him.
Brilliant. Okay, so we've been talking a little bit about Junior Scholarship, which you won last year, and that was a great 3 days.
Yeah, it was a really good days. Starting off with the media and the fitness and the driving, of course, on the first day. And then on the second day, just the media and the driving, and you get slowly cut down into smaller groups, and then by the end you get picked from the top 4. And yeah, lucky enough to be me.
Are you going to whoop Chase in this race?
And we are.
Let's go and have a quick word with Chase for that. Good luck, Jude. Let's have a word with Chase. Jude thinks he's going to beat you. Thoughts before you go live?
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Go for it, Chase. Both two real characters, actually. Here we go. The race is about to get underway on the Sims.
2, 1, go.
So we're looking at Chase Fernandez at the moment. Oh, I think Jude was quick. Oh, look, that's Clark of the course already. They're going to be talking to the class, but Chase has got the line going into turn 1. Jude's trying to hang it around the outside. He's coming up towards the banking now. Yeah, it's the first commentary on Ginetta I've done this year. Oh, he's locked out. Jude's through into the. You can see how much fun sim racing is. This is great. So Jude's. Well, is Chase going to be able to pull this back? How long is this, by the way?
It's a 10-minute session. The competition we're running today, when we're not racing against each other, is a fastest lap competition. £10, 10 minutes, with a £50 prize for the person who gets the fastest lap of the day. So we like to try and keep it interesting, and normally by the end of the day it gets very, very competitive.
I'll tell you, he's just invented sim rallycross.
Yeah, so it looks like, yes. I don't think that's entirely legal.
Coming down to Peel Corner, we were here a couple of weeks ago. Did you know Peel's named after John Peel, the DJ? Say it every time we're here.
I did, actually. Yes, I did.
The youngsters don't even know Andy McEwen. I had to explain to Andy McEwen who John Peel was. And I did a passable impersonation, and he just blanked, you know. But John was there. And he did his national service here, John Peel.
That's right, yes. That's so I believe, yeah. So I believe.
What a brilliant track, though, isn't it? And both variations are good. The international circuit's great. I love the way when... I don't know if we saw it on camera, but Chase was going out of church and then up the hill towards Rocket, and he looked bored. He was looking around because the car was doing all the work for him. It's the longest stretch, isn't it, of pretty much flat?
Of this track, yeah. I mean, you know, sim racing is what it is. I mean, people often accuse sim racing of not being real. Well, it isn't real, and it can't ever be real. But what it can be is true to its name, which is a simulation. And to learn lines, learn braking points, look for your datum points around the track, sim racing is, in my opinion, the best tool there is. And obviously, especially for juniors who parents are working hard to keep them on track anyway. You know, not all of them can afford all the test days that are required. And you know, sim racing is the next best thing to get your laps of practice in before you get to the track.
Do you do the? Do you sell the kit as well? Arrange the rigs?
Everything I do is I build and sell the sim rigs. I custom build them now. I don't really do bronze and silver and gold. I do everything is custom in my world. Because we're all different shapes, we're all different sizes, and we all need different seats. Not everybody can afford, you know, a triple screen setup, for example, so we can build simulators with single screens, triple screens, varying levels of equipment, and also PCs. My daytime job is an IT manager, so the building the PCs is the easy part for me. Yeah.
It's super kit, isn't it? And again, anyone watching can come and talk to you about maybe having a sim session, getting involved in the e-racing, and maybe getting on that ladder to Ginetta.
Absolutely, we'd be delighted to talk to anybody. I mean, this is the business we're in, and you know, I'm a big advocate of junior racing, because having been a racing father of a junior, then you know, I have a certain empathy towards the juniors, I have to say. And I would be, as I said before, super proud if I could get one of my juniors that have come through my E-Series into the real world racing. It would be a very proud moment for me, definitely.
It will happen for sure. I was thinking about the strong links with sim racing, and sorry to move away from Ginetta, but
okay.
The lad that's doing well, obviously Deegan Fairclough, leading F4, won a sim competition with 1,000 entrants.
He did indeed.
And proved that being good on the sim can translate to being good on the track. He's leading FIA F4.
Yeah, I know. There is, as I said, there is a definite synergy there now between that transition, especially for the younger driver, to go through the sim racing world, because it is ultra competitive. It is as competitive as the real world. You know, in a lot of the E-Series we do, between first and say 10th on the grid after qualifying, there'll be less than a tenth of a second. And that mirrors the real world exactly, and you can win or lose a race. Well, we didn't see that incident on camera, but they've just come together with a simple little tap. And you know, by commentating in the real world.
Do you do the clerking in the sim racing as well?
We don't. In actual fact, I employ a clerk, an MSA clerk. So we try and run our E-Series as close to a full race weekend as possible. We have a safety car and a safety car driver. I have a broadcaster, obviously, that has to broadcast it. We have a commentator, like yourself, that commentates on the events live. They're broadcast on YouTube. And then I employ an MSA clerk of the course, and we run as close to the blue book as we possibly can. There are some differences, obviously, but as close as we possibly can, we run to the blue book.
Fantastic, Mick. Thank you for that. We've still got a few more laps to do. They did have that moment, which is, yeah. If you're coming into the world of sim racing and you're thinking, look at this, yeah, I fancy a go here. It is taken very seriously. The organisation is incredible, even as Mick said, to getting race officials in. I know judicials can take a long time.
Yeah, we have a proper procedure for that, where we try and stop people putting in I wouldn't call them silly, but unnecessary protests against other drivers. And the way that we control that is, like some series do in the real world, in order to submit a protest after one of our races against another driver, you have to submit 2 of your championship points. If your protest is upheld, your points are returned, and if you lose, then unfortunately you lose those things, and it stops people just protesting for the sake of protesting. And again, you know, it tightens it up, and if you have the proper procedures in place, it's a good start for the juniors, because they know what to expect when they get to the track. You know, you can't just drive around and hit people, because it costs people a lot of money. In the real world, and potentially it's unsafe. Whereas on the sim, of course, there are little consequences for having an accident, let's say. But in an E-Series, in a competition, then it's important not to have those accidents and to finish the race. And every point, as in the real world, every point counts, because you will have good rounds and bad rounds. And that's how it is. Yeah.
These guys are enjoying it. That's great. We'll maybe chat a little bit more about these tomorrow. So, Tom Ingram Hill, He's here. Good to see you too, Mick. Thank you for that. How's it going, Tom?
It's going good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Weekend so far?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Had a lot of pace, especially after Donington, which was a rough race for us. Got P10 in quali, which is pretty good. So hopefully we can go forward from there and be good.
So you're a first-year driver, is that right?
Yeah. I did the last round at Donington last year, but I only had like 8 days in the car before doing that race, and I got a top 10 on the first day, so that's quite good.
That's pretty impressive. Part of the R Racing team, we had a word with Chase earlier on, didn't we? And, you know, a great little team.
Yeah, it's great. Everyone there is so friendly and so supporting, and it's no like surprise that they're shaping people to be really good drivers like Freddie Slater. Everyone's there working really hard, and it shows. Now, I do a bit of work, you may or may not know, with Phil Glue, who's one of your driver coaches. Give me some dirt, give me some gossip on Phil Glue, something that I can take the mickey out of him on in future. I don't really know, but it was his birthday yesterday, so yeah, it was his birthday yesterday, so they were just putting photos on Instagram of him, and there's quite a lot of funny photos. Do you know how old he is? 41, I think. Yeah, spot on. Well done, well done, Tom. Yeah, know your coach is a good thing, and that's good. So we're going to have some more folk coming over to chat to, I think, a little bit later. Tom, good luck for the weekend. What's your prediction for the race, by the way? I think I'm going to win it, to be honest. Win. Good man, well done. That's what we like to hear. Tom Ingram Hill has a quick word with us, and a few more drivers lining up to have a go on the sim. Chase, that looked okay. Bit of fun.
It was. I think Jude's very fast on the sim. I'll give him that. Hard to keep up, but it was good racing. You know, the sim. I use the sim to prepare at home when I can't get the track time. It's a great tool to use for anyone trying to get into racing, especially with the Ginetta. And yeah, it's a good laugh, isn't it, really? It's great fun. And we're a year down the road from when you won the scholarship, and you know, I noticed, Jane, you came back for the final day of scholarship last year, and you were a great little character when you won the scholarship, but that seems to develop. You're enjoying your racing, you enjoy it. It is about characters in the paddock, and how are you sort of finding this, and where's your next move? Is it Ginetta Senior, or will you look outside? The next move, you tell me. It's really whatever I get offered on a big budget. The big budget we don't really have, so it's a struggle. That's kind of why I went for the scholarship, and that's why I have to thank Ginetta like all the time. I can't thank them enough for putting me on the grid, because otherwise I wouldn't have been stood here right now in the hunt for a championship, which I couldn't be happier with. And yeah, so you just have to see where it goes, really. Everything's dead expensive in racing. See if I can get any big backers. Anyone out there? I am here. See if I can get any sponsorship, big sponsorship, and we'll see what we can move on to. There's a lot of work you can do, isn't there, in promoting brands and things like that as a driver, which is where somebody needs to pick you up as someone already with a winning pedigree. Yeah, definitely. I'm covered in logos, because that's what we need. We need help, and obviously there's still space for anyone wanting to jump on, and we can start a good journey going. Nice one, good luck with that. Let's have a look around some of the other drivers that we've got here. And so yeah, Fox Motorsport. Yeah. Fox Motorsport. I haven't seen them for a while. Is your man over from the States? Because you guys have raised Liam racing. He's racing in the States this year, isn't he?
At the moment, USF Juniors. I think he's doing pretty well at the moment. He got a bit of bad luck last weekend out at Virginia, but I think he's doing really well at the moment.
So you're Jack Robertson, first-year driver?
Yeah, so I did the final 2 rounds of last year, did like testing, little bits and bobs all through last year, and then sort of gone for it this year for like the full attack, yeah.
How are you finding it?
Yeah, it's, because for me, I only came from like 2 years of sort of club level karting, so it's been quite a struggle to get up onto like the class of what this field's like got to offer sort of thing, but yeah, I think I'm getting there sort of thing, so yeah, all good at the moment.
The rookie year is really important, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really difficult, especially if you've not got like the experience. Like my teammates, James and Colin, they're both like gone and done really well in Europe and like Miami karting and stuff like, and they've picked up to it like really quickly. But I myself haven't had quite that much experience, so it's taking a bit longer. But yeah, progressing nicely though, so all good.
That's good. We'll enjoy G-Fest, and we'll hopefully see you on the podium at some point.
Cross fingers.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. Hi, I'm Richard.
Hi, Richard.
Nice to see you. And what a great bit of kit to have a chat in front of.
Oh gosh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it looks a little bit different to the G56. So.
It does. How was the first session for you?
Good, yeah, good. Plenty of grip. Quite happy. I'm an utter rookie, so every race weekend it's it's a challenge. But the main thing is I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
So how many meetings in are you now?
4. So I only stepped foot on a circuit ever for the first time August last year, and I'm racing. So, but the main thing, the points and podiums, I'm not really fussed about. I just love the whole picture, I'm just enjoying myself.
The people thing's mega, isn't it, with the paddock, whichever paddock you're in. I've lost touch a little bit with Ginetta, obviously, now they're on GT.
I'm on the Want to Race team, the Ginetta Works team. So, and yeah, we all get on great. But this is my local circuit, so I'm a Welsh girl on my local circuit today, which is quite nice.
Have you driven it before?
I have, yeah. Yeah, I've done quite a bit of testing here. Not so much in the wet. I have had a couple of days testing in the wet, but yeah. So it's there's a lot of people coming today locally to support, which I don't know what to think of that, to be honest.
It can put a bit of pressure on, can't it? But just go and enjoy it.
That's what I'm here to do, enjoy it, and really am.
Well, thanks for the chat and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
I think we're getting a little bit of a talk to wrap up. Sorry, I couldn't hear the radio as well as the other person. So I think we're going to... Oh, we've got a little bit more to go, have we? Okay, a little bit more to go. So what we're going to do then, we've done the sim, maybe go for a wander round over here and look around some of the cars that we've got, the GT Academy cars. So Jonathan from Pirelli has been persuaded to have a chat. Big part of the Ginetta paddock.
Yes, absolutely. It's our first year with Ginetta this year. Very happy to be here. It's a nice addition to our local motorsport programs.
Great strong brand. Everybody knows Pirelli, don't they? So to be associated with Ginetta must be great for you.
Yes, that's absolutely fantastic. Obviously, beginning of last year, Ginetta moved over to the British GT package, which we've been on since 2016. And I think it was just from the longer that's been going on, it's just a nice, easy way to bring them onto our products as well. Because we're quite fortunate. We support a lot of championships like British Formula 4, which obviously goes all the way up the FIA pyramid into Formula 1. We do obviously a lot of GT racing as well, and Ginetta is just a nice addition to that, with the juniors going into the low-end single-seaters, and the guys in the GT Academy and GT Pro potentially going into GT racing.
How complicated is it over the course? I mean, this sort of weekend for you is solely Ginetta, our wonderful G-Fest. How many different compounds of tyre do you bring along? I mean, is it the same one for the GT Championship as it is for the Academy, or is there a difference there? And I guess the juniors will be different again.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly simple, to be honest, so that the juniors have their own tyre. It's a really standard road tyre, our Cinturato P1, which you can buy in any tyre dealership around the land. The GT Academy is a sort of intermediary step where it has our Trofeo R product, which is our track legal, our road legal track day tyre. And then the GT Pro have our proper slick and wet tyre. So there's sort of 3 different levels, sort of starting from pure road up to pure race. Size range is very simple, so sort of one size for the GT Pro, one size for the Academy, and one size for the juniors. So actually a very concise range of tyres that we have here.
And do you support other things in British GT?
Yeah, so we have the whole British GT Championship, we have GT Cup, we have GB3 and GB4, and 4 British Formula 4 Championships, Ferrari Challenge UK, Porsche Club Championships. We also, as part of the UK business, run European GT4 Series and McLaren Trophy, so yeah, certainly plenty to keep us busy on the circuit side.
But this weekend a little bit more straightforward, which is quite good. Obviously, we're just being the focus on Ginetta.
Absolutely, yes. For me, it's very good because all my colleagues are down in Spa for the 24-hour race, and I've certainly the weather maybe not quite as good, but I have certainly got the slightly easier weekend.
It's going to be nice tomorrow, I think, James. So that'll be okay. One of the questions I wanted to ask you guys is, obviously, you do the deal with the championship and the commercial side of it. Is signed up. How many people, in terms of representatives from teams, or maybe the drivers themselves, actually come and talk to Pirelli about the tyre?
Obviously, in the initial phase, where they've had the previous tyre manufacturer was with Ginetta for over a decade, so it always represents, I guess, on their side a risk when there's any change, not only in product but in manufacture as well. Now again, we're fortunate because we're on many race packages around the UK. We're quite a known quantity, even on a personal level, for the majority of people, I would say. So that makes the transition easier. But look, we always have at least one senior member of staff at every event in the UK that we go to. So we're certainly always willing and able to discuss anything if it's just what's going to happen on the weekend, nice chit chat, or something more specific about the tyre on the technical side.
I just wonder whether any of the drivers, this might be a thing for the scholarship, particularly with the juniors. Do any of the juniors ever come and say, hello, I'm so-and-so and I'm racing in juniors, thanks for what you do? Or
not so often, but obviously they're young guys, aren't they? And they're maybe slightly more timid. I think as the drivers get older and slightly more forthright in their opinions, they're much more willing to come and engage.
That's interesting to know. And season, obviously we're halfway through the season, or thereabouts. Decent year so far?
Yes, very good. I mean, look, the standard of driving has been really, really good. The juniors have really impressed me this year, actually. Our tyre is quite different from the previous manufacturer. Very much like a very standard road tyre. Right. But the way that they conduct themselves on track, considering their age, they all seem actually, it's very hard, strong racing, but very respectful as well. And to be honest, a lot of the more experienced guys could learn a lot from the way that the juniors conduct themselves on circuit.
That's really nice to hear, and it's a very good, strong championship again, isn't it, this year, the Ginetta Juniors?
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I think it's so great, for that first step into car racing from go-karting for a lot of them. That's why I say really, really represents a good championship for further stepping stones in their career. And honestly, if you can race at the front end of Ginetta Juniors, you're always destined for good things.
Excellent. James, thanks for taking the time to talk to us, and thank you for your support of the championship.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. So nice to get a little bit of background there with James Pirelli, and not sure if we've got any other bits and bobs being teed up, getting a little shake of the head at the moment over there. Let's go this way. Are we going to go back into hospitality, are we thinking about it? Because it's raining, it's not a bad shout to do. Obviously the Ginetta LMP car, which is absolutely still. I don't know if we'll get to see that on track over the course of the weekend at all. I'm going to talk to some guests actually. Hello. Hello. You all right for a chat? We got some. Sorry, Johnny. We'll try and get you around this way for the light and not to get rain on the camera. So, purpose of visit?
We're here with these guys supporting Ethan Carney. Yeah. So we sponsor one of the cars as well. TW Jones Property.
Okay, which car was that?
Ethan Carney's car.
I think I remember Ethan from the scholarship. He joined us at the scholarship, so you're involved. So what does your business do?
We're a building company, so we specialise in heritage building projects and big house renovations, that kind of thing.
So have you been around the course of the season with Ethan and supporting him, or is this the first time you've seen him?
It's the first time we've come, yeah.
And what do you reckon?
Yeah, it's good. It's nice to see it up front. Noah's a huge F1 fan, so he's really enjoying it, and just nice to see cars up close, isn't it? And see the actual speed and on the actual track.
Noah, who's your? Got to ask the question. Who's your favourite F1 driver?
Charles Leclerc.
Leclerc. Why not Lando Norris used to race juniors?
Yeah.
That's okay. You're entitled to. What is it about Charles Leclerc that you like?
He just races Ferrari, and I don't know. I'm a Ferrari fan, so yeah.
Big Ferrari fan.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with being Ferrari fans. Thank you for joining. Enjoy the weekend. Thank you for supporting one of the drivers as well. And Noah, now your dad's supporting a driver in the championship. He'll be supporting you, I think, on the way. Have a go on the sim. Get yourself bedded if you haven't already. Lovely. Have a great weekend. Lovely to chat to you. Thank you very much for sticking with us for our little informal chats around the paddock. We'll have more during the lunch break. I think in the meantime, time to go back to Andy and Scott.
Thank you, Richard. Top work from Richard John Neal, by the way, padding out this lunch break out in what is not exact. Well, I was going to say not your typical summer's day. Maybe it is the typical summer's day here at Anglesey, but the weather very much closing in around us once again as we move ever closer to a resumption of on-track action with 3 races to bring you in the relatively near future, with the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship due to kick off at 11:40, so in just over 15 minutes time, so 10 minutes or so hopefully before we get the cars out onto the circuit. And after that, we will have a race apiece for the GT Championship, the GT Academy, and the Ginetta Juniors. Then the lunch break, and I think I said before that there was going to be a demonstration after the lunch break, but that apparently is not happening anymore, so we should resume racing at about 2:10 this afternoon. So any timings that you've seen for the afternoon races in particular, you can lop an hour off those now, and we'll be starting a little bit earlier than originally planned. So, interesting morning that we've had so far. 3 very entertaining qualifying sessions, and with the races now looking likely to take place in very similar conditions, if not slightly worse conditions actually, than the qualifying sessions did earlier on today. It'll be interesting to see whether we see the same drivers appearing at the front, or whether perhaps some others are able to find a bit more pace in the race. They're 20-minute races for all of our Ginetta Championships this weekend, and so not a lot of time to gain track position, but if you have managed to crack the setup and figure things out, then it might be an opportunity for them to pick up some good points. And as we made the point earlier on, lots of points on offer. 73, I think I'm right in saying, each day. 74 perhaps, actually, because second fastest lap times are setting grids for the second race, so you get a point for pole position in that second race as well. So yeah, lots of points on offer each day, 140 odd across the weekend. And as we move into the second part of the season now, really, those points start to become more and more significant. So Andy McEwen and Scott Woodwiss up here in the commentary box. And Scott, we've had the much easier job over the course of this little break than Richard John Neal has. We're sat in warm, in the dry, with a lovely view over the Anglesey International Circuit. A spare a thought for not only Richard, but all of our camera operators and, of course, to the marshals all out there braving the conditions. And, you know, hopefully that weather's going to improve for them later on this afternoon. But actually, I'm sort of intrigued, Scott, to see what sort of racing we get if it is wet, because obviously drivers far more prone to making mistakes if the conditions are slightly challenging. We could see a bit of a shuffling of the order, and at this midpoint in the season, that could be really interesting to see the effect that it has on the championship tables.
Yeah, first in terms of the conditions, it looks more like Silent Hill rather than a racetrack out there. It's very, very misty all around, so we're intrigued to see. And again, using the weather radar of can you see the RSC or not, no you can't. They're just a wall of grey, so I think the conditions at the moment are not going to improve too much. But you are right in terms of how intriguing these races are going to be. It's just how mixed are these conditions going to turn out to be. Is it going to be fully wet? Is it going to start drying out a little bit if the weather happens to start improving, which I think, if we're honest with ourselves, is not going to happen anytime soon, really, given how it looks. But in terms of these mixed conditions, that will certainly be the challenge for everyone to try and put the right setup on this one, particularly when it comes to getting the right choice on tyres, because I'm certain everyone will probably go on to, those who have to pick wets will go onto wet tyres for that side, but it's whether or not how they use them and how they bear them up, and who's more conservative, whose driving style suits these conditions, and the tyres on top of that as well. It's going to be very interesting to see who can make the right setup choices, and who in turn can then master this circuit the best. And also see how much these drivers will have learned from that qualifying session, how much will they've gone over some of the data and gone, okay, well, where can we improve here? Can we brake a little bit later here? Can we kind of get on the power a bit sooner here? Turn it a bit sooner here? Take this line through the corner instead? Because we saw with the mix of conditions, there were different lines being taken, of course, to give on the wet or the dry lines, depending on maybe the setup or what they were more comfortable with. I think a good example of that was when we saw, I think it was Chase Fernandez and Henry Jocelyn together on track, and they were taking two very different lines, and you could see by the pace that not only was Henry Jocelyn quicker, but he was more comfortable on that the wider lines, what they call the karting line or the wet line, going off the traditional racing line where there would be plenty of grip down there. Chase stuck to the regular racing line. That's after that first initial lap. He was 2.5 seconds slower than Henry's time, which put him down the order. So maybe Chase is struggling a bit more than others, but how they then bounce back or how they then progress into this first race and how these conditions will affect racecraft is also going to be pretty tricky too, because how much risk do you take on a circuit that is going to literally change conditions and change grip levels quite literally, almost corner by corner or lap by lap? It's going to be a tough one for them out there, particularly a circuit that they've literally never raced at before. done some qualifying that's, but they've actually raced before, so even they'll be learning on the fly where the best passing spots as well. But the only time they've probably raced on there is, I'm guessing, on the sim against any AI competitors. And sometimes they're not the smartest or the brightest, sometimes depending on what sim you go on to. In fact, there isn't an official sim I know that has got Anglesey as a licensed circuit. So they've always had to go and get someone who has created a version of Anglesey, shall we say, in order to get themselves accustomed to it. But I think this could be quite enthralling, and I think hopefully with this new circuit, to them, and also with these races coming up, I hope we get a surprise or to someone who pops up and gets a result that maybe no one's really expecting, and maybe masters Anglesey quicker than some of the other established front runners. It'd be quite interesting to see if that happens.
I think there's a very good chance that will happen, to be honest. It's a unique kind of circuit anyway. Anytime you go to a new circuit, a circuit that hasn't been used in the championship before, which is rare in the UK these days. It's been an awfully long time since a new racetrack was built in the UK. In fact, this probably is the newest circuit in a way, because it was redesigned. Perhaps Snetterton 300, I suppose, might you would argue be the newest one. That was what, 15 years ago or so.
That was about 2011 or so.
Yeah.
I think it was redone. I think it was a completely brand new circuit made from scratch. I'd have thought it would have been Rockingham in 2001, or the sadly now defunct Rockingham.
Well, when did they redesign Anglesey? It was, I had a feeling it was after that.
It was about, I think, 2006, 2007.
Yes,
I think they redesigned
and it was completely new. I mean, there was nothing about the new Anglesey circuit that had been on the original layout, to my understanding.
Well, I believe that the current back straight down towards the bus stop, that's where there is an old pit complex, a pit lane. That's where there used to be the old pit lane. And there are some parts of the old circuit, I think, of the road which used to some of the access roads, some of the other control buildings, etc. But it should be pretty interesting to see how they can work out with that. I believe that Richard John Neal, whilst we wait for this first of our race to come up, we've got the Director of Motorsport from Ginetta down with Richard John Neal. So let's have a chat with them and see what they have to say.
Delighted to catch up with Mike Simpson, Motorsport Director of Ginetta. Half-term report?
Yeah, the delights of a Welsh summer. Typical, isn't it? But no, we're all having great fun. Everybody I've spoken to loves the circuit, and I had a few laps sneakily in a GT Pro yesterday, and it's a proper driver circuit, and it's the grips, it's quite abrasive, the tarmac, so the tyres drop off quick. So I'm looking forward to some pretty exciting battles out there. You're going to have different car setups, which is quite unique. I think most people end up in a window and very similar, and but here you've got to look after the rear tyres. So I think there'll be some people which might come through better as the races go on. But yeah, we're happy to be here. Grid numbers are healthy. Juniors is really special this year. And yeah, just need to get the GT Pros a little bit more. So I've just been chatting with John from Pirelli UK, trying to look at some more incentives to get people in for next year. And just keep banging the drum as we do and promoting British motorsport.
When you announced that you were coming here, I know last year Silverstone and Cadwell Park, wasn't it, last year? And the dates clashed for me, and I said, can I come and be a part of it? And thankfully, I'm here. Weather doesn't matter on Anglesey to me personally, but the racing's great, the people are good.
Yeah, it's great. I was hoping we could take this out, but it's a little bit fast, I think, for Anglesey. It was great to run it at G-Fest last year. We was hoping for the LMP3, the next generation of car, to be out. So it's a new regulation for everybody next year. It's moving to a 3.5 twin turbo package with the 4 different chassis manufacturers, and we're looking to come back to ELMS and Michelin Le Mans Cup in a big way. So we've all fired up each manufacturer in the workshop. Ligier was supposed to be doing a straight line test on Thursday, but we're not quite there with the engines yet, so Orica don't want us to run. So yeah, it's a shame, because this would have been the first global viewing of a next generation P3 car at Anglesey. It should have been pretty cool, wouldn't it? But yeah, unfortunately it's not coming. So yeah, we've got a Ginetta Owners Club parade a little bit later, a bit of a track day demo session. Did take the safety car, do a bit of drifting, but typical Ginetta fashion, have some fun. That's what we're here to do, and watch some good, hard quality motor racing.
Yeah, 2 whole meetings as well, isn't it? So tomorrow's another day. I think the weather's going to be drier tomorrow. Yeah. And really, from a driver's perspective, and from the commentator, I know Andy McEwen, we love a wet race, but we love a dry race. We're getting both. We're getting everything here.
No, that's right, and I like this format. It's really good because, if quality's not quite right for you. You start it in the back of the grid, and if you don't make it up to get your grid for the next race, where here you can reset both days, which is nice. So you can maybe be off today and come back strong tomorrow. So there's a lot of points, on the table for people to grab. The wet's always a leveller. The junior car, I can't explain to anybody watching how difficult it is to drive. It's a bog standard Pirelli road tyre, very, very capable to take you to Morrison's, but to drive hard around a circuit, it's challenging. So I can't wait to watch the junior race. Those boys and girls are going to be sending the car. They're going to be moving everywhere. Traction's going to be difficult, but it's what we want to see at Ginetta. It's true driving. There's no ABS, no traction control, no power steering. They're learning to drive in the hardest way possible, and that will make the best drivers of the future. It will. And look at what Lando's doing. Wasn't long ago he was here. Freddie Slater's on that trajectory. He was here last year. So, we've been around forever, it feels, in British motorsport, but we firmly believe in our formula, and it's all about the education, the apprenticeship. You've got to learn to drive. It's very easy to stick a drive in a car like this, and believe it or not, an LMP1 is a very easy car to drive. It naturally goes fast. It's got the best tyres in the world, the best brakes, sophisticated systems. But I want a driver to be able to come out of a junior and you could put them in a Lotus Cortina and they could drive correctly. And there's so many manufacturers now are rushing people into GT2, GT3, very sophisticated cars, but you're missing a bit of the art form, which is feeling what's underneath you, driving to the grip, and you driving. So, yeah, I think it's. I think we're growing in demand. The junior, there's a rival series coming online next year, which is exciting, and I wish them well. But we don't need to change anything. The cars have stood the test of time. They've done so many kilometres, hit every curb, hit every barrier in the UK, and we've got people coming back for more. So, yeah, as long as people keep wanting Ginetta, we'll be here. But it's going really well. Export's good. A lot of cars going abroad. Cars going to New Zealand, America, Peru, of all places. So we're doing really well.
And I remember having a conversation with you at one of the scholarships about, you were telling me, we're talking to Jonathan Palmer about putting cars out for Palmer Sport, and now they've run their own scholarship to put a guy on the grid who's on pole.
I know, exactly. And James was a shock to win, as anybody. He kind of got thrown into it, made the final, and went to Donington, and it was really close who won that. And yeah, just a breath of fresh air, James. He just runs his building business down in Essex during the week and jumps in a race car, and he's dynamite. He's really good. So I hope we can help James stay in the sport for years to come and be a really good AM, I think, going forward. But no, it's great to be working with Jonathan and MSV, and we're backing each other, which is nice, and promoting junior motorsport. So there's entry offers into the GB4s and GB3s from Ginetta Juniors. So we're actively pushing drivers into single seaters, and also the prizes we offer in our GT cars is pretty unrivaled. I mean, if you win GT Pro in Pro RM this year, I give you a British GT car for next year. It's a serious prize. So we're really laying it out there, and we're just wanting people to come and use us as the journey to wherever their dream takes them.
Going back to juniors again, just to underline the strength before we go to our first race of the weekend, the GTs, as you mentioned. I always said year on year the juniors were getting stronger, and there's been an acknowledgement of that this year, because not only have you got the overall winner, who could be a rookie driver, but also you've got freshmen catered for as well now, who might not have had that experience.
It's a really important champion your class, that, and podium, because we want to. It's great that you've done karting, but it shouldn't be about that. If you've got the desire to be on the grid and the family can commit to that, there should be an opportunity for you. And it's not fair you're competing with maybe a European FIA kart race who's racing Series 8. So that the Freshman Cup's just to give somebody the recognition of, a lack of experience, but they're firmly out there on the grid and mixing it with the more experienced kids. So no, I think that will grow, and it's my job to grow that. And we're doing a lot of work behind the scenes, going into schools, different events to try and promote that and get more people on the grid. That's Ginetta's place, is to get more licence holders in motorsport.
We've got some of them on the grid now. Mike, thanks for chatting to us. They're on the green flag lap for the first race of the weekend. Mike Simpson, thanks for joining us. Back to Andy and Scott for our first GT race of the weekend.
Thanks very much, Richard. Cars on their green flag lap then ahead of our first race of the day in soggy and slippery conditions here on the Anglesey International Circuit. It is the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship who takes centre stage to kick off our afternoon of racing. Qualifying earlier on this morning, you may remember, saw Mackenzie Douglas very much the man on form, but will he be able to continue that into the race? Well, we're about to find out with a 20-minute race in these slippery conditions set to get underway in the next few minutes. Mackenzie Douglas will have on the front row with him Nick White, the AM pole sitter, and those of course are your two championship leaders within this category as well. And so will they retain their positions at the top of the points come the end of the weekend? You certainly wouldn't bet against it, would you, based on what we've seen there from the qualifying session? Remember, it's an it is a fairly sizable lead, isn't it, for Mackenzie Douglas in the overall championship. He's 21 points clear of Luke Garlick. Nick White at 97 the road from Matt Shaw. Let's take a look then, shall we, at how they line up on the grid for our opening race of the day. Like I said, Mackenzie Douglas, the man on form in qualifying. 136.965 sees him qualify on pole position with Nick White lining up alongside him. Harry Mansion and Matt Shaw will have row number 2 together. Another pro-AM combo there. Harry Mansion a pro, Matt Shaw second of the AM and second within the AM Championship as well. And there you can see they will be lining up in row number 2. Row 3 will be James Taylor and Luke Garlick. Connor Garlick and Callum Noble row 4. Peter Mansion will be at the back of the grid. So a rolling start it will be for the Ginetta GT Academy, as has been the case throughout 2024. And only the juniors now have a standing start these days. So 2x2 they run through the final corner. In the increasing gloom, it's probably the worst, I would say, the conditions have been so far today. And this is going to certainly provide a challenge for the drivers then as we prepare to get racing underway here at Anglesey. So very slowly they're bringing their way through the final corner. I can tell you that because I can see it out of the window, not on the TV screen, because that was a very murky view of the final corner as the weather very much closes in, but they cross the line and we're away and racing here at Anglesey then. Mackenzie Douglas on the inside line and Nick White trying to find some grip on the outside line, which should be the grippier side of the road in these conditions, but he gets muscled out a little bit by Harry Mansion, who moves up to challenge for second place. They steam into the banking for the first time. Harry Mansion trying to find some room, just wants to clear Nick White really, so that he can have a pop at Mackenzie Douglas up the back straight. He's on the outside line for Church Corner. Douglas trying to fend them both off, which he successfully does, and Nick White manages to wriggle his way back through into second place. So Douglas, White, Mansion the top 3. Fourth position by the looks of it is James Taylor up ahead of Matt Shaw, who is slipping back behind Connor Garlick. So Connor Garlick with a good start as the leaders descend upon Rocket for the first time, and Harry Mansion goes up the inside of not one but 2 of them and tries to get the lead away. That was super confident under braking from Harry Mansion. He clears Nick White. He is alongside Mackenzie Douglas. That's the outside line through Rocket Out, through Peel. But as we've said many times already, that is the grippier side of the road in the wet conditions. He doesn't quite have the grip to clear Mackenzie Douglas, but Scott Woodwith, it looks to me as though Harry Mansion is up for the fight.
He certainly has quite a rapid start. I wasn't sure if he was going to get that stop for Rocket, but he did manage to get it up on the anchors just about enough. And I did expect him to possibly take the outside line and go for the lead in through Peel Corner, but better grip and traction for Douglas on the inside helps him out. Down to the hairpin for the first time. Douglas still leads. It is now Mansion in second place. White into third. And we'll figure out the rest of the order as they come out across the line for the first time. In fourth position, looking through the gloom, is
James Taylor.
James Taylor, thank you. So down towards the bus stop for the first time. Connor Garlick still has that tape over the front left headlight for some particular reason, so they haven't fully prepared that. But across the line to end lap number 1. And Connor Garlick, 2 of them getting very sideways. The car that was across the line, that was Callum Noble, following what Connor Garlick did right in front of him. Connor Garlick repeated what he did in qualifying, which was getting very sideways on the exit curve. But it is Douglas who leads, Mansion second, Nick White in third. James Taylor and Matt Shaw rounding out the top 5 as they come out of the hairpin and up to banking and up towards Church for the first time. Douglas has the lead, but I have to say, Harry Mansion, you're absolutely right, looking very racing on his toes at the beginning of this second lap.
Harry Mansion joined us at the second round of the championship at Silverstone, but has yet to finish on the podium within his class. Well, he's already second place in his class and challenging Mackenzie Douglas for the lead then as they head towards Rocket for the second time. So Douglas then defending the inside line. We ride on board with the 4th place man, James Taylor, who is staring at the back of the AM class leader, Nick White. So these are the top 2 drivers in the AM category. You can just about see Nick White off in the distance. Visibility from the driver's seat won't be an awful lot better, I don't think, than from our onboard camera as they head through Peel Corner and are about to burst back into sight then. Douglas leading, Mangan second, Nick White going with them, I would say, in 3rd place, and maybe dropping James Taylor ever so slightly in 4th. 5th then for Matt Shaw, so he lost a position from where he started. Conor Garlick has got ahead of his brother Luke Garlick. Again, both of the Garlicks, though, struggling in the slippery conditions. Callum Noble and Peter Mangan at the back of the field. They round the head and then at the end of the Tom Price straight, head down, as Scott said earlier on, the old pit straight, and they will bear left at the end of it through the bus stop. Around to complete another lap of racing. Mackenzie Douglas looking to try and build a margin here if he can over Harry Mangan, but so far, Scott, not really able to do so. The gap does go out to 3/4 of a second, but Mangan is still keeping him honest.
And he has to keep himself in contention where he can. The field's staying relatively close together in these opening couple of laps, but now you start to see them ever so slightly spread out as the race starts to settle down into its first third, going towards that end of the first half as we come towards it. Douglas just settling in these conditions. It seems as though he's got enough comfort to hold on. And where have we seen this before? The 2 Garlicks together on track, Connor ahead of Luke. If there's 2 Garlicks together, does that make it a Clover Garlick?
Oh, very good. Very good.
I was brewing that on for the last couple of minutes. Anyway, back to the more serious stuff. Just saw Matt Shaw there in the 33. And yeah, the AM category was looking pretty tight. It's Nick White who's leading from James Taylor and Matt Shaw, 3 of them together through the shot. And then the rest of our other couple of pro drivers. There is the number 19 we saw there, Callum Noble. He was the one that also got sideways along with Conor Garlick on the exit of the final corner. And Douglas getting sideways, a huge twitch through the corkscrew as you turned into the left-hander onto that back straight. Now that would have certainly helped Mangan get a little bit closer, but if anything, it looks as though almost as though that Nick White's got closer to Mangan rather than Mangan's got closer to Douglas, which is quite interesting. But Nick White, of course, we know he's no stranger to being pretty quick at the front of these GT Championship races. Has taken a couple of outright poles, essentially on the front row of the grid for this first race. Mangan, like you said, on his toes, looking pretty quick at this point. Certainly trying to chase after Douglas as we come to the end of lap number 3.
Yeah, that was a big moment, that wasn't it, for Douglas, heading through the top of the corkscrew, and shows that he's pushing hard, but it's working. He's pulling away now. He's got the fastest lap, 1:38.103. And very much now it's more the battle for second, isn't it, that we need to watch for. Harry Mangan versus Nick White, running in different classes, of course, so Nick White doesn't really need to fight Harry, but he will try to go through if he sees an opportunity. They're both very brave, running out all 4 wheels onto that exit curve, coming out of the banking, which, as we've seen already today, the curves bite when they are wet. They are very, very slippery indeed. But they both managed to keep the car on the straight and narrow. If anything, Mangan getting slightly away from Nick White through that first sequence of corners. Here they head then towards Rocket. 4th place still James Taylor, 5th Matt Shaw in the battle for the lower podium positions within the AM class. And Conor Garlick sort of trying his best to stick with him, but Conor Garlick 5.1 seconds off Williams, a second behind Matt Shaw, so just doesn't look to have the confidence, does he, in these slippery conditions. Luke Garlick there, you can see him behind him. Things just start to settle down now into the middle portion of the race. Mackenzie Douglas much neater this time, heading through the left-hander onto the international circuit. And Harry Mangan, I think, is now going to have to very much settle for second and just try to keep Nick White at arm's length.
Doing so successfully, but trying to keep him at arm's length is also allowing Mackenzie Douglas to escape up the road by a couple of seconds. He was 1.4. Now it's getting a bit closer. We see this quartet closing up a little bit. That's the battle for second place in AM class, and Conor Garlick's at it again, running wide. He's now got his brother Luke on his toes now as he comes up towards the bus stop. He's looking to the outside line, and he dared possibly going down the outside for a move, but Conor's covered that off nicely and holds on to the position. He's not afraid to use all the track a bit more, even in these adverse conditions. Douglas sets a new fastest lap of the race. He continues to extend his margin now by 2.5 seconds. When again Harry Mangan struggled to turn in the car there. You saw the car front end of that car twitching to get it stopped, and I feel this is going to be the extra entertainment these two between the Garlicks. They generally tend to be whenever they're on track together. It's a very friendly sibling rivalry for now, at least, but they do like to kind of battle back and forth, and these two just settling in now, 6th and 7th. this is over, of course, the final spot in the Pro Class podium. So these two have got something legit to fight for. They've got a piece of silverware. Which one takes it? We'll have to wait and see as Luke thinks about going to the inside. Again, forces Connor to take that more slightly wider line into the first part of Rocket, but Luke is sticking with him. A little bit of tape on there, jokingly saying. Isn't slowing him down too much?
No, certainly not, although he's not going as quickly as he'd like to be. It's important, though, I think, for these two to have a bit of perspective here and to not get too down on themselves. Yes, they're further down the overall running order than they'd like to be, but as you made the point, they're still fighting over third place in class, so that's 26 championship points that you score for finishing third. You get 22 for finishing... teeth back in, 22 for finishing in fourth, which is not easy to say, but 4-point swing between these two then, depending on who finishes in third and who finishes fourth. So yes, they're a long way down the overall order, but still fighting for a class podium, so not losing as many points as they could be to Mackenzie Douglas, who would at the moment be on for the maximum 37, 35 for winning a race. He's got the bonus point for the fastest lap. Of course, he started from pole position, which is worth a bonus point as well. That is where the damage is being done. 37 points for him versus, at best, 26 points for Conor Garlick, and that is an 11-point advantage for Mackenzie Douglas, who already is 21 points in the championship standings. So yes, they're still fighting over a podium, the pair of Garlicks, but they needed to be taking points out of Douglas, and that just doesn't look like happening, does it?
Doesn't look like it at all. What's quite nice is that, again, regardless of the grid size, the pack from second down to seventh is still covered by about 4.6 seconds, which is quite a nice tidy gap. It's not got too strung out in this pack. It still has kept pretty tight together, and it just means that there's more of a chance that one small slip up from any of them could have a dramatic shake-up, particularly towards the front of that group, where Harry Mangan is not really getting away from Nick White. And Mackenzie Douglas, who still has the fastest lap of the race, is consistently lapping a bit quicker. On that last lap, he was about 9/10 quicker than Mangan, and that was Mangan's personal best last time. So Douglas certainly that is continuing to prove himself as the man to beat. He's now being chased down by the AM class. There is James Taylor, 56. James Taylor, who is looking to try and get into a podium if he can. Oh, and that was Mackenzie Douglas. I thought for a second he was going sideways in the middle of the... That's just the angle of the camera rather than him getting very sideways at all, trying to scrabble for grip in what is increasingly wet conditions. And if anything, I'd say that Harry Mangan, after making a lightning start to take second place with Nick White, I'd say that White's shaping up to take it back again.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, this, for Nick, isn't it? Because like I said before, it's not really his fight. He doesn't need to beat Harry Mangan, and he's not actually under any pressure from James Taylor. But I've seen this from Nick White all year long. He doesn't really play the percentages that much. If he sees a chance to gain places, then he will go for it, even if he's not actually going to net him any further championship points. I presume has got the AM class fastest lap, 38.241. No, so that's interesting. So he's been about 200ths of a second slower than James Taylor's fastest lap. So if there is an argument for having a go at Harry Mangan, it is that Nick White, if he gets past, would have some clean air in which to try and push hard to get that extra point for the fastest lap. But with a 97-point championship lead already, Nick White perhaps won't feel that that is all worth the risk. We'll wait and see. Closes in heading through the Rocket Complex, certainly, but we often see this in wet conditions, particularly in a circuit such as Anglesey, Scott, where there's a lot of left, right, left, right, left, right. Because there is one line that is definitively grippier and faster than the others, it can be difficult to make a move, can't it? Because you're never on that line for too long. Yeah, particularly when it's wet, as you say, when it's going to be really tricky for them to find that ideal grip, the ideal spot to try and make a move. And tradition suggests that you take the outside line, but sometimes if someone's going to try and go deep and defend that place, it's not always an option. I should mention, look at the timing screens, that both Nick White and James Taylor were starting to really amp up the pace, because last time by, it was the fastest second sector of anyone from Nick White, or you can say here, because only 2 sectors, fastest second half of the lap, shall we say, from Nick White. And then it was the fastest first sector on this lap currently from Taylor, as whilst that all happens, Mackenzie Douglas again ranked, he does now the new fastest second sector of the race. Mangan again does another personal best of a 38.3, but he's still 7/10 off in these conditions, so not comfortable in the wet here at Anglesey. And Nick White, we're talking about the fact he doesn't need to pass Harry Mangan. He's really going to tell a racing driver, a pro or am, not to go after somebody if they're quicker than you to go and pass them. I'm pretty sure Nick White, he might know he's leading the category, but at the same time, his kind of racing driver ego says, I want second place just because I can say I was second place overall. So
he's not going to sit back unless he feels like he really has to. He's going to go for it if there's an opportunity.
He certainly is, that is for sure. Nick White was seen in the past, back when he was in the Academy Championship. I seem to recall him a few times. I would say that he was not necessarily the most aggressive driver out on track, and he would quite often sort of play the percentage game there a little bit more, but since he's moved up into the GT Championship itself, he's been far more willing to get stuck in with some of the pros, and there's definitely an argument to say that he's every bit as quick as them anyway. I mean, he's running in third place, isn't he, and right on the tail of Harry Mangion, as you made the point. This, meanwhile, is Matt Shaw versus the Garlicks for 5th position. So again, Matt Shaw, a AM class driver, the pros behind, Connor and Luke, and White closing right in on Harry Mangion as well up the road. So it's been a fairly quiet first 2/3 of this race, but Scott, it does now feel, doesn't it, like it's starting to bubble up quite nicely. Nick White does look quite convincingly quicker than Harry Mangion right now, and behind Shaw versus the Garlicks, that's tightening up as well.
Now, either that was Nick White moving out to put himself into Harry's mirrors to say, look, I haven't gone anywhere, I'm still here, or it was him, dare I say it, trying to cool his tyres a little bit, because obviously he moved off onto the slightly wetter part of the circuit, but he was trying to just bring the temperatures down a tiny bit. We'll have to wait and see. Whilst that's been happening, as you saw on the screen, Mackenzie Douglas, new fastest lap of the race for him, 1:37.572. The gap is now out to over 5 seconds, so Mackenzie looks relatively comfortable, but it's no time for complacency either, because of course if he makes one small slip, particularly when it's so tricky here, and of course it could be the difference between him taking another victory and possibly becoming under massive threat from these two. Also keep an eye, I'd say, possibly for James Taylor. He has done a personal best last time around, 1:38.2, and that was faster than both of the two cars in front by about a tenth and a bit, so he's not quite getting too close at the moment, but there he is looking at car 56. Getting a bit closer. Also, as you mentioned, this battle, of course, between Matt Shaw and the Garlicks. Again, two different classes, but at the same time. You're really going to tell Connor and Luke not to pass Matt Shaw? They're going to go for it if they get a chance.
Well, they certainly will, because they will not like this, being down in 6th and 7th place and behind all of the top 3 AM drivers too, even though it's not costing them points. As, you know, racing drivers, I think it's fair to say, are known for their egos a little bit, and those egos might be being bruised a little bit right now with those 3 AM class drivers beating the pair of Garlicks, and they'd like to do something about that and get a little bit closer maybe to the likes of Harry Mangion, who, as you made the point, isn't that far ahead of this little group. Now towards the final corner they come then. Across the line has gone Mackenzie Douglas, 5.25 minutes to go, and he continues serenely on his way. His lap times have dropped off by about half a second from where they were before, which is more than most of the others, in fairness, but he is still comfortably the fastest man on track, so I think it's fair to say Mackenzie Douglas is driving within himself right now.
Interesting. Nick White was the fastest man of anyone on that last lap. He did a 37.9 compared to Mangion on a 38.3. and Douglas on a 38.0. So Nick White is the fastest man on track right now in terms of their last lap times. You saw coming out of the bus stop and through the first corner, but White is really starting to put the pressure on Mangion. He knows, again, regardless of the fact he's in different classes, he wants that second place, purely just for the bragging rights to say that he's done it, because he's up there, he's up in second place. And it all counts on the results sheet. If he's looking to try and show potential sponsors, he can say, look, I'm racing with the pro class drivers, I'm that fast, and that can give them more chance towards possibly securing his campaign for next year. And who knows, if he wants to step up into more GT racing or go forwards in something else, it'll be intriguing to see what his next step is and where he wants to go. But certainly giving Harry Mangion the run around here, and again, these two have been pretty much glued together in this small gap between them. So the slightly wider turn in there for Mangion, a little wider on the exit. Good run off the corner there for Nick White. He might get himself possibly lined up. Meanwhile, back at the front, completely oblivious to it all, with Mackenzie Douglas. You can see here, look, as Douglas continues to drive away by 5.5 seconds, Nick White just nibbling at the rear bumper. It's as close as he's ever been. And this time he's got a good run exiting the hairpin. Now the sprint down towards the bus stop, but again, Mangion has to go defensive and cover the inside line. And White might go down the outside if he's daring enough. He thinks about it. If he can't go there, he'll try a switch back on the exit on the run down this very short pit straight. 3.5 minutes to go. Gap is now 6 seconds, and on the last lap, again, I think White was a bit held up behind Mangion. He was still quicker by about literally 0.02 of a second. You can see by the body language of that car, Mangin's not comfortable, and he's having to defend very heavily from Nick White in third place.
Yeah, that was all triggered by a little moment that Mangin had turning into the left-hander at the top of the corkscrew. On turn in, the back of the car just got a bit light, and that affected his run off the corner. Nick White was all over him through the hairpin, but ultimately no way through. They head out of Church Corner now with, what's that, maybe 2 or 3 Ginetta's lengths between them. So Nick White, for now, not quite close enough realistically to have a go into the braking zone at Rocket. This steeply uphill braking zone goads you into braking later and later with every lap, particularly as you try and second-guess the conditions every time up there. It can be very easy to snatch a brake and go straight on, but they all manage to avoid doing that, and they make their way towards Peel Corner again with Harry Mangin still holding second position. But a very impressive drive this from Nick White in these conditions especially, to be up there battling for second place overall, particularly impressive. So out of the left-hander they go then, down the Tom Price straight towards the hairpin where Mackenzie Douglas arrives on the scene. He will have time for 2 more laps at the end of this one. So that's good news for Nick White, really, isn't it? He wants as much time as possible to try and have a go at Mangin. This seems to be the area of the track where Nick White is the most likely to make a move. The trouble is it's quite easy to defend, isn't it, into that final corner. Even if you go in tight and run wide on the exit, you're still likely to have the inside of the final corner, as once again is the case this time.
Yeah, he's really making Harry work for this to defend it. He was moving this way and that. I thought he was going to go in for a late dive up the inside into the bus stop, but again, he looks to that outside run into turn 1, tries to set Mangin up for the undercut on the exit. He's got the outside line here, but we know that the outside of the wet can give you more grip. He does go for it to the banking, thinks about it, gets shown the edge of the road almost by Harry. Look at that, so much better run off the corner. He must be so frustrated not being able to put the power down because he's got the blue and orange machine number 44 right sat in front of him, not able to get the power down as quick as he can. So as they come out now through Church and onto the back straight, he'll have a bit of a tow here. Is this possibly his best chance to make a move for second overall? He's still by far and away, well I say by far and away, the leader in the AM class by a couple of seconds. Again, has a little dart to the inside. That's just him possibly just reminding Harry's there, and Harry goes very deep into the first part of Rocket. This now gives, again, White just frustrated behind him in the second part. And all this battling might well start to bring, if they're not careful, Taylor, Shaw and the Garlicks into play with a lap and a half to go.
And this is the worry for Nick White, because he doesn't have to get past Mangin, but he does need to keep James Taylor behind him because he's in the same class. So by now really harassing Harry Mangin, it is holding them both up. It is allowing Taylor to close in. On the first sector on this lap alone, Taylor was about half a second quicker than these two ahead. And with another lap to go, he could yet buy into this. Into the hairpin they go. Mangin is very late on the brakes. Does he get the car stopped? Only just. Runs quite a bit wider of the apex than he'd like, though. And Nick White does now have a small overlap, does he? Maybe heading down the old pit straight, but it will be on the outside line, heading for the final corner. So Harry Mangin should be able to successfully defend here. White able to brake later, though, on that outside line. Tries again to get the switch back, which he might just have done this time. The final lap board is out. And finally, Nick White has got the inside line into turn number 1, but it's not really the best place to be. Hanging on the outside line is Harry Mangin. They are still door handle to door handle as they head for the banking for the last time. Now we go right. That will favour Mangin on the way in, but perhaps Nick White will have more momentum on the way out. He tries to come back to the inside line, but still somehow, Scott, it is Mangin in front.
That was unquestionably, as you said, his best chance to get through, but Mangin somehow stood his ground and held the place for the first couple of corners. And has that possibly forced Nick White to think about this again? Particularly also think about the fact he's still on course with the AM win, and maybe even putting one eye into his mirrors and seeing that James Taylor's getting closer, because on that last lap, Taylor, well, he was still he was quicker by about 4 tenths. As Mangin now sets the fastest lap of the race from somewhere. Peter Mangin, from completely on his own, apparently. No, that's there on the timing screen. He did a 1:41, but the timing screen thinks it was the fastest lap of the race, which it wasn't. So up towards the hairpin, up the inside, he looks at the Peel corner, might be the chance he needs. Side by side on the exit, forcing it to the edge of the road, and Nick White now is on the outside, but we know how much grip there could be. Mangin fights back on the inside line. They're still side by side into corkscrew, and somehow he held on to that place, but he runs wide on the exit. 2 more chances to get through. Meanwhile, this man has got absolutely nothing to worry about. He's on course for another victory, but it's that fight for second down towards the final couple of the corners that could be the talking point. As for this man, it's going to be the perfect start to his weekend at G-Fest at Anglesey. Another victory on his way in the GT Championship.
This would be win number 6 of the season then for Mackenzie Douglas to extend his championship lead. Off the final corner he goes. Checkered flag waves for Mackenzie Douglas. What's going on for second place? Harry Mangin versus Nick White. Mangin holds on the way into the final corner and gets to the line in front. So Harry Mangin claims second place. Nick White then in third position is the AM class winner with James Taylor and Matt Shaw next in line. Then Connor Garlick and Luke Garlick, they had to settle in the end for 6th and 7th, which is 3rd and 4th respectively in the Pro class, with Callum Noble and Peter Mangan to complete the runners and riders. But that was a superb battle, that between Harry Mangan and Nick White, particularly over the last few laps. Nick White was really applying the pressure and started to turn the screws increasingly as he got into the final few laps. But Harry Mangan, fair play to him there, Scott, didn't put a foot wrong, didn't crumble under the pressure, and even when it looked on a couple of occasions there like White had the better of him, that wasn't the case.
He firmly stood his ground, kept himself exactly where he needed to be, and so basically, essentially told Nick White, without actually speaking to him, you want to get past, you go the long way round. I ain't giving this place that easy, and he really put up a very stringent defence, and that's certainly going to stand him well going forward for the rest of the weekend. If they can race like that in GT Championship for the next 3 races, I think this championship could give us just as much entertainment as the next 2 certainly could do coming up shortly.
It's been the case all year, really. The racing has been brilliant in the Ginetta GT Championship. Small grid, yes, but a really highly competitive grid, and that makes it all the more impressive, really, that Mackenzie Douglas has managed to claim win number 6 of the season and extend his championship margin significantly after a win here at Anglesey. It is Harry Mangan who comes home in 2nd place. Nick White was 3rd in the first of the AM cars home, ahead of his AM rivals, James Taylor and Matt Shaw, who complete that class podium. Conor Garlick gets on the Pro class podium, but a disappointing 6th place overall, with his brother Luke Garlick behind him in 7th. 8th position, Callum Noble, and Peter Mangan to complete the runners and riders then in 9th place. Mackenzie Douglas for Fox Motorsport will be very pleased with that. Nick White likewise. I know Nick will be a bit frustrated maybe not to have found a way past Harry Mangan, but from a championship point of view, really that was job well done, wasn't it? Because he'll now be more than 100 points clear of Matt Shaw, who didn't really mention much in that race. Matt had a pretty anonymous run to 3rd place in class. He was on the tail of James Taylor for much of the race, but just never really looked likely to find a way past. So in the end, he will lose a handful more points, about 11 more points to be precise. In fact, more than that, 13, because Nick White got the pole position. Didn't actually take fastest lap in the end, did he, within the AM class? He did a 37.9. Yes, he did actually. He was the only AM driver to get into the 37s in the end, and one of only 2 drivers to get into the 37s, full stop. Right then, let's unpack everything that happened in that first race of the weekend by heading down to Parc Ferme with Richard John Neal.
So we are racing here on Anglesey, and our first race winner is Mackenzie Douglas. You can see the Fox Motorsport team congratulating him, and that's a good team effort, of course. The prep is a bigger part of it. Well done, Mackenzie. I'll let you get your gloves off and we'll have a chat about a dominant win. Away down the road, thrilling battle for 2nd position through that one as well. Mackenzie, I think he's going to go down and maybe get some handshakes elsewhere as well. 2nd interview of the day with Mackenzie, having taken pole position. And I've got to say, looking pretty cool, calm and collected about it. So helmet goes in the car. Let's get Mackenzie over. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Super win, super win. Mega drive from you. Conditions changeable during the race, or was it pretty much the same all the way through?
I mean, I don't think conditions changed too much. The start was quite difficult. The tyres took a few laps to come in. Rather close with Harry, I think it was. So yeah, just tyres took 2 or 3 laps to come in. We just got our heads down and built that gap. And then obviously tyre degradation's massive around here, so managed to just slow it down a bit and keep it within the range. So happy.
I think fastest lap too, so bonus points for that. Leaves you with a good championship lead, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's looking positive, but it's not too late in the season just yet, so take it race by race and see what happens.
That's literally all you can do, isn't it, at the moment? But set up for race 2 a little bit later in the day. P2 qualifying?
Yeah, I think so. So I think the outside line should be a little bit better for turn 1 anyway, so should play into our hands a little bit more.
Nice one. Mackenzie, very well done. Thanks for chatting to us. We'll see you for race 2.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Thanks, mate. Well done. Harry Mangan took 2nd. Harry, well done.
Thank you very much.
Best result of the season.
Yeah, really good. Enjoyed it. Well done, mate. Well done. Never been here before until yesterday, so it was a bit of a baptism.
Really?
Weather, but yeah, no, it was a really fun race. Just didn't quite have the pace to go with Mackenzie at the start, but yeah, good fight with Nick, and yeah, really pleased with it.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 things we were watching on screen were the mega start that you did, and you had a good go around the far side over there out of the rocket complex to have a go on the opening lap. But yeah, you and Nick, super battle.
Yeah, exactly. I think on the first lap I was sort of a bit surprised by how early everyone was on the brakes at the top of the hill, and I thought, oh, do I need to go up the inside of Mackenzie as well? But yeah, tried to stick around the outside and didn't quite make it. But no, it was a really good battle with Nick all the way through. So yeah, enjoyed it.
First podium, first of many, I hope, for you.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. So yeah, onwards and upwards from here, hopefully.
Best of luck for race 2, and
you
many
very much.
congratulations. Harry Mangian, well done. And our last overall podium finisher, Nick White, who wins the AM class again. Nick White, you are the man. We've got cars on the grid for the next race already, but congratulations. What a race with Harry again.
Yeah, it's the first time I've come that sort of that length of time wheel to wheel with Harry, but he was so quick off the first lap, sending it in on the brakes, that I had no choice but to give him a bit of a wide berth at the top of the hill. Gathered it together, caught him back up, but he won't make it easy for me, that's for sure.
Next race, you're on pole?
Yeah, overall, yeah, good, yeah. I'm not sure which side's better, to be fair, but if it keeps raining, we might be all right.
Yeah, it's always debated here, to be perfectly honest, but like Mackenzie, a cracking lead, and you've won all bar one races in the AM class this year.
Yeah, absolutely, couldn't have asked for more. Let's just hope we can keep it together on the first couple of turns for the next race.
Well done, Nick. Many congratulations. Lovely to speak to you. Good luck for later on. Cheers. Nick White completes our overall podium. The winner of the AM class, Harry Mangian, second position, overall second in the pro group, and our race winner, Mackenzie Douglas. With that, we're going to go Ginetta Academy racing now. So let's hand you back to Scott and Andy with a look at the grid.
So, cars on track then for our second race of the day. And, well, cars are on track. They're not all going where they're supposed to be, but they are on track. For some reason, some drivers have taken it upon themselves to do a full lap, by the looks of it, or a part lap anyway, of the Anglesey International Circuit. I'm not entirely sure how they managed that, but anyway, we won't draw any further attention to it, and instead let's just start our build-up for our second race of the day. It is the first of the weekend for the Ginetta GT Academy, and this was certainly a very interesting qualifying session earlier on this morning. James Nicholas and Mike Taylor separated by only 88 thousandths of a second in qualifying, and they will therefore share that front row of the grid. And well, it's significant this, isn't it, for James Nicholas in the championship to try and get the points lead back. He is 16 points adrift of Harry Gamble coming into the weekend, but Harry Gamble will be starting third on the grid, so directly behind James Nicholas, and will be very, very keen to try and do something about that, Will Gamble, to keep this momentum going in the championship standings. In the Academy class, Julian Wantling has the advantage. He is 11 points clear of Mark Ellman, but again, he just managed to get the better of Mark Ellman by the end of the session. Right, the handful of drivers who did an extra bit of mileage there than they were supposed to have now arrived back on the grid, and are pulling into position further back. I think that number 6, Peter Thompson, was one of them. Number 31, Paul Livesey, another. I think maybe Emma Tomlinson followed them as well. So anyway, the rest of the field are now just slowly starting to come into position, and will be released onto a green flag lap before too much longer. So the safety car then will lead them round. It will be, again, a 2x2 rolling start. And that's probably for the best, really, particularly in these conditions. So easy to spin those rear wheels and to find yourself going nowhere fast in the initial moments of the race. And now, also one car coming into position on the grid a bit late, admittedly, but there is number 51, Jamie Cornwall. That, remember, is the car that brought about the red flag in qualifying earlier on. We just saw him coming into position on the screen, the sort of white and turquoise number 51 car, so a terrific job has been done by the E3 Sport team to get him out on track. So we were hoping that that car wasn't too badly damaged after it shouldn't earlier on, and clearly that was the case, so able to get him out for race number 1 of the weekend. So, predictions for this race. I mean, I think this could be a really good race, this Scott Woodwist, because James Nicholas has qualified on pole, which he's done on several occasions already this year, but needs a win, really, doesn't he? He needs to take some points out of Harry Gamble. He's got an opportunity to do so. How difficult it can be to overtake around here in these conditions. If Nicholas gets off the line, well, you have to imagine he's got a good chance of controlling the race and grabbing a win.
He's done it a couple of times before, and I'm sure he can do it again. Of course, he's been pretty decent starter a couple of times when he's been able to win. So I imagine if he can get it done again and also beat Mike Taylor to the first corner and then use some of that clear track just like Mackenzie Douglas did in the GT Championship race, I think it's going to be possibly more of the same. I think the key thing for Harry is to try and work his way past Ali Al-Jafari and also past Mike Taylor, get himself into second place and start that pursuit of James Nicholas quickly. If he can do, it will certainly work to his advantage. One thing I should also note as well is there's a definitive drier line starting to form on the race line here as well, which says to me, potentially, this could be very interesting. Now, it is really, truly mixed conditions with some drier parts on some areas of the circuit and more wetter parts than others, particularly down at that international hairpin, as you mentioned earlier on. This could be very intriguing, but I think it's going to be quite a fascinating race, particularly when you've got this nice, sort of sizable grid here for the GT Academy. I think we could be in for quite a first race. You have to remember there's 4 of them, of course, but hopefully they kick off what could be a good weekend for the Academy as well.
Yes, indeed so. We made the point earlier on, these are challenging cars to drive at the best of times in damp and greasy conditions. That particularly becomes the case. And we'd not be surprised if we have a few spills alongside the thrills in the next 20 minutes or so. So James Nicholas then leads them around on pole position. Mike Taylor will line up alongside him on that front row of the grid. All want to race front row, then an all Elite Motorsport row 2. Harry Gamble and Ali Al-Jafari. That seems the best qualifying effort from him. Then Raceway Motorsports Luke Shaw with Garrett Thomas company on row 3. Julian Waddling and Jamie Cordell are next on row 4. Julian Waddling, the highest place for GTA class driver. Peter Thompson and Paul Lindsay are on row 5. Row 6, Emma Tomlinson and Mark Elman. Row 7, Amy Tomlinson and Ben Cook with Bill Garty and Lucy Hodgson on row 8, with Harry Cook and Gilbert Verdian on row number 9. So, what is going to happen then in race number 1 of the weekend for the Ginetta GT Academy? James Nicholas hopes that he can get into that first corner first and from there control things. But is he going to have things all his own way? Mike Taylor, of course, will have the outside line for the first corner, which traditionally is not a bad place to be here at Anglesey, actually, because it is quite a tight first corner, so you can carry a bit more momentum around the outside, and in the wet, that could be where there is a little bit more grip. Mike Taylor, we've seen already getting feisty on the opening lap of races this year, and with a chance to get the lead here and some more valuable points for his championship as well, he's going to be on his toes, that's for sure. The lights are out, then away they go, and James Nicholas aims to hold on to the lead into turn number 1, which it looks as though he will. Mike Taylor tries to go right round the outside, though, and succeeds in doing so. He's got the inside line heading towards the banking, and Mike Taylor wants this lead. James Nicholas carries lots of speed into the corner. There's contact further back, though, and around has got the number 21 of Luke Shaw.
And Gamble.
That's Gamble. That is Harry Gamble, the championship leader, pointing the wrong way in the middle of the track. How they've all missed him, I don't know. There's another car off on the grass further round the corner as well. So a slightly chaotic start. Jafali is off as well. Ali Al-Jafari straight on at Church Corner. He might have broken steering. He already had some damage to the left front corner, and I wonder whether he got involved with Harry Gamble. They shared that second row, remember, and it is that left front corner on Ali Al-Jafari's car that has sustained some damage. So a dramatic start to the race. Oh, James Nicholas, I think, has been off as well, Scott, because I can see out of the window he's at the back with Shaw and Gamble.
Well, that was all action for the first few corners, so out of it all, we have to try and work out who it is that's leading, and I think it's possibly potentially Gareth Thomas out of us, or Mike Taylor will be leading, won't
yes,
it? Because he wasn't involved in any of that, just completely oblivious to all of it now. For second place, we'll have to figure it out once they come past up a timing screen in a moment's time. But that was genuinely all action. But 3 of the 4 leading rookie contenders all getting caught up in some kind of drama at that point. And incredibly, it's shaken up the order. So second place, is that Jamie Cordell in second place?
I think it is. Yeah.
So from 8th on the grid, he's picked his way through. And that car, remember, was on the edge of the circuit with a damaged rear end after he went off in qualifying, which caused the red flag. But not only is it mega stuff from E3 Sport to get that car fixed, they've obviously raided the parts bin. I can confirm it is Jamie Cordell in 51, but also as well, he's now rewarding their efforts by putting it into second place and trying to chase after Mike Taylor. He's 2.4 seconds back, but even so, if he can try and stay there and get a solid result, this is a big reward for all the effort they've put in to get that car rebuilt.
And Paul Livesey, who started 10th, is 3rd at the end of the opening lap and leads in the GTA class, because Julian Watley is all the way down in 6th position. We are watching Julian now on screen as he turns his way through the banking, and this time, thankfully, everyone keeping it pointing in the right direction. So What a topsy-turvy opening lap of the race there. Mike Taylor leads the way. Second is Jamie Cordell. Third, Paul Livesey. Fourth, Gareth Thomas. Fifth, Mark Elman. And sixth, Julian Wantling ahead of Peter Thompson, Emma Tomlinson and Amy Tomlinson 8th and 9th respectively, with Ben Cook in 10th. We've got James Nicholas only 15th, having started on pole. We've got Luke Shaw, who started 5th, running in 16th, with Harry Gamble 17th, and Ali Al-Jafali, I'm afraid, has limped back to the pit lane. So Ali Al-Jafali being greeted now by the Elite Motorsport team. They're going to go to work on the front splitter and check over the steering and the suspension as well. That's such a shame after what had been a very impressive run in qualifying earlier on. Right then, Mike Taylor leads by 2.4 seconds. He managed to come through all of that really well. And I just didn't see what happened to James Nicholas. I was so focused on the others spinning around behind. I don't really know what happened to James Nicholas. He must have gone off as well. Remember, he and Mike Taylor were side by side going into the banking, so you have to wonder whether maybe they got together again. Wouldn't be the first time, of course. It happened on the first lap at Donington last time as well, that those two made contact whilst fighting for the race lead into turn 1, and it may well have happened again here at Anglesey.
Well done. Could be a bit of deja vu in that sense, but now trying to extend. See if he can try and pick his way back up the order. Currently in 15th, he's got Viridian to try and pick his way off, or Verdian in one of the cars in 14th position to try and pick his way past if he can. The gap at the front, meanwhile, whilst that's happening, is 3.6 seconds, with then Livesey a further 1.5 back in third. So all of that times are not too bad at this point in time, but it seems as though all the big hitters, in fact, ironically they're now 15th, 16th and 17th, but across the line now, Nicholas is not hanging around. He's up to 13th place and has picked up 2 spots. And Luke Shaw has gone with him. As for Harry Gamble, he's now up to 16th. So they've all got past Verdian now for 14th, 15th and 16th. That's 13th, 14th and 16th respectively. As Harry Gamble hasn't cleared Harry Cook yet. There's a change of position there. That was 77 going through on, I think that was possibly
Gareth Thomas.
Gareth Thomas, yeah. So Gareth Thomas on Livesey for 3rd place. That's a move completed. And I think also as well the Tomlinsons aren't doing too badly either. 8th and 9th at that point. Ben Cook rounding out the top 10. But at the moment, Mike Taylor must be in dreamland thinking all my main rivals have just basically completely self-destructed. I'm out in front by 3.5, 4 seconds. Relatively unchallenged. This could be easy points for him.
Which he needs, because he's all the way down in 4th place in the championship, but the 3 drivers ahead of him in the points were all backwards at turn 2, so he has managed to gain a lot of track position and might have a good chance to gain a chunk of points as well by the end of this race. Of course, again, dropped scores will complicate matters slightly. Nicholas has had a non-finish already, so has Luke Shaw, 3rd in the championship. Mike Taylor also had a non-finish at Donington Park, of course, in that same race when he tangled with James Nicholas on the opening lap. So across the line they go then, the lead gap going out to 4.2 seconds. But Jamie Cordell, in fairness to him, not really being caught by Gareth Thomas. Gareth was 2/10 quicker than him that time. The gap is 2.1 seconds. That's probably a gap worth monitoring, I would imagine, through the middle part of the race. And Livesey is 4th, Elman here 5th, battling with Julian Wantling. So Julian Wantling and Mark Elman, the top 2 in the GTA class championship. Elman, remember, with this 11-point deficit to Julian Wantling, really needs to try and keep that number 3 car behind him.
This could be quite a fascinating battle for 5th position. Well, that's that M-class lead. There goes in the shot Paul Livesey, 4th place. He's now holding on to that M-class lead at the moment. Elman, of course, now hold on for 2nd if he can. It's the Rocky Complex logo once more. Also in there too is the next to the Pro Class drivers, which is the rookie drivers, forgive me, which is Thompson. And then the 2 Tomlinsons behind in 8th and 9th position. How much of a risk, I wonder, is Wantling prepared to take in order to get a couple more points on the board, particularly when he knows that his main rival in the championship might be about to take a handful from him. And of course, it might be just if they don't have this for 1 race, he might be able to get away with that and think, okay, I'm all right. If this happens consistently over the next 4 races, that's about another, what, 5, 10, 20 points taken out of him by the end of the weekend. So if he finishes behind Mark for all 4 races, then Elman naturally will take the championship leads in the class. That's going to be key for Jürgen. It's absolutely right when you say he has to try and get past him to minimise any damage that he might make if he finishes ahead of him.
Well, yes, because it's only 11 points between them, and they've been remarkably evenly matched all season. It's 8 podium finishes so far for Wantling, 7 for Mark Elman. So 11 points, as I said, is all that stands between them. The reason it's 11 points really all boiled down to Alton Park, where Wantling claimed 3 wins, Elman had 2 second places and a 3rd place in class, and that's really where that gap came out from. But then, since then, they've been trading race wins. They had 1 apiece at Silverstone. Interestingly, Elman had 2 wins at Donington Park, whilst Julian Wantley went winless. So it's been a while since Julian won a race in this championship. It would have been late April at Silverstone since he last stood on the top step of the GTA class podium. And actually doesn't stand a lot of chance of doing that here this afternoon, or at least in race 1, because they're both a long way behind Paul Livesey. But Paul just came out of the opening lap skirmish a little bit better. Rocket they go then. Julian Wantley trying to close in a little bit. Then, of course, it is Peter Thompson behind, followed by Emma Tomlinson. Emma Tomlinson is 3rd in the GT Academy Class Championship, albeit a further 70 points back. So realistically is between these two, I think, for that Class Championship as it stands. Drop downhill then to the left-hander. Leads them on to the international loop, and Julian Wantley looking for a good exit from the left-hander to try maybe and build a challenge towards the hairpin. Looks like he's had a good exit. Mark Elman doesn't really look as though he's defending. Julian Wantley peeking to the inside line, but Elman ultimately braver on the brakes, carries the speed into the hairpin and hangs on for now to 2nd place in class.
What if he knows that inside line is not as grippy as the outside line, which Mark was initially going to take, although Wantley is sort of moving around a little bit, trying to put himself into Mark's mirrors. Quite there. Now, whilst that's happening, the battle I do want to keep an eye on is possibly for 2nd place overall, because Jamie Cordell, his last lap was a 1:41.237, and then it was a 1 minute 41.06 for them. And it really goes together. The reason why I said to watch out for it is on that first sector last time, Thomas was 7/10 faster than Cordell on that last one. It looks like Cordell's managed to get some of that time back. They actually set the fastest 2nd sector of the race, and that's of course even faster than Mike Taylor out in front. In fact, and Mike Taylor immediately responds by putting in the fastest 1st sector of anyone too. So he's now going to try and keep extending that loop. It's stabilised about 5 seconds now, but the next battle could be, it's only 1.5 seconds between them. Cordell and Thomas were 2nd and 3rd. We're still watching this battle that's going on for 2nd place in the GTA class and for 5th and 6th overall between Elman. So 2 battles to keep an eye on. It's that first half of the lap where it seems as though Thomas has got the advantage, but the second half, Cordell seems a bit more comfortable, so there's a bit of trading in terms of pace on different parts of the circuit. And as Thomas continues to give the chase, both of them I think are still losing time to Taylor in front, who is, no pun intended, literally sailing away with in about 5 seconds.
He is indeed. Now, what progress of James Nicholas and friends from the back? Well, Nicholas is into the top 10 now, 9th overall, but that's actually 5th in class, so he's scoring some decent points now, albeit 10 seconds behind Peter Thompson, the next rookie class driver. Luke Shaw is 12th position overall, 7th in class, and Harry Gamble is not far behind him, 8th in class, 13th overall, so they're not making a huge amount of progress, but James Nicholas is at least into the top 5 within his class. Gareth Thomas, he popped across the line to 41.0, so about a quarter of a second or so quicker that time than Cordell. He's holding his own pretty well, it must be said, and doesn't really appear to have had his confidence knocked after that accident in qualifying, because he was fully committed on the opening lap to take advantage of what unfolded in front of him, and then continued to push on after that. James Nicholas, meanwhile, significantly sets the fastest lap of the race. Significant, A, because Peter's going quickly. He's got a good chance, maybe, of gaining a few more places before the race is over. And in fact, he was 2 seconds quicker than Peter Thompson, who really is the next man that he's chasing. I know Emma Tomlinson is next in front, but Peter Thompson, the next of the GTA class drivers. It's also significant because it gives James Nicholas, provisionally at least, a bonus point in the championship. So Nicholas, his recovery drive going pretty well.
It is indeed. We'll keep the progress on that. We're riding on board now with 2nd place Jamie Cordell. Quite fortuitous if you have an onboard camera with him, because he's facing forwards. I don't think he wants to see the sight behind him, which is a looming Gareth Thomas in 3rd position, but this is the driver's view he's got. And it does appear, looking at the sectors and who's doing what, Gareth Thomas seems a lot more comfortable in the first half of that lap when it's maybe slightly drier, but maybe in slightly damper or wetter conditions, maybe that's favouring Jamie Cordell to step up where he's going, because any time that Gareth gains on Jamie, he was quite close, for example, exiting the banking into Church, he kind of loses that time back again on this second part of the lap, going through Peel, through the corkscrew, through the hairpin, down towards the bus stop once again. So I wonder if it's maybe different setups or different parts of the circuit are favouring each car in terms of the setup that they have on there, because across the line now, and the gap is 1.1 seconds, but at one point, I'm sure between these two in this first part of the lap, it was less than that, and he seems a lot more comfortable taking more speed through the banking, it seems, as he comes through. So we'll see how close they are on corner exit. There's Paul Livesey was in shot just there as well, who's comfortably still leading the GTA class, but again, just looks as though that Thomas is a lot more. That car is behaving nice, particularly Church. He carries a decent amount of speed through there, and now you can see the momentum he carries all the way onto the back straight. I think he's lining up for a move here.
Yep, closing in the slipstream, looks to the inside, but that line will be closed off by Jamie Cordell, you'd imagine. Maybe not, actually. That looked like Gareth Thomas committing to the move. Yes, he did, and he sails straight on. Will he hold on to the inside line into the right-hander? No, he doesn't. So Gareth Thomas briefly into second position, but Jamie Cordell manages to keep his cool there, really, and claim the position back again. So still Cordell second, Thomas in third. But you're right, Scott, definitely. He was 1.1 seconds back at the start of the lap, was Gareth Thomas, and in the first 3 and a bit corners of the lap, he overcame all of that deficit and had a go into Rocket. Now he's a bit closer again, heading on to the second half of the lap than he normally is. We'll see whether or not he chooses to have another go into the hairpin. They hit the brakes on the end of the Tom Price straight. You can see from that camera angle quite clearly you drop quite steeply downhill, actually, coming off that corner, which is what makes it so difficult to get the power down. They both manage it pretty well and hang on to their positions. So Jamie Cordell then has withstood one big attack from Gareth Thomas, but I suspect, Scott, that won't be the last.
It definitely won't, and it seems as though that whilst that's happening, just to come back to that for a second, Mike Taylor's pace had stabilised a bit. It's now got the gap out to another half a second, so it's now 5.3. But again, this is the stronger part of the circuit, it seems, for 77 to Gareth Thomas. He's also particularly strong through Church as well, where it's slightly drier, which is interesting. Wide approach there, and Thomas not afraid to use the circuit and a bit more over the curbs on the exit. But again, watch you through here, because this space car is particularly strong. Turns in and gives us so much time and grip. And now he's trying to slingshot his way past on the inside line, and Cordell might not offer up much of a defence. He'll try and burn the inside if he can, keeps his foot in. They're still side by side through School. He tries to get through and almost gets shown the edge of the road on the grass. Now on the inside line for the first part of Rocket, and again, 77 breaks deep, and this time he does get it anchored up in time to hold the inside line for the second part of Rocket. Can he get the undercut? No. Thomas parks it neatly. Job done. Move up into second place. Sorted.
Yeah, nicely done. He got himself on really the better line there, didn't he, that time? The inside line for the kinks on the back straight, which was the outside into Rocket, but just seemed to have a bit more grip out there, didn't he? So Gareth Thomas then does now move into second place, but Jamie Cordell will still be really pleased if he can bring this home in third. It's been a tough day for Jamie so far. If he can come home with a podium finish, that would be an excellent result, and he should now be able to do that, because he's, well, 4.5 seconds or so ahead of Paul Livesey, but of course Paul not running in the same class, so yeah, he should be able to keep third within his class, if nothing else. He may yet try and come back at Gareth Thomas, although not really close enough to do so as they drop down into the final corner. So Mike Taylor then leads across the line, just under 5 minutes to go. You can see there he's put a lap on Gilbert Verdian in the number 2 car. Then Gareth Thomas up to second place ahead of Jamie Cordell. Paul Livesey in fairly lowly fourth, but still leading in the GTA class by a long way over Mark Ellman and Julian Wadley, who remain in that same order. Then it is Peter Thompson, but it is no longer Emma Tomlinson in 8th, because in 8th place now is James Nicholas, and that, Scott, is significant because it means the next car ahead of him is another rookie class driver. That's more points up for grabs for James. If he gets past Peter Thompson, he'll be 4th in class.
I think he will, because his last lap was 1.8 seconds faster, so the gap he's got at the moment is not even that, it's 1.3. So if he carries on this rate, theory suggests that he should get past him this time by if he keeps up the momentum. So Nicholas motoring along in 8th position, trying to pick up some more points to try and minimise any damage that the likes of Taylor, Thomas and Cordell might take. If any driver is really going to cause any damage to his points, get the table wherever he is in the points really, is going to be Mike Taylor, because of course he's ahead of Luke Shaw and ahead of Harry Gamble, so he will outscore them, which is the bonus. In fact, he just saw right there at the bottom of the shot before we cut away, that was James Nicholas getting quite close to the back already of Peter Thompson, so there'll be a change there for 7th, I'm certain, imminent. I think it's a question of when it happens rather than if, because it's almost certain it will, given his pace advantage. So let's keep an eye on the Union Jack Palmer Sports sponsored car as it will come through. There is the battle between Ellman and Wantling, that's over the GTAs, and there's Nicholas, just there in the Union Jack car behind the 6th of Peter Thompson, and I'm certain here if we keep with them, There's going to be a move made either down into the hairpin or down towards the bus stop. Either way, Nicholas pulls to the inside line. How much more confident is he under brakes? Confident enough, and puts his nose up the inside, and Thompson gives him the space. I thought the move wasn't really on there, but Nicholas sort of creates the move out of nothing out of that exit that corner as he heads down towards the bus stop. That's not the place gained. Now his next dilemma is he's got to get involved in this battle, which is second in the GTA class, and not to drop too much. That wasn't going off the road. It was.
Oh, it was.
Julian Wantley going off the road straight on at the bus stop. That's one more place made up. At least not going to be for points at least, but at least for the overall standings, it will certainly help him. Julian Wantley completely outbrakes himself or locks up into the final corner.
Ooh.
Has given easy press for Elman.
And James Nicholas nearly threw it all the way coming out of the first corner as well. Had 2 wheels out in the dirt. We saw how that went for Jamie Cordell earlier on. And nearly happened again there to James Nicholas, who has managed to gather it together, thankfully. But yes, Julian Wantley, that's significant because it dropped him behind Emma Tomlinson. So he's now off the class podium, the GTA class podium, that is. And Julian Wantley, the GTA class championship leader, well, he was only 11 points ahead of Mark Elman. Elman at the moment would be on for second place. That's worth 30 championship points. 22 championship points would go the way of Julian Wantley. So that gap would come down potentially to just 3 or 4 points, depending on who gets the fastest lap, which we'll figure out in a moment or two. So leaders then are, well, leaders not really where the action is it? It's been all about the fighting further down the order in this race. We're going to have one more lap to go at the end of this one. And we ride on board here with Jamie Cordell heading towards the hairpin at the end of the Tom Price straight. And closing in a little bit under braking there on Gareth Thomas. Livesey there in 4th position. He's looked more and more comfortable as the race has gone on, actually, Paul Livesey, hasn't he? And if anything, closing in slightly now on these two. Elman 5th place. James Nicholas up into 6th, despite that grassy moment at the first corner. Last lap board is out there. Across the line go Thomas and Cordell. And Jamie Cordell on that lap was, well, no, fractionally slower in the end, but was quicker in the first part of the lap. And I'm sure if Gareth Thomas puts even a slight foot wrong here, then Cordell will be very keen to have a go at getting back into that second place.
I imagine so. He's not going to take it lying down, is he? He's certainly going to try and push as hard as he can, but remember now, we're on Thomas's more favoured part of the circuit, particularly here through Church, where he's been much quicker and much more impressive through that corner. Cordell has a bit more confidence through there. And just going out to the back straight, the gap he's producing is quite evident as watching it going up our commentary box window. Now, meanwhile, this is James Nicholas now for 5th position overall. It won't change his amount of points he scores in terms of the rookie class, but it will at least help get another place and possibly at least another satisfying, possibly string to the bow to kind of tie off what's been a relatively impressive comeback drive. If you look at the likes of Luke Shaw and Harry Gamble, you just haven't had the pace compared to James Nicholas, which again just in some cases makes his Palmer Sport win and what he's achieved even more incredible, given the fact he's up against drivers that might not have much more experience, but he's certainly proved with someone who from 0 experience at the start of the season has just gone and driven the way he has right from the outset, taking pole and win in his first race and driving immaculately. And I expect possibly he may well make that move before the end of the race. As for this man though, Mike Taylor, he's wondered where all his rivals have gone. They've all been behind, stumbling over each other, and it's simply, I think the phrase goes, if as long as you're there on the last one, or if you're not there, all the others count for nothing. And certainly Mike Taylor's made the most of it, and he will take a very well-deserved victory in this first race of the weekend.
Yes, he will. Off the final corner comes Mike Taylor. Then a second victory of the season for Mike Taylor, but perhaps his most significant one, with some of his championship rivals faltering. Second place goes the way of Gareth Thomas, with Jamie Cordell across the line in 3rd. What a brilliant effort that was from Jamie and the E3 Sport team just to get him out there. Paul Livesey in 4th position, your GTA class winner, and it will then be James Nicholas, who did indeed get past Mark Elman for 5th place overall. That's 4th within the rookie class. Elman 6th gets 2nd place in GTA. Peter Thompson next, and Emma Tomlinson just hanging on in the end to a class podium, but Julian Wantley will be kicking himself for that mistake that he made at the final corner, 5 minutes from the end, which put him off the road. Then we have Luke Shaw 10th and Harry Gamble 11th. So yeah, they not only were they a lot further down the order than James Nicholas in the end, but they were about 10 or 11 seconds behind James Nicholas by the flag as well. James just rocketed back up through the order in a way that those two couldn't do. Now, it may be that they sustained some damage. We didn't see how Harry Gamble ended up the wrong way, but you imagine it must have been contact of some sort. Certainly the whack that Luke Shaw got was a fairly significant one. So it may have damaged their cars perhaps more than James Nicholas's car got damaged. But either way, James will look back on that race as a bit of a bullet dodged, I think, and some very valuable championship points scored. So, dramatic stuff and a very lively race, that first of the weekend in the Ginetta GT Academy. They'll be back out again this afternoon for their second race of the weekend. The grid for that, of course, based upon second fastest qualifying times. So we will see some of the regular front runners back near the front of the grid. In fact, James Nicholas will get to have another go from pole position. Harry Gamble will start third and Luke Shaw will start fifth. So the three that were in trouble on the opening lap that time around at least get a second bite of the cherry later on, and a second opportunity to score the points that they feel they should have scored really in race number 1. So everyone, I believe, has crossed the line to take the checkered flag. The leading cars now already starting to arrive down in Parc Ferme, actually. That means that we can, in a moment, take a look at the result from race number 1 of the weekend in the Ginetta GT Academy. So it was Mike Taylor who claimed victory in the end in fairly dominant fashion over Gareth Thomas and Jamie Cordell, who complete the top 3 overall. And within the rookie category, Paul Livesey is your GTA class winner in 4th, ahead of James Nicholas with the recovery drive to 5th overall and 4th in class. Mark Ellman gets himself a GTA class podium in 6th, ahead of Peter Thompson, and Emma Tomlinson in 8th, benefiting from that late issue, mistake really, from Julian Wandling, who ended up in 9th. Luke Shaw recovered to 10th, Harry Gamble only 11th, ahead of Amy Tomlinson, Ben Cook and Lucy Hodgson. Then in 15th position was Phil McGarty, 16th place Harry Cook, 17th Gilbert Vernian. What a shame for Ali Al-Jafari, who retired to the pit lane after that early off that he had on lap number 1. Exactly what caused it, I'm not so sure, but anyway, shame that he ended up not able to see the flag. So, entertaining first race of the weekend in the Ginetta GT Academy. Lots to talk about after that, and we've got just the man for the job. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and catch up with Richard Johnson.
Mike Taylor enjoying his celebration with Gareth Thomas right over here. Might be able to get the two of them together if we can squeeze down by the fence. Mike, congratulations, of course, over Parc Ferme, over the fence. Mike, congratulations. Let's grab a word with our winner.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, get you over here. And well, it all sort of went off behind you, which I guess took the pressure off a little bit, but I take nothing away. A fine win.
Oh, I really appreciate it. I certainly needed that, and yeah, it all just fell into place nicely. I had a bit of a push for a few laps and then built a bit of a gap and sort of left it at that. The greedy part of me was tempted to go for fastest lap, but I thought, no.
Sometimes you have to measure these things out, don't you?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I've still got a lot to learn, but to have that in the bag is a phenomenal start to the weekend. Really, really happy.
Double-header weekend, and I think weather's going to be different tomorrow, so lots of changes to probably make to the car. Happy with the car for race 2 if it stays like this?
Absolutely superb. Mechanics have nailed it. It's smooth, perfect, comfortable. Yeah, couldn't be happier. What a machine.
Absolutely brilliant. Well done. Let you get away to the podium. In fact, we'll shout that out in a minute. Gareth Thomas in second position. Let's get Gareth over for a quick word.
That's my brother from another mother.
Lovely to hear the camera. Well done, Gareth. Congratulations. And P3 behind Jamie originally, and then you managed to nip past and try and take the challenge to Mike.
It was chaos, as you can probably see from the start. It was difficult, and then I'm fast in areas. Sector 1, brilliant, and then Sector 2, 3, I'm just playing catch up everywhere, and it just seemed he made a couple little mistakes. I know he's new to it. James doing phenomenal, but just to get where he was. But it was great fun. My best mate in front, so it was just a perfect 1-2. Perfect 1-2.
I love hearing the stories when you say my best mate, because racing is about, if you didn't like being around the people, then it wouldn't be worth coming, would it?
No, we had a little. So we've known each other since we were tiny. So we did this together to try and get as many 1-2s as possible, and it hasn't been many yet. But hopefully. Well, I'm playing catch-up now. And he's my younger brother, he's too fast. Well, thank you very much.
Well done, congratulations.
Cheers.
Well done, Gareth Thomas taking that second position. So third position goes to Jamie Cordell. We got Jamie around? Or Paul Livesey? Is Paul here? Can we grab Paul? Morgan, is Paul around? Paul Livesey. We'll have a word with GTA Championship. Well, there's Paul over there, not listening. So and I don't blame him. Paul, over here. There we go. Congratulations, our class winner, GTA. Well done. Good race.
Absolutely brilliant. Loved every second of it. Fabulous. I was very lucky I didn't get taken out with the first turn with everyone else. And if I had done, I'd never have got the position I did. But I got it, and I'm loving it. Brilliant.
Sometimes things fall for you and you still have to bring the car home. Tricky conditions out there, but a super job.
Absolutely brilliant. Loved it. Thank you.
Much to change for race 2?
No, just exactly as that. If it can happen again, I'd be really happy.
We hope so. I hope it's the first of many podium interviews this weekend. Well done. Paul Livesey, who takes the win in the GTAs. You can probably hear the whistles blown on the Ginetta Juniors. They're about to go out. We're going to conclude our podium presentations down here, but as the cars go out for the first of our junior races this weekend, let's hand you back to Scott Goodwis and Andy McEwen.
Thank you very much, Richard John Neal. And yes, one more race then before our lunch break, and it is a 20-minute race for the Ginetta Junior Championship, who it appears are actually going to have for the first time this year a rolling start to begin their race, not the standing start that they've traditionally had at other rounds. So the cars then being released onto the grid, it will take a moment this, because there are 24 of them, and it's not the easiest of processes to get cars out of the very tight exit from the part of the assembly area, and then sort of backwards up the first part of the pit entry, and then turn a full 180 degrees back out onto the track. So it might take them a minute or two just to get everybody into position. But when they get there, I think we're in for a really exciting race here. After qualifying saw Ethan Jeff Hall come out on top. Ethan Jeff Hall was the fastest by nearly half a second in the end in qualifying earlier on. But will he be able to keep that up in the race? Well, he'll be hoping to do that. He's won twice already this year, has Ethan Jeff Hall, but I think consistency has not really been his friend. Had a retirement and a finish outside of the top 10, I think it was, at Alton Park back at the start of the year. Then continued that form really at Silverstone with a poor first race after some contact, but then won race 2 at Silverstone and finished third in race number 3. Sort of carried that consistency on into Donington Park, so he's been slowly but surely clawing his way back up the championship tree, has Ethan Jeff Hall, and now hoping to try and collect a third victory of the season here this afternoon. So he will lead the field away, and it's all our racing front row. Marcus Sater alongside him, another driver with some work to be done to get himself fully back into championship contention. Remember that the top 3 in the championship are Henry Jocelyn, Charlie Hart and Chase Fernandez, none of whom had a brilliant qualifying session. Jocelyn was 3rd and Hart was 4th, that wasn't terrible, but Chase Fernandez 9th on the grid for this first race, and he'll be 13th on the grid for race number 2 a little bit later on. So Chase Fernandez in particular has got it all to do, really. Chase, who switched teams earlier on this season. He started the season with E3 Sport, then moved over to our racing ahead of Silverstone, I think, maybe Donington. But anyway, he certainly did the first round of the season with E3 Sport before changing and putting himself now in really the big team, or one of the big teams in the championship. But this fascinating championship battle between R Racing and Elite Motorsport continues to rage on as well this weekend in the teams championship, and lots of their drivers up near the pointy end of the grid for this first race of the Ginetta Junior weekend as well. So green flag lap then gets underway, and Ethan Jeff Hall doesn't lead them around. The Ginetta G56 safety car leads them around, followed by Ethan Jeff Hall, who looks to try and get some heat into the tyres if he can. So again, we've got these slightly in-betweeny track conditions. It's definitely wet, but not fully wet really. Quite greasy in places. It's going to be a real adventure into the unknown here. How much grip are they going to have when they head into some of the quick corners in particular for the first time of asking? So the grid there takes row 1, Henry Jocelyn and Charlie Hart row 2, with Archie Clark and Alfred Slater on the 3rd row together. Then it's Isaac Phelps and Harry Moss on row 4. Chase Fernandez one to watch from row 5, as Tommington Hill for coming in the back of the top 10. Then Ruben Dan and James Shotton on row 6, row 7, Gene Peters and Ethan Carney, Alfie Davis and Felix Lindsay on row 8, and Torrey Bird and Cronin row 9. 10th row for Tissot Mabunda and Nicholas Ellis, with Jack Robinson and Holly Mile on the 11th row. Finally on the grid sees James Ellis and Mallory Mabunda at the back of the field. So a interesting qualifying session earlier on today, but that unique qualifying format that Ginetta Juniors have, where they only get their 3 flying laps and then that's it, session over, means that there's no time for mistakes to be made. A couple of drivers have lap times disallowed, and then maybe got a bit of traffic, made a few mistakes, as you'd expect in these slippery conditions. And, has led to this slightly jumbled order we're very used to seeing, really, in the Ginetta Championship throughout 2024. It continues again here at Anglesey. Cars then head behind the pits, down towards the bus stop, final corner. And, they are actually going to pull in for a standing start here, by the way. I thought so. The juniors were being led round by the safety car, but it is normally a standing start for Ginetta Juniors, so the marshals waiting for them on the grid. And have cars lining up not 2x2, sensibly. One of the championships that could probably learn from this, they have a staggered starting grid for this championship. They do this even if they are at a big wide open circuit such as Silverstone, but certainly somewhere narrow like Anglesey, lining up staggered. You can see though it's interesting, it's almost a single file start that they've gone for, because they're not using the grid positions on the extreme edges of the track, they're instead using the sort of middle rows of the grid, which is a little bizarre. I'm going to assume they were told to do that. I mean, it may well be that they had to put the wrong places and everyone else has just followed. But anyway, they are ready to go with 20 minutes on the clock. Their race one of the weekend for the Ginetta Junior Championship bursts into life now. And as they scramble for grip off the line, who's going to make the best of the starts? It is going to be Ethan Jeff Hall who leads from pole position then. But look at Charlie Hart. Charlie Hart around the outside of Henry Jocelyn, and I think of Marcus Sater as well. And yes, Charlie Hart goes from 4th on the grid to 2nd by the time they arrive at the banking. Jocelyn's also at the inside of Sater too, and so 2 places lost for Marcus Sater. And Charlie Hart, the big mover then, from 4th to 2nd. Someone's out wide, in fact a couple out wide further back, and is that was one of those Chase Fernandez? Yes, they were. Chase Fernandez has been off at the banking, so from bad to worse for young Chase, unfortunately. The other was Jude Peters there, the E3 Sport car, but just ahead of him was Chase Fernandez, the grey, turquoise and gold R Racing car, who had also been off the road, car number 90, so he's lost a few positions as a result of that. They head up then towards Rocket for the first time of asking. The leading group turn through the left-hander. Headed still by the pole sitter there, Ethan Jeff Hall, car number 25. He skates way wide through the second part of Rocket, just trying to find the grippy side of the road, with Charlie Hart in behind him in 2nd, then Henry Jocelyn in 3rd, and Marcus Sater in 4th position. So at least amongst the frontrunners, Scott, a clean start, but further back, further drama for Chase Fernandez, and that's always the danger, isn't it? You have a bad qualifying session, you start mid-grid, that's where things can go wrong very easily, and so often that snowball effect can see you dropping further down the order.
That's exactly what we talked about. If he has a one start to a night on the weekend, the only came re-weighs up for him, but yeah, he's the one in the position, particularly in those front runners, that really cannot afford to stay where he is, and he hasn't really started the best way he wanted to. Some interesting lines being taken by, well, everyone in towards the hairpin. Some taking wider, some taking more tighter approaches. Ooh, and off on the grass there is Charlie Hart exiting the hairpin, but he manages to gather it back up on the traction and just about hold his place ahead of Henry Jocelyn. But Jocelyn, though, is giving the hurry up here. I thought there was almost a bit of contact between the two of them. But down towards the bus stop for the first time, and having a look round the outside is Jocelyn. Also steaming up the inside there was, who was that? Looks like possibly it was 27 Slater, I think he was trying to make it through, I think possibly. No, it was Archie Clark, in fact, 43 in the blue and black machine. He was having a look up the inside of Isaac Phelps, I think, and couldn't quite make that stick. Again, over the curb there for Charlie Hart, down towards the banking once again at the start of lap 2. And now coming into the mix is Marcus Sater there in 67, the Norwegian, who has a win to his name from Silverstone. A couple of the cars getting very twitchy on the outside line, where typically there should be more grip in the wet, but on this occasion, at least for that drive, I think it was possibly one of the Elite Motorsport cars, certainly not. Through Church Corner again, and it seems as though here that Marcus Sater's on his toes. He's looking pretty racy here. He's all over the back end of Henry Jocelyn, but they're both in the tow now of Charlie Hart in 2nd place and trying to move to the inside line to defend, and Jocelyn is trying to really force the issue here. Which way does he go to try and make this move? He's had a late switch to the inside line, trying to force it up the inside towards Rocket. Can he get it stopped? The answer is just about yes. It's 3 abreast on the exit, and somehow Jocelyn made it stick. So up in 2nd he goes. Sater gets shuffled out wide to the outside line. This now gives the position potentially back to Charlie Hart, but 2nd place Charlie's now 4th place Charlie.
Yeah, that wasn't ideal, was it? He tried to close the door, but Charlie Hart just left enough room for Henry Jocelyn to wriggle through, and of course that's invited Marcus Sater by as well, so 2 places lost for Hart, but don't forget that he and Henry Jocelyn, they're the top 2 in the championship. They were only 6 points apart coming into this race in Jocelyn's favour, so that was a significant moment potentially, with Charlie Hart not only losing 2 places, but one of them to his big championship rival, the points leader Henry Jocelyn. So they arrive down at the hairpin then for the second time of asking. Ethan Jeff Hall already starting to look as though he's got that half a second a lap in hand that he had in qualifying, isn't he? 1 second clear at the end of lap 1. I think he's even further than that now, maybe 2 seconds clear at the end of lap number 2. Jocelyn leads this battle back for second position, doesn't he? Down toward the final corner ahead of Hart, Sater, Phelps and Clark. Archie Clark going to the outside there of Isaac Phelps into the final corner. Did that work? No, but he tries to get the switch back, gets back up the inside line towards turn number 1, and the pair of Elite Motorsport cars doing battle then into target corner. The outside line is normally where the grip is though in these conditions, and that will once again prove to be the case, and so Isaac Phelps manages to fend off his teammate, but we've got 3 Elite Motorsport cars here battling. Charlie Hart shuffled down to 4th. Phelps to the outside, that opens the door invitingly for Clark. But there, Scott, you can see, as we've seen on a rocket a couple of times in this race as well, the graphic example of how going in on the tight line is quick, but coming out on the wide line is even quicker, and you can often get a full overlap, maybe even get your nose ahead on the inside line at the apex, but not actually have the place on corner exit.
That's the tricky part about being in these wet conditions. You never know exactly where the grip is because it can change lap after lap. One point I was going to make is if there's any team of drivers that knows racecraft, it's Elite Motorsport, because those who know their research see it on social media, as that was very close between Phelps and Hart there between the two of them. I was about to say they do work on racecraft a lot in the winter. They usually go to a Spanish racetrack or so, hire it out for the weekend. It's not uncommon for them to send about 5 or 6 cars out on track together, essentially put on an impromptu race in inverted commas, and they'll go out there to practice racecraft amongst each other, and actually seems to work out pretty well, because even though in these adverse conditions there's no contact, they're not trying to run into each other, obviously because they're teammates clearly, but they really are working nicely and well between each other, and it's good, clean, hard racing between them. So it turns out Elite Motorsport, there's some method to their madness to hurrying out a whole circuit and running impromptu little races amongst each other, because it means they get the chance to practice battling, going side by side, overtaking each other, so they're well prepared for when they hit the British racetracks and are in situations like this, in adverse conditions like here at Anglesey.
Can we just clip that up and remind Scott of that when it all goes wrong later on in the race, and we'll send him down to Elite Motorsport, shall we, with that little clip to show them. I said nothing of the sort. I'm just standing well back and enjoying the battle for now.
Shows I pay attention on social media is what that means.
Well, I did see our racing, actually, as it happens, did a very similar thing in the pre-event test here a couple of days ago. They were out doing some racing practice as well, and it is good practice, isn't it? Quite literally. It's not all about going quickly on your own, but in Ginetta Junior racing particularly, you need to be comfortable with wheel-to-wheel combat, as it were. Ethan Jeff Hall not really engaging in any of that, though. He's 2 3/4 seconds up the road now from Henry Jocelyn. This, meanwhile, is a battle going on further back, and it's Tom Ingram Hill coming under fire from Ruben Dan and Alfie Slater. Tom Ingram Hill, who to my knowledge is related to neither Tom Ingram or Jake Hill, British touring car racing fame. I think I pondered this earlier on in the season. Are we really old enough, Scott, that we're now getting Ginetta Junior drivers named after touring car drivers who, in my mind, have only been racing in touring cars for about 5 years? They've probably been there for quite a bit longer, but that is a scary thought, isn't it?
Possibly. Yeah, well, I'm 33 now, so that's old enough. Either way, these guys looking pretty well. Come on, Ruben Dan, of course, he's a young Australian, come across, done quite a bit of testing and development over in obviously in Australia, back at home, obviously, but he's been mentored a bit by one of the Elite Motorsport driver coaches, Chris Hodgetts, is one of their regulars who teaches them, and he's had quite some positive things to say about Ruben, and shown him some pretty good stuff, although he's kind of hopefully not proved me wrong too much here by defending from Alfie Slater and trying to get around Tom Ingram Hill as he looks to the outside. Quick note also on Chase Fernandez, he's still back in 10th position and not really making inroads on this top 10. He's 1.7 seconds back, as not anymore 1.7 seconds back, going up the inside rather goes Alfie Slater, and round he goes. He just clipped the door inside of Ruben Dan, and round goes the 27 car, and through goes everyone else. Thankfully everyone has, touch wood, avoided him so far, as they both go either side. Now, whilst that's happening, looking back to our leaders for second place, Henry Jocelyn hasn't really got away from Marcus Sater. In fact, I'd argue Sater is as close as he's ever been now to try and get second place back here. So Jocelyn and Sater nose to tail, and then the 3 Elite Motorsport cars in order of Hart, Phelps and Clark. But out in front, Ethan Jeff Hall's got this one pretty spread-eagled. 2.7 seconds for R Racing. And at this line, the gap has gone from 2.7 to 3.2, so another half a second found as we head towards half distance in this first Ginetta Junior Championship race of the weekend here at G-Fest at Anglesey. I have to say, for a first ever Ginetta Junior race at Anglesey, to my knowledge, pretty good going so far.
Yeah, it certainly has been, hasn't it, in not ideal conditions, but they're still putting on a show, as always they do. Henry Jocelyn hanging on to this second place then, but Marcus Sater, as Scott quite rightly says, is definitely starting to apply the pressure now as they head for Church Corner once again. This the 5th lap of the race. Wide line taken by Marcus Sater there to try and carry some momentum up the hill, but he's dropped back by a length or so, if anything. They head for the Rocket Complex for the 5th time, and I don't think he's really close enough to make this move. He sails in quite late on the brakes, but ultimately too far back to really commit to the manoeuvre. And so Henry Jocelyn retains second position. Jocelyn has to be careful here, really. It is that time of the season where I think you have to start playing the points game. He's outscoring everyone that matters, really, right now. Marcus Sater, once the drop scores are applied, will probably just about get himself back into the championship hunt, but realistically, it's the likes of Charlie Hart, Chase Fernandez, Isaac Phelps that Henry Jocelyn is most concerned about, and he is outscoring them all right now, and crucially pulling away from them all as well, because these two, as much as they're battling, are lapping more quickly than Charlie Hart and Isaac Phelps behind, so not really able to take the challenge to these two are Charlie and Isaac. Through the hairpin they go then. Bit of a lock-up was that maybe there for Sater, just seemed to drift a bit wide all of a sudden as they turned into the corner. Side by side further back between Ruben Dan and Tom Ingram Hill, that was as well. If you look in the background, yes, Ruben Dan did manage to get past Tom Ingram Hill for 7th position, whilst James Shotton has now got himself ahead of Chase Fernandez. So Fernandez was briefly into 9th place after that spin up at the top of the corkscrew a lap or so ago for, who was it? It was Davis, wasn't it, ahead, who had the spin. But James Shotton back ahead of Fernandez now, so Chase only just clinging on to a top 10.
Yeah, some work to do for the team to try and find a bit more pace for him, at least in the second race coming up this afternoon. But as they come back towards the banking once again, this is on now lap 6. Oh, that's Henry Jocelyn off the road. Jocelyn off the road. Now then, the big question is, did he jump or was he pushed?
They were both off, I think, Scott. I think they were both on the grass.
So, interesting. Ethan Jeff Hall is completely oblivious to this. It's now still, I think, Sater in second place by the looks of it. I think Charlie Hart's gone up to 3rd, and Henry Jocelyn has rejoined ahead of Archie Clark, which means that he's now down in 5th position. So Sater is now 2nd. So it's now Charlie Hart in 3rd, but for how much longer? Because that's a rather racy Isaac Phelps looking for the position and the potential final podium spot as they come back up towards the top of Rocket. And Sater goes a little deep into the corner, but enough to hold on. And Jocelyn, he was quite deep into the corner also, and just trying to defend from a rather contentious Archie Clark, who's giving him the run around at the moment. You can see 2nd down to 6th is only covered by about 3.8 seconds, so it's pretty close between these guys as Ethan Jeff Hall is trying to drive away to what could be his 3rd win of the season. Took a victory at the season opener at Alton Park, and then again at Silverstone. It was again for them very mixed conditions in wet and dry by all weekend. Didn't manage to win at Donington Park. In fact, his best result, Ethan Jeff Hall, was I'll remind myself on the points in a second. I think it's about 4th place, I think it was. Yeah, 4th place in the second race. So, got some work to do here as Sater takes that more preferred, deeper, wider apex into the hairpin. And has enough traction on the exit to hold on to the place, but everyone's sort of grouping up a little bit here. The key is going to be, how is Henry Jocelyn going to rebound from this? Because he has started to rebound, but hasn't really made too much more progress on the rest of the lap to get away from Archie Clark and then try and start to get onto the back of Sater, Hart and Phelps to make it stick.
Well, he demonstrated in the first half of the race that he is quicker than the likes of Charlie Hart and Isaac Phelps because he was pulling away from them. So he, by that logic, should be able to give them a good run for their money as he tries to find a way back through. He's got about 1/3 of the race left to do it, 7.5 minutes to go. And Charlie Hart here still hasn't quite shaken off the attention of his teammate Isaac Phelps, who to an extent would be happy to work with him, but also they are fighting for championship points between them, so you won't want to simply push Charlie Hart home here. Doesn't really look as though they're going to have much of an answer for Marcus Sater, does it, who is now starting to just jump clear of these two a little bit more. It did look to me on the glimpse we got of it that Sater and Phelps were both off the road at the same time. Now whether they made contact or just sort of followed each other in a bit too deep, I don't know, but it may well be that that gets looked at after the race. Charlie Hart, meanwhile, defends the inside line, defends 3rd position into Rocket. And really stack up. Look at that. Charlie does seem to struggle through that second part of Rocket. He insists on taking a tighter line than everybody else, which I can understand. He doesn't want to leave the inside line open, but I really do think he'd be better served going right round the outside of the road. As I say that, though, Henry Josselin makes a liar out of me and slips beautifully up the inside of Isaac Phelps. So Henry Josselin back into 4th position, and Scott, he judged that to perfection.
That's why he's the championship leader, making a move like that, although again, I could mince my words in a second because it looks as though Isaac Phelps is trying to come back at him. Now, if he sticks to the outside, which he won't, he's going to slot back in this time. But if he was going to stick to the outside there on the exit of the corner, on that left-hand side, I'll say, he would have been on the outside for the next part. Now Josselin's got very much a bit of a catch-22 situation. Try and defend again from Isaac Phelps if he can, but also now put the pressure on Charlie Hart for 2nd place. He's back up into 3rd place, excuse me. So he's now up into 4th again. Towards the bus stop once again. Just under 6 minutes to go. So a handful more laps left in the tank in this first Ginetta Junior Championship race of the weekend. Across the line goes the leader. And his gap is now 5.1 seconds to Marcus Sater, and that has gone out by another couple of tenths because it was 2 minutes 0.8 for Jeff Hall compared to a 2 minute 1.0 for Marcus Sater, the Norwegian. And Archie Clark again very wide over the curve, has to go right to the edge of the circuit to take the racing line into the banking. It looks as though that both Josselin and Phelps have followed him, and also so too as Archie Clark. I wouldn't count out Archie just yet. The blue and black car back in 6th position, number 43. He might be keeping his powder dry. I like to think just sit there thinking, you three just keep on scrapping. Anything happens, I'm in the prime position to take advantage and possibly even get as high as a podium place.
Well, we've seen it already, haven't we, with Henry Josselin going off the road at the banking. It could well happen again, but right now he is tucked up behind his big championship rival, Charlie Hart. These are the top 2 drivers in the points, and they are side by side heading towards Rocket Corner, battling over 3rd position. Charlie Hart on the inside, Josselin on the outside. Hart will fend him off on the way into the corner, but then needs to get over to that inside line to cover the right-hander, which he does. Now, this time he drifts out wide. Josselin takes the tighter line in, but watch the traction that Charlie Hart's got on the exit. That's the best line to be on. It looks as though he's going to lose a place going into the corner, but he gets off the turn so much faster, and I think he's learnt his lesson. It's almost like he's listening to me. I'm sure he's actually got the words of his dad, Chris Hart, ringing in his ears. I'm sure he's been given that advice by his father, a very experienced racer too, plenty of times this weekend. And he is learning with every lap that goes by. Charlie Hart keeping Henry Josselin behind him. He'll have to do so for another couple of laps at least, though. We've got 4.25 minutes to go. Even Jeff Hall arrives at the hairpin and massively outbrakes himself, but that was just about all right, I think. Charlie Hart again defends the inside line, forces Josselin out wide. That opens the door for Isaac Phelps now. Isaac Phelps up alongside Josselin. They almost trade some paint coming off the hairpin. Josselin just manages to scrabble back in front as they head down the old pit straight towards the final corner, where once again Charlie Hart defends that inside line. Josselin pulls to the outside. He's later on the brakes. Josselin trying to find the grip on the outside line, which he can't quite do. And Charlie Hart just managing them to hold on to 3rd. So Charlie Hart then really having to drive the widest Ginetta G40 in existence here to keep Henry Josselin behind. He's doing it, but talk about mirror driving. He is doing everything he can to keep Josselin off the grippier side of the road. He's not managed it at the banking, though. Josselin round the outside line. He should have good traction on the exit of the corner, but Charlie Hart squeezes him over the exit curve. The wing mirrors get folded in as they make side-to-side contact. The top 2 in the championship rubbing body panels as they head for church, and Josselin's done it. Henry Josselin round the outside into 3rd position. Fantastic racing, that, Scott, and that was Henry Josselin stamping his authority on the race and potentially the championship battle too.
Supplying racecraft in very tricky conditions on that low grip on the outside line. If Charlie Hart's not careful, he might be under threat possibly also from both Isaac Phelps and Archie Clark, and Archie Clark took his best result of the season last time at Donington, and that was 5th position. If he can get a couple of places higher, that could be his best. And again, Archie Clark has survived. He's got 2 of his teammates not such being very teammate-ish behind him. They're both being quite sort of rivalish. I'm making it words as I go.
Shall I remind you what you said earlier on now, Scott, or wait a lap or so?
They haven't come to blows just yet. They're battling amongst each other. This is still good racecraft between the 3 of them. Stand by my words. Behave. Anyway, down towards the corkscrew with 2.5 minutes to go. And if anything, actually, what's interesting, Henry Josselin hasn't got away off that move. They're still keeping with him despite the inter-elite motorsport battles here down towards the hairpin. So Josselin here, if he can find a bit more grip, he can carry on. I think R Racing are in dreamland at the moment. They've got both even Jeff Hall and Marcus Sater all to themselves in 1st and 2nd with a very fairly commanding 1-2 at this point. Henry Josselin trying to pull away in 3rd place if he can, and then this trio of elite motorsport cars as we go on board now with Isaac Phelps. This is his view, sort of, as you can see out of, well, ironically, we can't see the car in front because the side of the windscreen that I guess to him doesn't really matter is obscured by mist and condensation, whereas but he can see. We're looking at the back of Charlie Hart's cars. They come across the line. This is going to be the last lap, I would bet. Yes, because the lap time's been about 2 minutes or so. So one more time around the international circuit, and let's see if there's anything Henry Josselin can do to try and pull away here and Charlie Hart to get back at it, as Isaac Phelps does his best to try and throw it at the scenery and holds on, but he's twitching around and eventually does run wide. And that's a free pass now for Archie Clark. And if he stays there, as I mentioned, that'll equal his best result of the season from last time out at Donington.
Yep, opportunistic driving then from Archie Clark, and Isaac Phelps, you could sort of see that coming, couldn't you? He was just getting more and more ragged as the corners went by, and eventually ran out of racetrack. So, can Charlie Hart do anything about Henry Josselin on the final lap? I fear that the answer is no, really. Henry Josselin, this could prove to be one of those really significant races come the end of the season, where Charlie Hart had an opportunity to get some points back on his title rival, and ultimately looks like he's going to come home a position further behind him. Good race, as Scott says, for our racing in the Teams Championship as well. They were 28 points adrift of Elite Motorsport, but they look like they're on for a 1-2 finish, although admittedly there are more Elite Motorsport cars in the top half dozen, in fact in the top 10, than there are our racing machines. Certainly in the top half of the top 10 anyway. So they drop down the hill then towards turn number 9, the left-hander at the top of the corkscrew. Josselin just needs to bring this one home now in third position. He will win the non-rookie class, which I don't think is a thing, the junior class they call it. The rookie class looks as though it's going to be won by Ethan Jeff Hall though, and for Ethan it could well now be a third race victory of the season, and only his third podium of the season. Every time he's been on the podium, Ethan, he's won the race, so it's not a bad record to have, I suppose. Not the most consistent season, but hey, he's notching up winners' trophies now, and quite clearly is on form here at Anglesey. Ethan Jeff Hall from pole position takes a lights to flag win in the Ginetta Junior Championship. He takes the checkered flag first in race number 1 of the weekend. Second place for Marcus Sater in our Racing 1-2, and a significant podium finish there, I suspect, for Henry Josselin, who will be very, very happy with third place given how his race was going midway through. Charlie Hart in 4th, 5th Archie Clark, 6th Isaac Phelps and 7th Ruben Dan, with Tom Ingram Hill 8th, James Shott 9th and Harry Moss in 10th. Now you'll notice I haven't yet mentioned Chase Fernandez. That's because he dropped out of the top 10 in the end and finished only in 11th position. That is not good news from a championship perspective. It won't be his worst finish of the year, I don't think. No, it might be his worst finish of the year. I don't think he's been out of the top 10 yet, Chase Fernandez. So lowest score of 14 points, I think I'm seeing from Chase Fernandez.
That would have been 8th place.
Oh, an 8th, okay.
So yes, it is his worst result of the season.
I didn't think he'd been out of the top 10 this year, and sadly, that all changes here at Anglesey. It's one of those tracks, Anglesey. Drivers across all championships that come here, I hear this from them all. They either love this place or they hate it. Some of them just can't figure it out. Even if they're winning races left, right and centre elsewhere, they come to Anglesey, and whether it's in the wet or the dry, they just can't quite get their head around it. Other drivers you never see in the top 5, and then they come to Anglesey and they stick it on the front row of the grid. So it looks as though that is going to continue here this weekend, doesn't it? Ethan Jeff Hall getting that pole position and a race victory, and the likes of Chase Fernandez quite clearly struggling.
Yeah, it's quite a contrast because it comes from off the back of his last race when he got his first win of the season at Donington Park. Yeah. So it's very much a contrast of fortunes for Chase Fernandez, but he's still got 3 more races. It's not the end of the weekend, it's only just started, so he's got plenty of time to recover and get himself back up there. And of course, tomorrow's a new day with a new qualifying session, so he could well get 2 better results and get himself further up the grid. Still time to try and get those points back, but of course, again, he knows and the team knows, the more points the guys take out of him now, the more he has to try and claw back as the race goes on. But even Jeff Hall and co in prime land for points, and of course, hopefully it continues for the rest of the weekend for them.
So, an R Racing 1-2, after an R Racing 1-2 on the grid as well. Ethan Jeff Hall leading home teammate Marcus Sater to the victory. Henry Josselin and Charlie Hart 3rd and 4th respectively ahead of Archie Clark. A race, in fact 4 Elite Motorsport cars in a row there, aren't there? Hart in 4th, Clark 5th, Isaac Phelps 6th and Ruben Dan in 7th. And Tom Ingram Hill was 8th ahead of James Shott, the first Fox Motorsport driver, and Harry Moss in 10th. Chase Fernandez was 11th ahead of Nicholas Ellis, Jude Peters and Ethan Carney. Position was Colin Cronin ahead of Alfie Davis after that spin. Jack Robinson and Alfie Slater were next, then it was Felix Livesey and Holly Miles to complete the top 20. Tison Mabunda was 21st ahead of Torrey Bird, Mallory Mabunda 23rd and James Ellis completing the 24 runners, all 24 starters making it to the checkered flag. And in fact, I think that's been the case. No, it hasn't been the case in all of our races. We lost one driver, didn't we? Ali Al-Jafali from the GT Academy race, but actually relatively low attrition rate this morning, which has been good to see, and especially given the tricky conditions that the drivers have had to deal with. Perhaps expected a bit more carnage than we've had, but it's not actually been too bad at all. So the cars then make their way down to Parc Ferme, where they will be met by Richard John Neal. So let's head down for the final time before lunch to hear from our podium finishers.
Ethan, Jeff Hall and his teammate Tom Ingram-Hill just having a quick chat with the team, and their congratulations. We'll grab a word with Ethan in a moment. We're actually going to lead into the podium presentation. So what I'm going to do, because we're sort of into lunch break territory, if I may, is do our top 3 drivers, and then we'll do some podium chats as well, as things are a little bit more relaxed now, as we look forward to a little bit of a break and into our afternoon session. Ethan, we'll grab you in just a moment and say well done. Second interview of the day. Congratulations on that. And Charlie Hart just making his way past there. Pole to win in juniors, certainly in the days that I've covered it, is not an easy thing to do. So well done on that. Was that all to plan?
Yeah, it was a great race. Obviously pole and quali, and now race 1 win. I'm really happy. Car feels amazing. So yeah, it's really good.
And all set up to do it again a little bit later on. I can't remember how qualifying went. Did you get the second fastest lap as well?
Yeah, there was double pole, so pole for race 1 and race 2. So we'll see how that one goes later.
So, and there's no pressure now, you've got to win. Obviously you'd love to get a double, but at least you know the measure of the track, you know the measure of everybody else here today and in these conditions.
Yeah, it's just about staying calm. Just going to try and do what I did in that one. Just be really patient, and yeah, that's it.
Nice one. Well done. Congratulations on the first win of the weekend. Marcus Setter was in second. I hope I've said that right, Mark. Is that the right pronunciation?
I think so.
Setter. Great to see you. Obviously, you travel a long way to come and race with us here in Ginetta. First of all, well done on P2. How are you finding Anglesey?
Thank you so much. I find it a really nice track, and it's you have to drive really calm to do the track good, and I really like it. Yeah.
Anything you want to change from the car or your approach for race 2?
Maybe look up, so if I see someone go off in front, I slow a bit down, so I won't do the same.
That's good enough, and we'll get to chat to you on the podium in a minute. What is it about Ginetta Juniors, you know, coming from overseas, that what grabbed you about this championship?
I had a friend that did last year, so yeah, and I would like to test last year, and it went well, so yeah, I decided to do this championship.
Nice one. Well, you're very welcome, and congratulations on taking P2 and P3. Henry Jocelyn. So let's see if we can grab Henry. Have we got Henry anywhere? Henry Jocelyn? I think they're waiting for the overall podium to start. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll make our way over here, and we will work out our podium order. There's Kelly here as well. So we're going to basically do the 3 podium celebrations, and then we'll hand back to sort of for the lead into our lunch break. It's Kelly here. We've got trophies on. Can I make my way through and we'll get things ready? Kelly, I know, has a habit, Kelly Edmond from Ginetta, has a habit of hiding anytime there's a microphone and a camera in the vicinity. Is Kelly not here? Morgan is there as well. So I think we've got our drivers. Are we looking to do the freshmen? Have we got our freshmen here? So we'll do that one. So third position in the freshman category is Jack Robinson, if I've got it right. Jack Robinson. Let's have a round of applause for Jack as he makes his way over. I'm assuming we're doing the big build-up to the overall top 3. Oh, they're being a bit, I'll tell you what, slower off track than they are on circuit, and that's understandable after a hard race. So we'll start again. Jack Robinson, third position for our freshman category. Well done, Jack. Got your winner's hat. Morgan's taking over here. I'm sure it's the microphone that scared Kelly away. And second position, again, if I got this right, Alfie Davies, second. Well done, Alfie. Good to see you. Congratulations. Good firm handshake there from Alfie as well. And another freshman win. It's making a habit of this one. It's last year's scholar, Jude Peters. Well done, Jude. Congratulations. We'll do the photos and then we'll grab a quick interview with each of these as we've got time to do it, unless I get shouted at by my director. Top step, everybody, so we get you all a little bit closer. Gives us a little bit more of a feel for the camaraderie in the paddock here as well, so that's really good. There we go. Gonna have a word with Jack first. Let's whiz over here.
Hi.
Hi, Jack. Well done. We did speak during the morning break that we had. Well done. Don't go away, guys, because I want to talk to you guys as well. But first silverware of the weekend, or first trophy of the weekend, I should say.
Yeah, it's really good. It's just, yeah, so difficult out there. It's just really, really slippy everywhere. Stuff. Just really just a case of survival, to be honest.
And probably same again for race 2. It doesn't look like this weather's going anywhere.
Yeah, well, sort of learnt for how to approach race 2. I'm sure we'll go back to the truck and look at some stuff and how I can improve, and then yeah, go from there.
Good luck, Jack. Thanks for changing us. Well done on third position. Our second position driver in the freshman. We'll get back Alfie Davis just to grab a quick word. Alfie, well done.
Yeah, it was all right.
You were leading the category for quite a while.
I was, yeah, and then we had some issues with my race receiver. It was sending a very loud pitch noise into my ears, and kept locking up, unfortunately. So.
Oh, well, that was pretty distracting.
Yeah, it was. So I think we'll do better in the next one.
Okay, wish you well with that. Thanks, Alfie. And Jude Peters, grab a quick word with Jude. Great for me to get to interview you after obviously interviewing you on the panel last year for the scholarship. Well done on another win, and you're making a habit of these. Talk to Mike Simpson about the freshman trophy. It's great that Ginetta have made that distinction, isn't it, from people that maybe have a huge amount more experience than other newcomers coming into the sport.
Yeah, so I obviously haven't done any karting or anything, and I've purely come from the sim, so it's great to have, you know, a class that suits that, and I'm not, or a class that suits the kind of no professional, or not professional, but high level karting background or previous racing experience background, really.
Well done, Jude. Great to see you. Well done on the win. We'll see you for race 2. I hope a little bit later on. Right, we'll continue with our podium. Sorry for going off on interviews. Next up is our rookie podium, and third position goes to Archie Clark. Well done, Archie. Second position, Marcus Setter. Well done, Marcus. We did manage to grab a quick word with Marcus as he got out of the car. And our winning rookie, Ethan Jeff Hall. There we go. So wait for the pictures to be taken. Smile in the sunny conditions. Well done, guys. Okay, go on top step. Here's the Huddley one. That's all good. And these are going to be plastered all over social media, aren't they, in the next few minutes? Well done, guys. Fantastic. We had a quick word with Ethan and Marcus before. I'm going to see if I can... Archie! We had a quick word with Ethan and Marcus before, but it would be wrong not to have a quick word with you. Well done on the podium. Nice to see you again. And you've grown some since the scholarship last year.
Thank you.
Very tall now.
Yeah, a bit too tall for a go-kart now.
Talk us through that race.
It was really slippy because obviously the track's really wet, so it's just trying about like stay on the track and not overdrive and go off, and just make up positions as you go around.
Well, many congratulations. Hopefully the first of many podiums for you this weekend. Well done. Archie Clark, well done, Archie. And let's go on to our overall podium now. And the trophies are already there. Thanks to Morgan for sorting that out. And third position goes to Henry Jocelyn. Well done, Henry. Second position, Marcus Setter. A little bit of deja vu here. Not sure what the Norwegian is for deja vu, but we'll find out one day. And in first position, once again, Ethan Jeff Hall. So that concludes our overall podium. And don't go away, lads, because we'll have a word with all three of you very quickly as well, because we haven't managed to talk to Henry yet as well. There's our separated shot, all together on the top step of the podium. And I'm going to do a quick 3-2-1 interview. Don't go away, guys. We'll do a quick one with you. Henry, bit of a fight back there. It was a nice fight back, but obviously not entirely the race you wanted.
Yeah, unfortunately, I went off on the second corner, but still managed to get to P3, so a good point for the championship.
Indeed, and plenty more in the tank for race 2 and the 2 races tomorrow.
Yeah, we should have good pace, so looking forward to the next few races and should get good points.
Thanks very much. Well done, Henry. Second position, Marcus, well done. Quick word with you. Nice to talk to you for the first time out of the car. How does it feel now you've got the trophy?
It's a really nice feeling, and I'm really happy about the result. And by the way, you said the name a bit wrong. The last name is Sater.
Sater?
Yeah, that's right.
Marcus Sater. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Very well done. We'll see you later. And Ethan Jeff Hall, having been corrected, hopefully got your name right.
Yeah.
Well done. So we've done A get out of the car interview. We've done the interview out there and now final one here. Looking forward to the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, it should be really good. Obviously, we've got qualifying and 2 races tomorrow. Obviously, another race today. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens. And just going to try and stay calm, like I said earlier, and hopefully come away with a couple of victories.
Nice one, Ethan. Thanks again for chatting to us. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. So that completes our first junior podium of the weekend. As we head into a lunch break, I'll hand you back upstairs to Scott and Andy.
Thanks, Richard. You joined us partway through the Ginetta Owners Club Parade, which is going on. Got a handful of historic Ginettas making their way around the circuit. A lot of people sometimes forget, actually, that Ginetta have been around for quite as long as they have, and were building cars back in the early 70s, certainly, perhaps before that as well. And the classic cars you often see out racing in some historic sports car series, but not many on the road, so good to have a few examples of them out here now as they fill part of the lunch break that is ongoing. We're due back racing, we believe, at 2:05 this afternoon with our second set of races in the shape of the Pro Style Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, the Ginetta GT Academy and the Ginetta Junior Championship as well. Who will complete our opening day's action here at Ginetta G-Fest. With, of course, another full day to come again tomorrow. So, I'm no car historian, Scott, but something tells me this that we're looking at now is a Ginetta G4, which we were, one of us is trying to find some information on at least, but a very good looking car indeed. And as I said, you just don't see many Ginettas on the road, do you, either old or new, so good to have a handful of them gathered here today at Anglesey.
Yeah, this appears to be, from my sort of trained sort of search up here, this appears to be a pair of G4 Series 4s by the look of it. One looks like to be in race spec, the other in more road car spec. And there's quite a few different models that they have it on the lines, obviously with the G prefix for them. I think the first car they ever made, looking back at it, was a kit car by the name of the G2, then there was the G3 and the G4, which existed all the way through from kind of 1959 and then 61 all the way through to the last model, which is the Series 4 model, which was built through to about 1984. So it's not very many examples made. It's quite a rare car with some of these Ginetta road cars, as you might be able to anticipate. And these Series 4 G4s, according to this, says here there's approximately 35 of them built, so there's not that many out there in the road, so they're quite rare cars. Good to see a couple of these out and being brought out. They're being led round currently by the Ginetta G56 safety car in the mix. So that looks like that's more of a race prepped version, that kind of lighter green version. And there's the soft top there, the darker green version, just following it around on circuit. There is another Ginetta out there as well. There it is there. I'm trying to work out what it is. That's probably poor form me being a commentator on the motorsport anorak, what that Ginetta is, but I'm trying to figure out exactly which one that might well be. I don't think it's any of the later ones, which are the slightly more boxy Ginettas that were built amongst the sort of the 70s, the sort of mid to late 80s. I don't think it's any of those. Just trying to have a quick figure out and see which one it might be. Let's have a look. Yeah, whilst I'm searching for that one, I have to find it. It looks very much a little bit sort of Aston, sort of slightly sort of Aston Martin-esque. By the look of it, we're trying to figure out possibly what version it might be in. Whoops! Hello. Bit of entertainment at the hairpin by the looks of it. So, thankfully, kept it pointing in the right direction. I'm even tempted to search up the number plate as well and see what that is.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually, yes. So, while Scott does some Googling, I do not blame the occupants of that particular G4 for wrapping up warm, because that's the only one of these cars that has the roof down. Being a race spec G4, doesn't have the option to put the roof up like the road car can. So, yeah, a little bit chilly out there, perhaps, but generally speaking, weather conditions are not deteriorating, I'll give you that much. It's definitely not getting any worse than it was earlier on today, but still, yeah, not really the ideal day to have your roof down, so I don't blame the owner of the road spec G4 for having that roof solidly in position. So I think they're going to be heading back to the pit lane possibly at the end of this lap to conclude the little Ginetta Owners Club parade, but if you're a Ginetta enthusiast out there and you fancy becoming a part of the Ginetta Owners Club community, then head over to their social media pages, give them a like and a follow. And if you own a Ginetta of any kind and you want to come along to events like this and plenty of others that Ginetta have a presence at, particularly things like British GT Championship, then I'm sure you can get yourself invited. So head over to the Ginetta Owners Club on all the big social media pages, and I'm sure you'll be able to find out some more information.
I think I found it. I think that believe is a G10. Ginetta G10 is going on, according to the Ginetta Owners Club itself. Let's have a quick look here. G10, which two-seater sports car apparently sports a 4.7 litre 4 V8 in it, which is of all things. It was developed during 1964, made mainly for the American market apparently. Is that one? And yes, I think I can. Hearing these sort of rough round of sound, I think confirms it is definitely a 4 V8 in that car. And no wonder it was tail sliding its way through the banking, because probably you would, wouldn't you? Incredibly, again, even rarer than the G4 there, that generation, apparently only 3 were ever produced.
Oh, really?
3. So that's one of, I'm guessing if they all still exist, 3 Ginetta G10s that ever existed, if that is a G10. So I will give a quick sort of picture of who. That does very much look like the same car on the screen, doesn't it?
I'd go with that, yeah.
Yeah, so it's very much, and I think that's it again, extend the hairpin as well, the little twitch of the twitch there as well. I might tell as well, because there could also be, I think there should be some vents that are along the kind of just behind the door windows. I was trying to find the right word there, but eventually found it. And is there any vents? Yes, so I bet that's definitely a G10. So good to see some really older Ginettas. It's one of those manufacturers where I think it's probably it's rather fascinating to dive into the history of some of these arguably smaller kind of British sports car manufacturers. You get to see kind of where they came from, where it all began for them, and kind of how the renaissance of Ginetta, particularly through the 90s and the 2000s, where it kind of built up and was built up more as a racing sports car brand rather than more road cars. And they have done road cars, of course. They've done road versions of the G40. There was also another road car which they did as well, which was I think more modern. I know it was very much more modern car which they produced, which I will get the name of in a second once I search it. G60. Back in 2010 they created that. But the long-standing cars, of course, at the moment have been the G40 and the G56. In these days, of course, being used for the juniors and for GT Championship and Academy, respectively. The most recent car which they produced was the Akula back in 2019. And that itself, not showing V8 either, that had a 6-litre Ginetta / Chevrolet V8 sporting about 600 brake horsepower, that car. I haven't seen much of them around either, but again, it's nice to see that in many cases Ginetta are kind of still branching out in producing road versions of sports cars, kind of using that as some of their expertise from the racetrack to translate it over there. And sometimes for some manufacturers it doesn't translate so well, but I think with Ginetta they're one of the exceptions. And given the fact that they are putting down such a strong platform now, particularly on the racing side of things, for people to come up through the GT ranks and use it as a stepping stone to go to British GT, or you might find yourself on a British GT grid or a Fanatec GT1 Challenge grid, or heck, if you're over there at Spa, you might find yourself on a Spa 24-hour grid as you are this weekend. So it's quite nice to see how much Ginetta has continued to develop, and it's all thanks to Lawrence Tomlinson, of course, the work that his family's done looking after it, and Mike Simpson with his work too, and everyone involved in Ginetta who's been working hard to, particularly switching over to become a permanent British GT Support Championship, to work hard in these last 18 months, 2 years, 36 months to make Ginetta become a great platform for people to move up into that level of GT racing if they choose to do so.
Indeed so. That's always been the big thing about Ginetta, hasn't it? That racing ladder that they provide, and still going strong today as well. There were a lot of questions asked, I think, of Ginetta when they left the TOCA package a couple of years ago. Some people perhaps were questioning the future of Ginetta Motorsport in the UK, but it's such a popular brand and such popular products that they produce that I think it was always going to survive and indeed thrive. And I think it's starting to once again now, which is really nice to see. And this partnership with the BRSTC that has come about over the last 12 months or so as well has really been mutually beneficial, I think. So yeah, exciting future, I think, for Ginetta. I'm certainly very much looking forward to being part of the journey for the rest of the year, watching their championships alongside the British GT Championship through the remainder of 2024. So we are, as I said, in our lunch break then here at Anglesey. Racing due to kick off at 2:05-ish. Everything's been a bit ishy today, but we think 2:05 will be the start time for our Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship race. In the meantime, I think Richard John Neal is readying himself down in the pit lane. I do feel for Richard John Neal because, bless him, he'll never complain wants. He's just not the complaining type, unlike some, myself included. But he has been out there soldiering on in what are not particularly pleasant conditions, let's be honest, filling time very ably indeed throughout the day so far, and he's about to do the same, I believe, in the next few minutes when we head down to him in the pit lane, hopefully able to catch up with some of the drivers. At least he'll now be able to ask them how their morning races went, and perhaps find out a little bit about what they do to prepare themselves for second races, and what they get up to in their downtime. Because that's something, again, we often forget when we're watching races at home or even trackside. The drivers, we've constantly got some racing to enjoy out on the track, but for the drivers, they get 2 races a day, plus the qualifying session, a lot of time to sort of hang around, not in the car. And it's always interesting, particularly with a championship like Ginetta Juniors, where a lot of the drivers are fierce competitors out on track, but of course they're all of a similar age, so they all sort of get on quite well away from the track. And always interesting to sort of head in and listen into some of their conversations, which I believe is what we might be able to do now. So let's head down to the pit lane then. Richard John Neal out in the rain again. Richard, over to you.
The lovely thing about having a relaxed day like the G-Fest is that we do get the chance during the break, the lunch break or the morning break, to just get a few stories behind the scenes, talk a little bit more to the drivers rather than just having a podium interview. And I did one of these interviews a couple of weeks ago, one of the BRSEC meetings here on Anglesey, and was a little bit of a jinx to Steph Saw, who is here. Steph, first of all, we'll go back to the Fiesta racing. I interviewed you and it was great. We had a lovely chat, but the meeting didn't go to plan. Tell us what happened.
No, it didn't. A few engine gremlins again in qualifying, which only meant I got 2 laps. Qualified then 23rd, which was just on the back foot. Got some good overtakes in, and then mistake on my part meant I had a collision with some other cars, and that was the end of the weekend, because then got collected by multiple other cars, which then, yeah, destroy the car basically. But it's okay, we're going to get repaired.
all the garage doors have come down on us, and you know I can understand why, because the teams want to keep in the dry and get the work done on the cars, which is perfectly understandable. And then the voice came down from production. There's like a football thing there. Go and talk to the marshals in it. So that's a good idea, actually, because we haven't had a marshal moment today. And the football thing is like this, looks like a dugout, if those of you into your football. And I know this is Alex Hammond, because I'm assuming it's Alex Hammond with his own overalls in the dugout. And this is actually a better area than I had to work in at Alton Park last weekend on touring cars. A little bit of coverage for you. The first thing is, we want to say thank you to all the marshals for what you do every weekend. We really genuinely appreciate it, and I don't expect you to answer that one. The other thing is that the weather we've got today really typifies, you know, sort of one end of the scale of what you have to deal with.
This is Anglesey circuit. When the weather goes bad, it's horrible. But we live with it because on the good days, it's a little piece of heaven. It's an amazing place. And we get a really good bunch of dedicated marshals. Not enough, but we've got some dedicated marshals that come all the way here, and it's brilliant. There's a lot of camaraderie, and it's just a very nice place to marshal.
What's a typical day like for you? Oh, hang on, we got an announcement. We'll hear that one out. Oh, well, so we're getting you can probably hear that in the background. The cars are going to head their way down to the assembly area, and we might go down there as well. That will.
GT Championship to the assembly area now, please. Thank you.
Very good. Probably see us interviewing. Yeah. So what have been the duties this morning here?
Well, we're pit lane and start line, so we're a small team. So we look after the pit lane, garage safety, pit lane safety, and we're also doing the start line, gridding people up. And it's quite busy. 'Cause like I say, we're a small team. There's 3 of us doing the pit lane and the start line, 2 guys doing the signalling off the wall, and that's it. You know, that's probably the minimum we need. But we cope. You know, we've got an enormous grid going right around the corner up the hill, but we can cope.
Are you guys from this part of the world, by the way?
No, I live just north of Wigan, so it's 120 miles.
I'm from Liverpool.
And every year we put Anglesey down first. I'm not going to the Formula 1 next week because there's a meeting here, so we're doing that, which is annoying because I like the F1, but we're here because there's an Anglesey meeting on. So if there's a car meeting, there's a small team of people that will come here.
As I say, we really appreciate it. It's great to have you guys here. What's the score? Do you camp? Do you stay in a B&B hotel?
We've got a caravan.
Yeah.
So the caravan's here. I mean, we're here, well, at the moment we're doing 6 out of 8 weekends. We're in the middle of that block at the moment. So we have the caravan here and we stay on site in the paddock.
I was chatting to a couple of your brothers in Orange at Snetterton earlier on in the year, and there's, you know, a lot of them leave the camping equipment there over the course of the season, which is nice that they can do that.
Yeah, well, the circuit manager, Net's kindly let us leave the caravan in the paddock for a couple of months. It sounds horrible, a couple of months, but then we are here every week. So usually we'll drive home on a Monday morning, we'll come back either Friday night or I come back Friday morning, work from the caravan because the Wi-Fi is actually really good now. And it's great. So it's just a way of life. I mean, it's a big part of our life, marshalling. So it just so happens Anglesey this year's got a lot of meetings on.
Well, that's great for us. What's your background? How long have you been on post, and how did it start?
I've been marshalling now for, I think this is my 11th year. Even in the first year I started, I had to go in a pit lane at Alton Park, and I love being, well, they could now call off-track or the specialist marshalling, so pit lane, start line, assembly. I don't like standing on the bank just watching cars, so you be in the pit lane, on the start line, there's always something to do. And it's just great. You get involved, there's always something to do, whether you're trying to catch people speeding, checking the rules, but there's just a lot to do.
And where can people go to find out more and maybe sign up for taster days?
We often have at the big events, especially at Alton Park and lots of other circuits around the country, you'll find a BMMC recruitment tent where you can talk to people and do it. Otherwise, you go to marshals.co.uk, the website, and right on the homepage there's a big button for people to click if they want to sign up for a taster day. Now, it's that simple. I mean, there's lots of taster days at circuits around the country. Click the button and one of our senior marshals will contact you and arrange it. So there's many sessions at lots of circuits. There's some great training involved. Nobody's just, you know, here's an orange vest, get out there. The taster days are fantastic. I mean, I'll be honest, I became a marshal. I went on the guest ticket with my best friends who had applied for a taster day. When I got there, they said, we've got a few people missing. Would you like to come round on the taster day? I said yes, never looked back. That's 11 seasons ago.
That's great that you're still involved. And, you know, one of the things I've said to many of the drivers and teams, it's a people sport, isn't it? If you didn't like the environment, the people, you wouldn't do it.
There are some fantastic people. We're all here, volunteers, with the same aim. It's fantastic. So, I mean, it becomes a family thing. I mean, there's lots, when you look around the circuit, there's a couple of families here today where you get people. I'm lucky because about 5 or 6 seasons ago, my girlfriend gave in and decided either I'll join them or give him some more hassle. So she's now a marshal. She's running the start line here. Right. And it means we can go to lots of events. So I get all these weekends away. This year, probably do I'll stop counting at 50 days. So there's lots of chance to go marshalling all the way around the country. And it becomes a way of life. It's just very relaxing because it's different to the day job. It's just keeps your head going, but it's very different things to concentrate on. So it's a great hobby.
Brilliant. Do you have any other hobbies at all, Alex, or is that it? I guess you might not have time.
I do, but I don't have a lot of time for those anymore, as much as I used to anymore.
What are they, just out of interest?
Well, in my life, I'm a Freemason as well. That takes up a lot of time during the week. So that's lots of evenings during the week. Weekends, I'm usually found at a racetrack. And other hobbies, I mean, I try to swim every morning, but don't get time to do a lot more in the evenings.
Is there a swim upcoming in the Race of Remembrance?
I am doing my utmost not to be taking part in the Biathlon of Foolishness. Someone from the pit lane will be doing it, but I'm hoping it's not me.
Okay, well,
One of these years, I think I'm going to have to bite the bullet and have a go.
Yeah.
But I doubt it's going to be this year.
We're looking forward to that. I'm hoping to get a pass to come and volunteer for that weekend as well. I'm looking forward to it.
You can forget Formula One. Race of Remembrance at Anglesey is the absolute best meeting anywhere on the calendar. The atmosphere is incredible. Everyone's here for a proper cause, and it's just an amazing feeling being involved with that event. Any marshal out there should come and try it at least once.
Nice one.
If you do it once, you'll do it forever.
Brilliant. Alex, thanks for your time. Appreciate that. Have a good day. Stay safe. Thank you guys for all your support. And I won't shove the microphone in anyone else's face because I've been asked not to. We do respect that. Thank you. Thanks again for what you're doing. Now, I don't know. We switched kit, so I don't know whether this is going to work in the holding area or not. Maybe our production team can let us know whether that is the case or not. Well done for walking downstairs backwards. The answer is no, so we're going to be a little bit stuck there. What I might do is see if I can grab some people then in garages and drag a few people out. Garage doors are still down. The ones that are open are Fox Motorsport.
Attention, Paddock, attention, Paddock.
Another announcement.
All cars for race 2, Pro Tyre, Motorsport, Ginetta GT Championship.
So we've got the...
That's all cars for race 2, Pro Tyre, Motorsport.
You can probably hear the announcement going. What we're going to do, we're going to take a little bit of a break. Whilst we do that, we'll try and tee up some more people to have a chat to. But as you probably heard from the announcement, we've got a race to look forward to in a few minutes as well. Stay with us.
3 races.
So down in the holding area, getting ready for round 2 of the racing to get underway here this afternoon. We had the qualifying obviously this morning, which we covered off well in the first group of races. Conditions, I think, slightly wetter. Let's have a wander around and see if we can maybe chat to a couple of people here. Drivers I won't do, because obviously the cars have got the doors shut. The last thing, apart from that one there, he says, we go past Mackenzie Douglas. So things are a little bit tricky. I love the way everyone disperses as soon as the camera comes in. We'll grab a quick word with the Fox boys. Good weekend so far?
Apart from the weather, it's lovely.
It's going to be nice tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, it's one of the best circuits in the country. It's sort of best kept secret really of motorsport, so it's nice to be up here and bring the G-Fest up here. Fox obviously running across a couple of categories. Tell us about your drivers that you've got and how they've gone so far. So obviously got Mackenzie here, obviously a bit more seasoned than some of our other guys, obviously running at the front of the championship, which is good for us. And obviously we've got a crop of new juniors, sort of the affectionately known as the Fox Cubs. Obviously they're finding their water wings this weekend as they sort of make their way in the career they want to choose as motor racing to start with. I saw Paul at the garages earlier on, but they pulled the garage doors down. I think, again, the microphone and the camera tends to sort of switch people off, doesn't it? Paul's just scared of you, that's all it is. Shouldn't be no way, really. Weather forecast for tomorrow, I think, is dry. Is that what you guys are hearing as well? Well, we've got Sean Doyle with us, obviously, as well. And obviously, Sean's from Ireland, so if you can see Ireland, it's meant to be dry. So hopefully we turn up in the morning, we can see his homeland.
Yeah, fingers crossed that it is. Does it cause a lot more work for you? Because obviously you rock up on the Friday, you do your test day, all the data and everything is done in the dry, and then it's wet on race day, so huge, presumably more prep to do and more changes to do to the cars to put wet settings on.
Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, you know, we are, you know, experienced GT teams, single seat teams. We've got enough knowledge base in the team to kind of head off most things. And, you know, personally, I've raced at this circuit as my sort of starting place in Northwest Formula Ford, so I know the circuit really well. So a lot of local knowledge is quite handy.
Yeah, it carries through for the drivers, doesn't it? And everyone likes the place, though, doesn't it? It's a good choice for a G-Fest.
It's slightly worrying that my first race win was 20 years ago here, though. So yeah,
is it?
The guys are having a great time.
Is that the old layout?
So I got my first one on the old layout. I got a podium on the last weekend on the old layout, and a podium at the first weekend on the new layout. So that was quite cool.
They're both great circuits. I'll let you get away and you can chat to your driver. Thanks for having a good to you two. Having a word. Yeah, so we've got the 57 car, Nick White, who starts on pole position for this one. I'm going to move right to this side so that when the whistle blows, they'll be able to go out into the holding area. They are actually doing that now. So again, you know, during the lunch break, we were having the chat with the marshals. We were quite lucky chatting to the guys that were in the dugout there on the pit lane. But as you can see, from the holding area to the posts out on circuit, the outside ones have to deal with all the really bad weather. Out goes our 63 car, it's Connor Garlick. He's being chased there by Callum Noble next out on track. The last of our runners going out on track is Peter Mangian. So now let's go on then to our Pro Time Motorsport GT Championship race up in the commentary box. Andy McEwen and Scott Woodwis.
Thanks, Richard. Again, sterling work, Richard, who has not had a break yet today. It's been a very, very long and trying day for Richard, and his enthusiasm, as always, knows no bounds. So big thank you to Richard for keeping us up to date with what's going on down in the pit lane and the paddock area. We do have cars out on the grid, though, ahead of our second 20-minute race of the day for the Pro Time Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. Their first race earlier on, dominated by Mackenzie Douglas, who won by 7.5 seconds, but really was stroking that one home from about half race distance. Arguably could have won by a bigger margin than that, but he, for this race, will have a little bit of work to do, because Nick White's second fastest time in qualifying was good enough for pole position for this race, and Nick White will have a pole, and Mackenzie Douglas will be starting alongside him now. Nick White didn't get the best of starts in race number 1, if you remember, got stuck sort of behind Harry Mangian, so we can see what pace he's got if he can stay out in front here. White on pole then, and Mackenzie Douglas starting alongside him, about a tenth of a second between them in qualifying. Harry Mangian and Matt Shaw share row number 2. Spare row for Luke Garlick and James Taylor around. James Taylor 5th and Luke Garlick 6th, with Connor Garlick in 7th and Callum Noble in 8th, with Peter Mangian completing the 9-car grid. So, the GT Championship cars put on a good show earlier on today, I think it must be said, and hoping that they will do the same again now in race number 2. It'll be very interesting here, Scott, to see what happens with Nick White, I think, starting from pole position, because like I said, with clean air now, might be able to stretch his legs a little bit more if he can stay ahead, of course, of Mackenzie Douglas off the line, which will not be an easy thing to do.
It won't be, considering how close it was on that first start between Harry Mangian and Mackenzie Douglas, so whether or not it could be a slightly better start this time live, we'll have to wait and see. But Mackenzie's, I'm sure, will be up to the challenge. But this time he starts on the opposite side of the grid, so he's not on the inside of the front row, he's on the outside of the front row, and that's tended to be a better start in some cases for the cars around him initially on those first couple of laps. So once he was into clear air, it was a much easier task for Mackenzie to be able to hold that lead and pull away, whilst the great battle that we had going on between Nick White and Harry Mangian continued to rage on. So Nick will want to try and get a better start from pole position this time. If he can get the whole shot into turn 1 and try and keep himself in front through the banking, it might set him up nicely to get a run all the way through Church and up towards the Rocky Complex. But of course, if Mackenzie's right on his tail, he will certainly push as hard as he can to try and do what Mangian did to White, going to the complex in that first race. Cars up the final corner, all set for race number 2.
Here we go then. Nick White on pole position, and the red light's about to go out. We are away and racing here at Anglesey, and it is going to be Nick White versus Mackenzie Douglas into the first corner. Douglas on the outside line, but Nick White stands his ground and does get the advantage through turn 1. Look at Luke Garlick as well, from 6th on the grid. Luke Garlick into 3rd place as they head for the banking. So Garlick has had a terrific start, gets past Harry Mangan there, but it's Nick White who leads the way. He's wide out of the banking. Does he have the momentum towards Church Corner to keep Mackenzie Douglas at bay? Yes, he does. So Nick White then gets the lead of the race, and Luke Garlick now actually coming up to challenge Mackenzie Douglas as well as they head off Church Corner and up the back straight for the first time of asking. And Luke Garlick suddenly challenging for 2nd place, and therefore the class lead. He is up alongside Mackenzie Douglas now as they head up the hill towards the Rocket Complex. Douglas on the outside line, sails into the corner, finds some grip, finds some traction, and manages to keep Luke Garlick behind him. So the order as they go through Rocket for the first time: White leading the way, Douglas 2nd, Luke Garlick in 3rd, and Harry Mangan in 4th position. A very jumbled order halfway around the first lap, Scott.
Interesting stuff there from Luke Garlick. Managed to get a really solid getaway to get to 3rd place. Much better start this time around than it was for race number 1. It's the corkscrew for the first time, and Nick White this time is being the hunted rather than the hunter. He was all over the back of Harry Mangan for the entire race earlier on this morning in race number 1. This time now he's on. He's have to really get his elbows out to defend from the cars behind, particularly Mackenzie Douglas, who's in such strong form, and he might get an opportunity to take the lead in a moment, because that was a slightly wider exit but a slightly tighter run off the corner for Douglas. He's darted to the outside to have a look down towards the bus stop for the first time. Is there potential that we might get a move here? And the answer is no. But Luke Garlick has found something within these two, within this kind of few hours between race 1 and race 2, because it's a much faster start. He's not necessarily letting the top 2 get away here, and Conor Garlick's up there in 5th position, so whatever was giving them strife in race number 1, the 2 Garlicks have simply worked together and found some more pace in the setup. Whatever direction they went, it's really worked out. In fact, more than worked out. And was that spinner at the exit of the banking? I saw a car possibly facing the wrong way. Yes, it was. And it was Mangan. Harry Mangan in car 44 then. So the man who was challenging for 2nd place and held on to it all the way through race 1 has looped it around at the banking. The question really is, did he jump or was he pushed? But we'll find that out in a second, because we've got this lead battle here, this battle for 2nd place here. No, it's for the lead now, because Nick White's lost the lead, and now Luke Garlick goes sailing down the outside of Mackenzie Douglas. They're wheel to wheel into the first part of Rocket through the in section. Mackenzie Douglas runs him out wide over the curb, and Garlick does indeed 2nd place. So from 3rd to 1st in one move, and just like that, Nick White's gone from being the hunter in the first race to being the hunted in the beginning of the 2nd race, and now back to hunting once again. Now staring down the back end of both Mackenzie Douglas and Luke Garlick.
Well, that was a brilliant bit of battling between the 3 of them. Then Nick White finding himself on the outside looking in there. He just hasn't been getting off the banking very well. Both laps so far, he's had a poor run off the banking, and that has just allowed Mackenzie Douglas to get alongside. This time he committed to the manoeuvre, went through into the lead and brought with him Luke Garlick. But what a turnaround this has been from both of the Garlicks. Luke up into 3rd, and Conor, as we've said, now 4th after the spin for Harry Mangan. So they head towards the end of the 2nd lap of the race then, down into the bus stop. And Nick White no longer with the race lead, but again, to put this into context, he still leads in the class. That's all that really matters from a point scoring perspective. And so as they round turn number 1, he may have lost a couple of positions overall, but still scoring reasonably well. Very well, in fact, here within his class championship. Now, Mackenzie Douglas having hit the front here, Scott. I wonder whether or not he's going to be able to pull away from the cars behind. Luke Garlick certainly has more pace in this race than he demonstrated at any point in race 1, but will he have an answer for the race 1 winner?
In clear air, we know how strong Mackenzie Douglas really is, because he goes for that large gap. And it was only really also the battling between White and Mangan that certainly helped him out to extend it further. Now he's got a clear adversary now in Luke Garlick, who isn't allowing him to get away that much, and he's not battling with anyone behind him either. As we see here, brother Conor is trying to pick up 3rd place at the expense of pole sitter Nick White. And Mangan, meanwhile, of course, is at the back of the field after having had that spin. I think there's one car that just that didn't actually take the start, and it looks like it was Luke Shaw that didn't take the start. Matt Shaw didn't take the start for whatever reason. It's car 33 not on the grid, it looks like. At least it's not on the timing screen, at least. So that's unfortunate. Reasons why we have I don't have any information on that, unfortunately. But Matt Shaw missing the start of race 2. So Douglas then heads his way down towards the hairpin. And the key is going to be, because Luke Garlick doesn't have anyone challenging him, how much is he able to possibly close in on the back of Douglas here? If we look at his gap in the first sector, They matched each other in Sector 1. He looks a little bit closer in Sector 2. The gap is, at the end of that second lap, was 0.879 of a second. We'll see if it's still that gap or if it's stabilised or gone out or come back in again as they come across the line. Answer is it's gone out to 1.4. So in that second sector, it is the fastest second sector of anyone so far for Mackenzie Douglas. It does indeed set the fastest lap of the race. It's the first really proper flying lap, really. 1:38.015. And that was compared to a 38.5 for Luke Garlick. So not quite the same sort of pace. Half a second down at the moment in these wet conditions. So he's giving up the chase. And in fact, both the Garlicks are chasing here because, of course, Luke's going for second and Connor here is going for fourth on the back and white.
Yes, he is. So Connor Garlick wants to try and get through here before those top two get too far away, because if Connor Garlick, like his brother, has found a bit more pace in this race, he wants to utilise it. He doesn't want to get stuck battling with Nick White. They are side by side, actually, as they head towards Rocket Complex this time. And Connor Garlick was going around the outside line. I don't think that worked, though. So, no, there you can see Nick White stays ahead just about. So Nick White then retains third position overall, goes into Rocket out on the tighter line, which you think might yield an opportunity for Connor Garlick to get the better exit speed, but not quite going to work out that way. And Peel Corner they go. Over the hill, down towards the left-hander. Really tricky, steeply downhill left-hander here at the top of the corkscrew. Then around onto the back straight, the Tom Price straight, where perhaps there's an opportunity to attack at the end of it into the hairpin, but Connor Garlick just not quite close enough on this occasion. So around the tight right-hander, onto the back, the old pit straight, towards the bus stop once again. Mackenzie Douglas on this lap definitely seems to be stretching his legs over Luke Garlick. That gap was 1.4 seconds. I'd say it's getting closer to 2 now as they come across the line. So Douglas then with the advantage. It is 1.9 seconds now between them, but Nick White, in fairness, a further 3.1 seconds back in third. This is still really the best of the battles on track right now. Mackenzie Douglas with a new fastest lap of 37.788. Now, how does that compare to race 1? They're 37.5, so very similar lap times, actually. Even though it seems a lot wetter out there at the moment, they are running very comparative lap times there. Meanwhile, Connor Garlick up the inside of Nick White has got into third position. So Connor Garlick into a podium place overall now. Of course, he was already in a podium place, really, within his class, but now he's got some clean air to try and go after the top two. Problem is, that's about 3.5 seconds worth, if not more, of clean air. That might be a bit too much of an ask. He gets very sideways going through Rocket in, does Connor Garlick, but pushing hard just to try and get away from Nick White, but also try and begin this charge after the leading two. So, Mackenzie Douglas then with the advantage. Luke Garlick second now, Connor Garlick up into third place, but what a turnaround this has been, Scott, from race 1 with the Garlicks. I mean, I know a lot of the job was done at the start, but they do seem to have much better race pace now. Luke Garlick's best lap of this race, 1:38.2, compared to a 38.3 from the early race, so he's got a 10th of a second quicker than he did earlier on. What about Connor Garlick? He did a 38.0 in the earlier race. Well, let's see what he can do in clean air now that he's past Nick White, although Nick, in fairness, trying to come back at him here.
He was. Connor was a bit deep into the hairpin, and actually Nick tried to come back at him on the exit. Thankfully, Connor's better traction held him off, but here's the contrast. I think the differences were they were slightly stuck in the pack and they were fighting each other, whereas now they've got a bit more clear air, and they seem to be just got a bit better measure of the conditions, maybe due to a better condition of wet tyre that they have, or possibly the setup's nicer, or they're more used to the circuits. The feedback they gave has meant that this direction they've gone with the setup has actually worked a bit better. Either way, the Garlicks certainly are back to their kind of more front-running best that they have been throughout most of this season. And again, it's certain parts of the circuit, particularly here at Church, where some drivers are more confident than others going through. The one comfort for Nick White, at least, of course, would be a slight ego bruise that the three cars are pulling away, but he is quite substantially ahead of the rest of the AM class. There's James Taylor with Callum Noble up to third place. We've not really spoken about Callum Noble at all, have we? But he's up there in third place in class. I think mainly due to the fact that Matt Shaw's not there. So he's up there with Peter Mangan in fourth. So the Mangans are unfortunately propping up the bottom end of the timing string. 7th and 8th at the moment. But it looks as though that both Luke and Connor seem to be working out quite well in terms of pace. Looking at the gap here, for example. The gap's just quickly checking on the lead. It's 2.6 seconds at the moment. And on this lap alone so far, it's another 10th gain by Douglas in the first sector. So at the moment, Mackenzie's got just about enough measure to hold off the cars in front, cars behind him. And Connor again just takes that kind of more interesting sort of middle of the road diagonal aim for the apex for an early one to try and square off the corner a bit. Guessing that's to try and aid a bit more traction and get better drive off the corner so he can then get a better run down towards the next one and keep the cars behind at bay.
Seems to be the case, doesn't it? Working well for him at the moment. Then gapping Nick White through from the leading two. Personal best lap time that time for Luke Garlick, but still can't get into the 37s. Only one driver is in the 37s, that being race leader Mackenzie Douglas, and that's why he's now extended his lead to nearly 3 seconds. Conor Garlick on that lap did a 38.3, so 2/10 slower than his brother Luke up the road, so that gap is creeping out as well. So where is the next battle likely to come from? Well, realistically, Harry Mansion versus Peter Mansion, isn't it? Because those two, they might be at the back of the field, but they're going to be the two closest cars on track, I think, before too much longer, as Harry Mansion begins this fight back through the field, he hopes. He's got nearly half the race left to try and gain a few more positions, but once he gets past Peter, it's then another 7 seconds up the road to Callum Noble. So realistically, here they come. Look, Peter Mansion, the white and red striped car, Harry Mansion, the blue and orange behind, and I'm not sure if that is the car that Luke Reed drove last year in this championship. It's certainly a very similar colour, isn't it, the Harry Mansion car? Anyway, it's we know a quick car. It's massively out of position after its dramas earlier on. And he has at least now closed in on Peter. And I don't imagine it will take him too long to find a way through. Out of Peel, down into the left-hander. A lot more spray evident out on track in this race than in race one as well, isn't there? So that is a sign definitely that the track conditions have deteriorated, and Peter Mansion is going to rob us of a battle by pulling out of the way of Harry, understandably, I suppose. But it would have been nice to see these two go toe-to-toe for a little bit. But anyway, Harry Mansion slips through and up now into 7th place. But in the end, that wasn't much of a battle, was it, really? So, OK, where's the next potential fight going to come from? Well, Callum Noble on that lap was 4/10 quicker than James Taylor. 2nd place in the AM class they're battling over. There's 1.4 seconds between them at the moment. They did come down by 4/10 that time around. So perhaps, Scott, that is where we need to look now for a pair of cars that are at least slightly getting themselves closer together.
I wouldn't disagree. Yep, Taylor and Noble seem to be the closest battle on track. And those two, of course, are fighting over what will be 2nd and 3rd in the AM class. Here they are, just behind Nick White, and just looking at their gap to Nick White, because Nick's, of course, dropped back a little bit. Interestingly enough, both of them were quicker than Nick White on the last lap. Nick did a 39.2 compared to a 39.1 for Taylor and a 38.7 personal best for this man, Callum Noble. So interesting enough, these two are starting to very slowly reel Nick White back in, it seems. And of course, a reminder, this will be for 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the AM class, which means this will could essentially become a 3-way fight for the lead, and that is Luke Garlick. Luke Garlick from 2nd place down the corkscrew. Now, I presume he would have been on his own and did that, because I'd usually pose the question, did he jump or was he pushed? My suggestion is he jumped.
I think all of the evidence suggests that might be right, because he was, what, 4 seconds nearly clear of Conor Garlick. 4 seconds behind Mackenzie Douglas, but we saw a couple of drivers having little moments there in the earlier races, and like I said, it's such a steeply downhill approach into the top of the corkscrew, but it is easy to lock the rear axle going into there, or dip a wheel on the grass perhaps on turning. Now the question is, did he get going again? I think the answer is yes. So Luke Garlick, what a shame though, after we were saying all sorts of good things about him earlier on, and the improvements that he made from race 1 to race 2. Sadly now a mistake catching him out, dropping him down the order. He is actually going to start, he's going to cross the line in last place. So Luke Garlick a long way down the order, unfortunately, after that one. It promotes everybody else up a place, apart from Mackenzie Douglas, who now enjoys an 8.1 second lead over Conor Garlick in 2nd position. Nick White now back onto the overall podium as the AM class leader, and then this fight for 4th place, James Taylor versus Callum Noble, and Callum was again quicker by about 0.3 of a second on the previous lap, so he's taking around 3 to 4/10 of a second a lap. I'd say, Scott, that he's closing in by perhaps even more than that on this particular lap, and Callum Noble now almost within striking range.
You can tell that because he's getting a face full more of spray than the car in front, but it looks a bit sick. So James Taylor is trying to defend the position here. Of course, this is 4th overall and 2nd in the AM class. And the gears down to 2nd through the corkscrew. Watch for the marker boards on the left-hand side. Back up the gears to 3rd. Grab 4th, maybe 5th on the run towards the hairpin. Just gets towards the rev range and again back down a couple of gears, takes that again wider, deeper line to get slightly backtracked to the corner to try and square it off. A little bit of straighter exit out of the hairpin there, just trying to chase down Harry Mangan. Now, Harry Mangan is 9.5 seconds back, and he was about 4/10 quicker than Taylor, and only about a tenth or so quicker than Noble, so I don't think he'll be catching him. You see there, Callum Noble getting all crossed up on the exit, as we've seen plenty of people do over the course of the day so far in these conditions. I think it's possibly going to be game on between these two, and it'll depend on the next few corners as to when this battle might start to kick off. Just looking at the window, Mackenzie Douglas is just sailing by in the lead by some 8-9 seconds. That said, last time by, can't go up to 37.7, and he's comfortably the fastest man on track. And he's quicker by about 0.3 of a second than Mackenzie Douglas. I would probably hasten to add, touchwood, we've only got 4.5 minutes to go, so I think I can't see anything happening to him take the lead, touchwood. But then again, stranger things have happened so far today, so anything could potentially happen in it being motorsport. But into the complex they go. And I think it's comfortable to say that ain't 1.5 seconds anymore. That's definitely under that. And I think Callum Noble, Andy, is on the prowl.
Definitely so. On the previous lap was 4/10 nearly quicker. And looking now to try and close those last few car lengths, but they're always the hardest car lengths to close, because as you said, the closer you get in these conditions, the more spray gets kicked up in your face, the worse your visibility becomes. It's much easier to miss your braking point, miss your turning point, perhaps start driving a bit too tentatively maybe, because you can't really see where you're going. And so it's important for Callum Noble to try and stay in his rhythm here and keep on pushing as hard as he dares to get within proper striking range. 3.5 minutes to go. Into the final corner they come then. Again, that's a tricky, slightly uphill corner. You sort of pop up over a hill coming over the exit of the corner. Easy to understeer wide onto that exit curb. That time Noble dropping 0.2 of a second, but I think that is because he's got so close now that he can't really see where he's going. As poor as the visibility appears to be trackside, it is far worse from inside the cars, especially when you're closing into within 3/4 of a second or so of the car ahead of you. As this goes on, by the way, Luke Garlick, I suspect, is going to find a way past Peter Mangan before too much longer. Those two are only 2 seconds apart, but lapping about a second and a bit faster a lap is Luke Garlick at the moment. As for the second lap in a row, Conor Garlick was quicker than Mackenzie Douglas that time. Only by, again, about 2 Oh, that's Conor Garlick! Oh no, Conor Garlick off now. So forget that, he wasn't catching the leader. He's pulled over there, I think, on the exit of Rocket, I reckon that is, or Peel maybe, exit of Peel. So Conor Garlick then, both of the Garlicks out of the race. That is the exit of Rocket, isn't it? They're both out of the race, and Conor Garlick is furious, slams the door, storms up onto the banking, takes his gloves off in disgust, and I think perhaps signalling to the car that he wasn't very happy with it then, as he turned back to look at it. And Conor Garlick, I'm afraid, out of the race. So complete disaster for the Garlick Scot. Just when it looked like they'd cracked it, it looks as though Conor's going to notch up a non-finish, and Luke Garlick's going to end up finishing at the back.
After all that hard work in race number 2, it's all sadly going to come to mostly nothing. Luke Garlick will still come home and pick up the points for 4th in class, but even so, his pride will be dented a little bit, given the fact that he's at the back of the field. This might be a small let-off for Harry Mangan. He's dropped into 3rd. Well, he'll be 2nd now in class. Of course, and Luke will now be 3rd, because of course Connor's dropped out of it, so this will still be a podium, ironically, for Luke. So it's not all lost for the Garlicks, but I'm sure they would have liked both on there. For the banking comes the scrap now still for 2nd place, still about 9/10 of a second between them. Towards the right-hander at Church. We're still pushing on. He still wants to try and keep attacking the racetrack as much as he can. Probably agonising that he knows that Taylor is right in front of him. Just has to find a little bit extra, and he might not be able to make it happen. In terms of lap times, I believe either on the last lap or 2 laps to go, I think.
I suspect one more after this one, yeah.
Yes, yeah, I think you're right, yeah, because we crossed the line with 18 minutes and 2 seconds completed, and our lap time is about 1:38, 1:39, so you're absolutely right. Come out of the right-hander at Peel and down the hill towards the corkscrew. A little bit closer as Callum. Last lap time by on the sectors, he was about a 1/10.5 quicker this time by. No, sorry, he wasn't. He matched him pretty much in the first sector. He's closer, I think, in the second sector particularly through Peel and up the way through the hairpin. So this could be a possible best chance here. They'll get one more opportunity on this last lap to try and make a move. Down the hill they go towards the bus stop to start the last lap of the race. Again, Douglas, meanwhile, has had nothing to trouble him so far. He's already crossed the line to start his last lap. 14 seconds clear of that man, Nick White, in the foreground. This will be a relatively straightforward victory once again, unless John performs on the last lap. Fingers crossed it doesn't. And see here the gap between this battle for second and third in Anne. Oh, that's Luke Garlick now. So both of the Garlicks out of the race. That's going to be on the run down towards the bus stop. And he's just a span too. What on earth is going on with the Garlicks today? That's both of them out of the race, either with a similar problem or just by coincidence, both of them with similar mechanical issues. Either way, that is absolutely bizarre.
That bizarre is the word, yes. What a coincidence, and both with very similar reactions, but I mean, that is the frustration of a good race that's gone begging. If they'd been running at the back anyway and then broken down, if they'd broken down in race one, they might not have been too concerned, but the fact that they both had the pace here to be on the overall podium, unfortunately, neither of them getting to the flag. That is massively, massively frustrating. I think he's gone off. He's pointing the wrong way.
Oh, he is.
That
You're
car
right.
is pointing the wrong way on the exit of the bus stop. So I think he's been around.
That's the exit of
the corkscrew.
Yeah. But mistakenly, I think we thought he was in the exit here by the barriers here because it was facing that way. So I genuinely thought he was here down the run towards the bus stop.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's off the road anyway. But anyway, no trouble for this man. He's about to make it 2 from 2 and go into Sunday with a very healthy haul of points and another extension of his championship lead.
It's going well, isn't it, for Mackenzie Douglas? About the only one it is going well for, really. Out of the final corner he goes, crosses the line, and Mackenzie Douglas wins once again here at Anglesey. And then we wait, and we wait, and we keep on waiting, and eventually there Nick White arrives out of the final corner, and he will claim the victory in the AM class, second place overall. Third place is James Taylor. Where's Callum Noble?
So another one's bit the dust on this one, unfortunately.
Oh, here comes Callum. Here comes Callum now, only coming into the final turn now, so he's been off the road somewhere on the final lap as well. There's no obvious sign of damage on that car, but he's clearly been off the road somewhere. Hangs on to fourth position. Harry Mangan fifth, almost caught him at the line. What a bizarre second race of the weekend that was for the Pro Tire Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. Both of the Garlicks seemingly over their race one woes, only to neither of them to end up running at the flag. And then some sort of weird drama at the end there for Callum Noble as well, but at least it didn't cost him a place, but it did cost him a chance of a podium finish. But anyway, he at least was running at the checkered flag, I'll give him that. So Mackenzie Douglas then gets the race victory. And Nick White second. There is Luke Garlick. Yeah, he's been in the tyre wall. Look, you can see he's done quite a bit of damage to the tyre wall, actually. So that's been a reasonably big hit coming out of the top of the corkscrew. Pointing at the car, there is Conor Garlick, who's not calmed down much, has he? That's still a very unhappy Conor Garlick, trudging back to his car at the exit of Rocket. So, from all of the drama emerges double race victor in the shape of Mackenzie Douglas. Nick White comes home in second position with James Taylor in third. Two rookie drivers on the outright podium. Callum Noble was fourth ahead of Harry Mangan fifth, and Peter Mangan was sixth. With Garlick and Conor Garlick failing to finish that short, failing to start, and that was another bizarre moment in that because there was no real obvious reason as to why he didn't take the start, but clearly there was an issue of some sort. He wasn't able to make it out onto the grid. So, Conor Garlick looking around at the back of the car, presumably trying to diagnose what the issue is. I think Luke Garlick knows what his issue is. Oh yeah, big chunk of bodywork there, the marshals bringing back around. From this angle, it didn't look damaged at all, but it's quite obviously been into the barriers at some speed. And done quite a lot of damage to knock him out of the race. Teams will have some work to do. Zentek Motorsport, of course, running both of the Garlicks and Callum Noble, who had that mystery drama at the end of the race. It wasn't a great second half of the race that for Zentek Motorsport, was it? But it was a great race for Mackenzie Douglas, who came home victorious for the second time today. So for the second time today, he's catching up now with Richard John Neal.
So the Fox boys, we spoke to a couple of them before they went out on track, celebrating with Mackenzie Douglas. Nick White just getting his crash on. Oh, he's just behind us, actually, out of shot at the moment. Well done, Nick. Another win for Nick. And perfect weekend so far. Perfect day for Mackenzie. I think he's going to pop the crash helmet back in the car. it's going to be a shorter podium here because we lost both the Garlic brothers. What a bizarre race that was. Both of them on for at varying times in the race for podium positions, and things just ended up changing around. You never ever know how it's going to pan out, particularly here at Anglesey, particularly with Ginetta and in the wet conditions that we've had as well. I'm going to nip over and grab another word with Mackenzie Douglas. This is, I guess, a nice habit to have, isn't it? Interview A for being fastest in qualifying, race 1 win, and now race 2 win. Summarise your day for us.
I mean, it's gone pretty well, so I know, massive thanks to the team. Only half the job's done. We've got to do the same thing again tomorrow. So, yeah, really happy, and this puts in a good place for tomorrow.
Straightforward race. I mean, last time I looked at the TSL on my mobile, you were 13 odd seconds clear.
It wasn't straightforward, especially at the start. Obviously, Nick stayed in front, had a hard time from Luke, but yeah. I think once the tyres got in their window again, we just got our head down, and I think Luke made a mistake further back, I'm not too sure. But I think that sealed the deal, and then looked after the tyres for the rest of the race then.
Yeah, I think it was down at the corkscrew heading up onto the Tompai Straight that he had the issue, and that kind of took the pressure away from you. But when you get it in these conditions, when things can go so easily wrong, it's a good way, isn't it, to wrap up a day?
Yeah, I mean, it was really tricky out there, so I just keep it on the black stuff, and it always goes well. So yeah, really happy.
How's your evening look? I mean, what do you do? You've got another full day to do with qualifying again. What sort of things do you get up to this evening?
I think there's a bit of a team party tonight, so I'll stick to the pints of water for tonight. So, yeah, no, it should be good fun, but focus on tomorrow morning.
Well, enjoy that, Mackenzie. Well done. Perfect day. Congratulations, and what a pleasure to be able to do the podium on that. Let's have a word with our amateur class winner, Nick White. Let's grab, if we can. Nick, well done. Again, 2 out of 2 for this weekend, and continuing the form we've seen from you this weekend. But what's it like out there?
Yeah, it's pretty miserable. I'm well pleased to come home with the AM win and second overall, people falling off the track, but the car was just not under me, to be honest with you. I had nothing to give. Mackenzie was so fair to me on the first couple of laps. You know, he was biding his time, but not even a single touch when he could have easily given me a little nudge if he wanted to. So yeah, hats off to him. And coming back P2 with how the car was handling, I'm over the moon with that.
It must be great though, being in the AM class and getting like 2 pole positions I think so far outright this year, yeah, and bagging those wins and being able to race with the pro category.
Yeah, absolutely. Number 1 aim is the AM, but when you can see you're quick enough and you're there, you want to get stuck in, and you don't want to interfere with their race, but you're like, oh, I'm quick enough to be here, so let's go on. But at the same time, we know when they were catching me, and I didn't make it difficult for them. We're in different races in the same race as such, but yeah, it was all good.
Mega stuff. And I'll ask the same question I asked to Mackenzie. What are the plans for the evening?
This evening, well, we're meant to be having a barbecue, right? But well, the Ginetta barbecue, we'll see here. So yeah, nice early finish today, which makes a change.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Well, I hope you have a great evening, and you never know, we might do it again tomorrow, Nick. Hopefully see you then. Congratulations, Nick White takes the AM class win, and I think we're going to head over and do the podium. Now, rather than interrupt that, I'll hand you back to Scott and Andy, who'll give you the grid for the Ginetta GT Academy race, and we'll go and do the honours for the trophies to be given out from the GT Championship. So back to the guys in the commentary box.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, 2 more races to go today then in day 1 of the G-Fest, and we have got the GT Academy cars not yet released out onto the circuit. There's a bit of garlic clean-up to be done from around the circuit, with both Connor and Luke needing to be recovered, or their cars anyway, from various ends of the racetrack, where they met, unfortunately, a fairly early demise in that second GT Championship race of the weekend. Now, in GT Academy land, race number 1 earlier on was really good, actually, wasn't it? Certainly a very dramatic start to the race, with 3 of the potential race winners all pointing the wrong way at the banking on lap number 1. James Nicholas started from pole, went off at the banking. We don't know whether that was contact with Mike Taylor or not, but they were side by side going in, and then next thing you know, James Nicholas was on the grass. There was also then a spin for both Luke Shaw and, critically, Harry Gamble, the championship leader, at the same time, and so Again, in unrelated incidents, they both ended up pointing the wrong way and both ended up losing points. All of which means that before, again, those pesky drop scores are added in, Harry Gamble has now an 8-point championship lead over James Nicholas, who is then 30 points ahead of Mike Taylor, who is 4 ahead of Luke Shaw. So 42 points now cover the top 4 drivers in the championship. As I said, 35 points available for a race victory. So we wait for the cars to leave assembly, which they're not yet doing, but they will hopefully very shortly be heading out onto the track. And whilst waiting for them to head out onto the track, I think we can remind ourselves of a little bit of the action from the first race of the day. Oh, in a moment or two, we will have highlights from the first race of the day. In the meantime, Scott, let's remember back, shall we, to what was a very dramatic opening race of the day, and as I suspected at the time, a race that has massively tightened up the championship race, not only in the rookie class, but in the academy class as well, where just 4 points now separate Julian Wantling and Mark Elman. Yeah,
they had quite the battle between the two of them until Wantling had that spin at the banking, which really kind of put paid to his charge of getting some good points. But it seems though that he's got this kind of rather tight lead to try and hold on to. That's going to be quite a contest. Of course, the competition between the two Tomlinsons has also seen a slight extension of their gap. Em has now got a 9-point advantage over Amy Tomlinson. And then we've got Mike West, who's been in the mix and is now 83 points back in 5th position. So some work to do. And Paul Livesey also got a really nice chunk of points with that class win. So he's now going to properly off the mark. It's his first weekend in the championship. So not bad to kick off your first weekend in the class with a victory. And that's got him off the board pretty quickly. And then in that rookie class where all the front runners are, I'm a bit surprised that sort of Harry Gamble still leads. But of course, it's that slender 8-point margin because James Nicholas has certainly he had some really good damage control there, of course, particularly with getting that 5th position after recovering. So he's now got a good opportunity here to take the championship lead in rookie class if he's able to get a good result and outscore Harry by enough points. Mike Taylor, meanwhile, as we mentioned, has also put himself right into the mix, 30 points back now, and that victory certainly has done him certainly no harm at all, obviously. So the big loser out of that, it seems, possibly was Luke Shaw.
Yes, definitely wasn't it? Luke Shaw just did not capitalise on what was potentially going to be a good race for him, but in the end didn't quite work out in his favour. Right then, now we can remind ourselves, I believe, of a few of the highlights from race number 1 earlier on today. Well, it was a race that, as I said, packed most of its action into the first 20 seconds or so. James Nicholas and Mike West shared the front row of the grid. Nicholas, from pole position, looked to have got the better of Mike going into turn 1, but Mike stood his ground, got to the inside line into the banking, and then as a left shot, there was drama for Luke Shaw and Harry Gamble, both actually getting involved with Ali Al-Jafali, which explains why Ali got so much damage to the front of his car. He was off then at the next corner, we think with broken steering, and eventually limped back to the pit lane to retire. Julian Wantling was battling away with a couple of drivers, but at one point Peter Thompson for position, and Peter Thompson was able to find his way through, another one of the rookie drivers. Whilst meanwhile, it was Jamie Cordle, excuse me, who had been running in 2nd place, but was reeled in and eventually overtaken by Gareth Thomas. But Jamie Cordle's car, which had been badly damaged in a qualifying accident, managed to run in 2nd place for much of the race before eventually crossing the line in 3rd. James Nicholas was charging through the order, certainly making better progress than the likes of Luke Shaw and Harry Gamble, who of course had also been off on that opening lap of the race. Nicholas eventually recovering to 5th position, but the checkered flag eventually waved for Mike Taylor, who won the race by 4.3 seconds in the end, and will be starting once again for the front row of the grid for race number 2, which is coming up in just a few moments' time. And right on cue, look at that. It's almost like we planned it that way. I can assure you we didn't. The cars are now lining up on the grid ahead of their green flag lap with the 2nd race of 4 this weekend about to get underway. You can see Luke Garlick's car in the background being brought in with quite a bit of damage, isn't there, on the left rear corner. So that's going to be a bit of a sleepless night, I suspect, for Zentek Motorsport, but they are well used to it by now. There's always a lot of work goes on, even to a healthy, undamaged car. There's a lot of work goes on overnight to prep them fully for the next day of racing. So the team will, I'm sure, be more than up to the task and will get that car back out on track again tomorrow, where each of our 3 Ginetta racing categories will have another pair of races and a qualifying session in the morning that will set the grid for that pair of races. So, James Nicholas then has another stab at starting from pole position here, and it's a very similar look to the front of the grid as we had in race number 1, isn't it, with a couple of exceptions, but James Nicholas and Mike Taylor sharing the front row, and they'll both be hoping to get through that first corner cleanly. As I'm sure Harry Gamble and Luke Shaw from further behind. Really important now for Gamble to try and outscore James Nicholas if he can. And he managed to do it in race 1. Nicholas going off the road should have presented an opportunity for Gamble to outscore his big rival. It didn't quite pan out that way. So the Ginetta G-Fest safety car leaves the line, and the rest of the cars now moving in to accelerate away then on their green flag lap ahead of race number 2 for Ginetta GT Academy. So cars then accelerate away. And we can take a look momentarily then at the way that the cars are going to line up on the grid for race number 2 of the weekend. Then, as I said, this grid based upon the second fastest lap times from qualifying earlier on this morning. And we'll see James Nicholas starting from pole, Mike Taylor alongside. In the end, only, 3/100ths of a second separating the two of them on their second fastest lap times. Then Harry Gamble in third, ahead of Gareth Thomas, who lines up alongside him on row number 2. Then Luke Shaw and Ali Al-Jafali. It would help if I had the right grid in front of me, wouldn't it? Luke Shaw and Ali Al-Jafali sharing the third row of the grid. Then on row 4 are Peter Thompson and Jamie Cordell. So Jamie hoping for another really good start like he had in the first race. Julian Watling has some work to do now if he's going to keep Mark Elman at bay for the championship lead in the GTA class. And Tomlinson will be starting alongside him on row 5. Row 6 for Paul Livesey and Mark Elman. And on the 7th row of the grid, we will have Amy Tomlinson and Ben Cook, GTA driver, alongside a rookie driver. Then row 8 for Phil McGarty and Lucy Hodgson. Row 9 for Harry Cook and Gilbert Verdi. And that is the 18-car grid completed by the rookie, who also runs within the Chairman's Cup. The Chairman's Cup for drivers, I believe, over the age of 50, I want to say, in the Ginetta GT Academy. Anyway, they were, the class was headed by Peter Thompson in the race earlier on today. So, let's try this again, shall we then? It was a very entertaining first race. What does race 2 have in store for us here with the Ginetta GT Academy? Well, we'll find out in a few moments' time. The cars are heading towards the final corner. James Nicholas starting from pole position, but can he stay there this time? Remember, this is exactly where they started in race 1, with Nicholas on the inside of row 1 and Mike Taylor on the outside. Taylor right round the outside of turn 1, got the inside of the banking. And then Nicholas ended up off the road, and Taylor never looked back and went on to take a very comfortable race victory. What's going to happen in race number 2 then? Off the final corner they go, the lights are out, they're away in racing, and it's a pretty even start from both of the front row starters. Oh, bit of contact heading into turn 1 there between Nicholas and Taylor. Taylor is sideways, can he hang on to it? Yes, he can, and James Nicholas will clearly have the lead this time, heading for the banking. So James Nicholas then with the advantage, Taylor trying to get to the inside line, but he's not quite going to do it. So it is Nicholas who leads them out of turn 2. No, it isn't. Taylor's back up the inside, and again they trade paint, heading for Church Corner. Taylor on the inside, Nicholas on the outside line, neither one wanting to give, but Mike Taylor is going to muscle his way through and grabs the race lead, and here comes Gamble. Harry Gamble with a run on the pair of them might now demote Nicholas down to 3rd position. This has not gone to plan for the man who led the championship for much of the first part of the season, and suddenly James Nicholas finds himself down in 3rd position. Harry Gamble up the inside into Rocket will claim that 2nd place away. So it's Taylor who leads, Gamble 2nd, Nicholas in 3rd position, and Scott, that did not go according to plan for the pole sitter.
Outside line on the front row of the grid certainly working much better than the inside, and now Nicholas has got some work to do. This is a much better getaway, of course, for Harry Gamble, considering he was facing the wrong way at the banking at the start of lap number 1. Of course, Nicholas was back there. I noticed in that highlights thing that just that off shot, just as he was going off the road, saw James Nicholas on the exit of the banking, so that's where he went. But I saw a bit of turf being kicked up as he was going wide on that highlights bit. That's what happened to him. Still in the fight here, of course, and still next over 4th position. It's, car 77, isn't it? So yes, he's in the mix of the 2, so it's Gareth Thomas. So the top 4 down the hill towards bus stop for the first time, and Harry Campbell's on his toes though. Sebastian's pretty fired up after the spinning race number 1 put him right down to the back of the field, but then he didn't really make that much progress to get back through there, whereas James Nicholas was much more comfortable picking his way through to take eventual 5th position. Into another lap they go. Start of lap number 2, so we'll start to get the first proper lap times next time by. It's only 4 tenths or so from Harry Gamble. Let's see how much he's on his toes as they go through the banking. Back on the power once again. Different lines being taken to get the best traction possible. Now the run towards Church Corner again. It's a corner that divides a few people. Some people are able to take it faster than others. They all relatively use the same line, but it's all kind of different levels of confidence compared to the grip and the car setup and the tyres that they've got underneath them that makes it work. Another driver I'm also quite keen to see what he can do. He's just there in 7th place, Ali Al-Jafari. Of course, he was off in race number 1, still carrying a bit of a battle scar from his collision in race number 1. But he's now up there in 7th place, hasn't taken to the grass yet, touch wood. And he's chasing after the man who finished on the podium, Jamie Cordell, who put in a brilliant drive, despite how that car was looking at the end of qualifying, and took advantage of all the chaos and flotsam and jetsam that was happening around him to be as high as 2nd place, trying to chase after Mike Taylor. But at the moment, sat back in 6th position and doing a fine job to hold his own in the pack.
Yeah, well, he's gained 2 places again from where he started. He started 8th on the grid, so moving forward, admittedly not quite as rapidly as he did in race 1, but Jamie Cordell looking reasonably strong in race 2. Mike Taylor, though, leading the way, and actually Harry Gamble now coming under renewed threat here from James Nicholas, who takes a very wide line into the hairpin. Now watch for the exit speed. It looked like a mistake, that. It might have been a mistake if I'm honest, but he'll try and style it out by carrying good speed down the old pit straight. Well, in the end, he's not really getting any closer, is he, as they head into the final corner. So it will be Taylor, Gamble, Nicholas, Thomas, the leading group. Luke Shaw then battling away with Jamie Cordell for 5th in the background, with Ali Al-Jafari in there as well. Here comes Luke Shaw towards us then. Jamie Cordell, what can he do? Can he find a way through? We've seen it's been very difficult to overtake once the races settle down today in these wet conditions, but Jamie Cordell will really want to try and prove me wrong and find a way past as soon as he can here. Turns his way through the banking, down towards Church Corner again, where Mike Taylor and James Nicholas really did battle on that opening lap of the race. But Mike Taylor knows that if he can keep on winning races, Scott, he can get right back into this championship battle. Coming into this race, Mike Taylor was 38 points off the championship lead. That is more than doable if he keeps this performance going through the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, some more healthy point scores, a few more wins certainly wouldn't do him any harm whatsoever if he can hold on to that. Of course, Harry Campbell and co have got some other ideas on that side. Back on board with Jamie Cordell, rumbling over the curbs on the exit of the Rocket Out corner into Peel, still continuing the pursuit of Luke Shaw here, who, despite Luke Shaw being 4th in the points, really had the pace so far, regardless of any mistakes he had in race 1. But he's really on the same sort of pace that he possibly has shown previously in the season. Now he's come under threat, not just from Cordell, but that was a good exit I saw also there from Ali Al-Jafari in 7th place in white and green. So there's a 3-car scrap developing there, whilst they come out of the top 4, and I think you were peeking to see what was happening.
And Jamie Cordell's gone past. He went to the inside, he was late on the brakes, got past Luke Shaw. Luke is trying to come back at him now, but that's the outside line into the final corner, and I suspect, yes, that Jamie Cordell is going to make that place his own. So Cordell into the top 5 now. Can he chase down the cars ahead of him? Well, that might be a tall order, but we'll see what pace he's got now he's in clean air, as he continues to reward the E3 Sport team for all of their hard work to get that car fixed after his qualifying accident. So Jamie Cordell into 5th position now. Luke Shaw now has to try and fend off Ali Al-Jafari. They round the banking for the 4th time of asking. Mike Taylor leading the way now by nearly 1.2 seconds. 1 minute 40.242 was his most recent lap time, which is quicker than he went in race number 1. The fastest lap in race 1 was, would you believe, a 1 minute 40.242. Exactly the same lap time that Mike Taylor has just set to the 1,000th of a second. So they're nothing if not consistent, but again, in very different conditions is my point, Scott. For them to be running that sort of pace again shows that sometimes it's not necessarily about how wet the track is, but just how much grip there is in the track. And sometimes, counterintuitively, a wetter track actually has more grip than a damp-ish kind of track, doesn't it?
We saw that kind of qualifying, didn't we, at one point, particularly on the qualifying sessions. It was on a slightly more dry but still damp circuit. It was possibly causing the tyres not to work at their optimal performance and possibly even overheat a little bit. Once it got wetter, then ironically we saw faster lap times. Possibly we could even see a change here for 2nd place, because James Nicholas is really on his toes here, right on the back of Gamble, both of them taking different lines through the hairpin. Now they're meant to sprint down towards the bus stop, and James Nicholas, following Gamble, puts the car in the middle of the road, but he's choosing the inside line. If he can make a dive down the inside into the bus stop, which he does, really late on the brakes towards, and that's a really classy bold move into the final corner. Lovely move from the scholarship winner. He's now up to second place. Now I guess the big question is, can he start to chase after Mike Taylor? And if so, a little tweak of the tail there through turn one. How quickly can he catch him?
Well, that was significant, wasn't it? He's 8 points behind Harry Gamble in the championship, but that move means he would only be 4 points behind him in the championship if things finish as they are now. But as you said, he's got over half the race to go, nearly 2/3 of the race to go, to try and bridge the gap to Mike Taylor. And don't forget that in the damp qualifying session earlier on today, he was quicker than Taylor. Not by a lot, but he was quicker. He took pole position for both of today's races, did James Nicholas, and he will certainly fancy his chances then. In the first sector of this lap, he is slower than the race leader by 0.2 of a second. Meanwhile, Jamie Cordle and Luke Shaw doing battle. Luke Shaw trying to come back here at Cordle on the outside line into Rocket, but Cordle sees off that particular challenge and manages to retain that 5th position then. They run through Rocket. Jamie Cordle, though, having got through on Luke Shaw a few laps ago, just not at the moment able to pull any sort of a gap on him. Uphill they go. Dropping downhill towards the corkscrew, where already on their way are the leading group, and I'm very intrigued to see the lap times at the end of this lap. Fastest of anybody in Sector 1, by the way, Gareth Thomas. Gareth Thomas with a 34.0 in Sector 1, almost half a second quicker than the cars ahead of him. There you can see him, the white and blue car in 4th position. Cordle then comes through with Luke Shaw not really that close to him. What is that lead gap? It was at the start of the lap, 2.6 seconds. I reckon it's maybe come down fractionally, but only a little bit. We'll see now then. Taylor does a 140.3, Nicholas does a 40.2, and a new fastest lap of the race, so another point going the way of James Nicholas. That means as it stands there would be 3 points in it for the championship lead before drop scores. Yes, I know, but still very close indeed between those two. And James Nicholas, albeit only by 1/10.5, Scott, was quicker than the race leader.
That's the key thing, just keep on chipping away, trying to close that down, and you never know when someone might hit a mistake or two, so he's going to keep on plugging away. And what's also interesting is not just how quickly Nicholas pulled away from Gamble, but also now Gamble has another new adversary to worry about, the former Gareth Thomas right on his tail in car 77. There they are for 3rd place. So that battle's going to continue on all the way through. Up the hill towards the Rocket Complex, Thomas closing in into that first sector. Was he ever quick? He was quicker by about 8/7 of a second. As just behind them, there's a scrap going on that looks like between our leaders in the this is a battle going on. In fact, it's for the lead, in fact, of the GTA class. This is Emma Tomlinson, who that's gone under the radar. Emma Tomlinson leading the GTA class. This is the fight for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, but she's got 2 of the arguably fastest drivers, the top 2 in the class championship, breathing down her neck quite literally. Let's see if she can fend them off and get her elbows out to try and keep the place.
Well, and significantly there, Julian Wantling was being overtaken by Mark Elman. So Mark Elman has got 2nd place in the class now, away from Julian Wantling, and that would mean they'd be tied on points for the championship lead after this race. So Mark Elman with a significant move there, but of course if he could get past Emma Tomlinson, he will take the lead of the championship for himself. He is certainly closing in on Emma as they turn into the hairpin. Emma Tomlinson's had 5 podium finishes so far this season, but yet to win a race within the GT Academy class. So what can she do now here at Anglesey? Meanwhile, another new fastest lap for 2nd place man James Nicholas, and that was 3/4 of a second quicker than Mike Taylor, so it's game on for the race win now. Surely Mike Taylor put in a personal best lap as well, so it's not as if Mike is taking things easy. He's pushing as well, but James Nicholas quite clearly quicker than the race leader.
It's quite astonishing from James. This is only what his races has he done now? What, 8th or 9th car race ever? And he's already putting in lap times like that and driving like he's been doing it for ages. It's pretty astonishing. This is, I think it's quite clear, it's what you call genuine natural ability from James Nicholas. Really good stuff. And he's impressed ever since his first competitive session in this championship, getting pole position. So really good stuff for the mix here. And there's Paul Livesey, who's going to hold on, try and get a podium place in the class. Meanwhile, this is the fight for 6th between Luke Shaw in black, pink, pinkish red and white, compared with the white, green and black of Ali Al-Jafari. And also still going on is this fight for 3rd between Harry Gamble. He's in white and black, and in white and blue behind him is 77 Gareth Thomas. So we've got fights on for the lead, for 3rd place, for 6th position, and from 1st down to 4th all the way in the AM category, in the GTA category. So plenty of action in this second race, and there's still 8.5 minutes to go.
Exactly so. You don't know where to look, really, do you? You need 3 sets of eyes, but that GTA class battle definitely was getting pretty tight as they headed to the hairpin that time. What's the lead gap going to be, though? 1.9 seconds it was. It's another personal best for Mike Taylor, and actually that time he was about 0.4 quicker than James Nicholas, so he's responding to the pressure now. So Nicholas 2.2 seconds back. Al Jafali almost off the road there as he came out of the final corner. Ali Al Jafali drops away now as a result of that from Luke Shaw. And in the GTA class, it's still Emma Tomlinson leading. They've just crossed the line now, Tomlinson and Elman. They're getting away, though, from Julian Wantling, who's under pressure from Paul Livesey, so that's more points that could go begging for Wantling. Who on both occasions, really, today, Scott, I would say, has faded as the race has gone on. Certainly in this one, Julian Wantling just seems to be running out of pace now as we move into the second half of the race. If he loses another position, that could be really costly in the points, especially if Elman does eventually get past Tomlinson.
He does, yeah, he's falling backwards now. Of course, this is clutch to Paul Livesey, of course, who took the class victory earlier on. Of course, this is Paul's first weekend of the championship. He's actually putting on quite a good performance. I'd say Emma Tomlinson, even though she was 0.4 slower than Mark Elman on that last lap, she's doing a grand job of holding her own here. If she could go on to take her first win in the class, that'd be quite something. But she's got to try and defend from a rather rapid Mark Elman, who is going to be pushing on to try and take that place. But it seems that on certain parts of the circuit, Emma's got the confidence to have the right line, put the car in the right place at the right time, be able to just have enough of a gap just to keep him just about at arm's length, just to kind of not having trouble her too much of position. Having said that, he was closing quite a lot into the corkscrew there. Takes a wider approach to get the swing onto the Tom Price straight. You won't get too much of a toe because, of course, the water in the air will kind of kill the bit of slipstream that you might get in this situation. But probably have to really get her defensive skills out for a moment and try and defend from Mark if she can. Even if she does let him through, still second place she can hold on. It's a mega result for her too. I think it might be a best result of the season in the class. We're going to quickly scan the points table to confirm that or not.
She's had one second place finish, which came at hold the line, race 2 at Silverstone.
There you go. So it could be equaling her best, but if you can go on to win this, that'd be an even greater mega result. And of course, I'm sure Lawrence would be too disappointed in one of his daughters taking the top step of the podium either.
No, I'm sure he would be very happy to see that indeed. Be a popular win all round, I think, if she could manage this, but Mark Elman doesn't really care about that, and he won't mind spoiling that particular party because he needs the championship points, doesn't he, ultimately? They head out of Church Corner, back up the hill towards Rocket once again. And Mark Elman, having again got within half a second or so, just can't get any closer. We've seen this a few times today. It does just seem that spray is hampering visibility enough that once you get this close, a couple of car lengths back, it's very hard to get any closer. Tomlinson sideways there, sliding her way through Rocket. Mark Elman rubbing his hands with glee, thinking that might just give him the opportunity to build a bit more of a challenge. Now, the lead gap, by the way, came down by 0.4 of a second in the first sector alone, and Gareth Thomas is now right on the tail of Harry Gamble for third as well, so it's all coming to life at the front of the field once again. The lead gap definitely coming down, but it's side by side for third position. Gamble on the inside line. Gareth Thomas trying to go right round the outside now as they head for the final corner. Late on the brakes is Gamble. Again, he can't really afford to be losing any more places here from a championship perspective. Hangs on to third position for now, but it's all starting to really come alive within the rookie class. James Nicholas 1.4 seconds now adrift of Mike Taylor, who was fractionally quicker than him. Fractionally slower again, actually, in the second sector. And Ali Al Jafali is off. Where is that? That is exiting the final corner. He's been off. He almost went off there a couple of laps ago, and finally he's done the job properly.
That's a shame. He was battling with Luke Shaw for 6th position, and they come back towards on the run towards the top of the hill at Rocket. Still the battle for third place goes on. And then there is Jamie Calder in the race of his own in many cases. There also now is Luke Shaw, just putting a lap on the number 2 of Verdian. As the battle for third now makes its way out through Rocket out. This is on lap 10. So we hit double figures with this one as they come back towards Peel Corner. Thomas just putting the pressure and just keeping up the attention on the back end of Harry Gamble's car. I was going to mention actually with that battle going on for the GTA class leads that Emma Tomlinson, looking at her pace the last couple of laps, it is genuinely matching Mark Elman's pace. But whether Mark's just racing to her pace because he's behind her, regardless, they're both running a similar sort of lap time. 141.4 last time, bear in mind, for Emma Tomlinson, for example, and it was a 141.3 for Mark Elman. They were both personal bests, so they're both pushing out there. It's not as if one's kind of driving to the other's pace, I suppose, in that sense. Both going as hard as they can, and it's working out nicely for them. So Emma's certainly doing all the right things she needs to do. She needs to make sure she keeps it, touchwood, on the road with no mistakes for the remaining 3 minutes. It could be a first-class win for her this weekend.
Only 1 second now, separating Mike Taylor from James Nicholas at the front of the field. So Mike Taylor is going to have to keep an eye on his mirrors here in the closing stages, isn't he? Meanwhile, for third position, absolutely nose to tail as they turn through the banking once again. This is the 11th lap of the race then. We'll have one more after this one. So the best part of 2 laps left to settle this particular battle. Head through Church Corner. Gareth Thomas a length or so back. Can he close now as they head uphill? This is about as close as he's been for a little while. We'll get a hint of a slipstream heading up the hill. Is he feeling brave? Is he going to try and make a move under braking into the Rocket Complex? The answer is, well, yes, but he has to go to the outside line because Gamble covers the middle ground and the Elite Motorsport driver just about manages to stay in front. Gareth Thomas again takes a wide line into Rocket out, but Gamble cleverly positioning the car there. Oh, but then runs a little bit too wide over the grass on the exit. Thomas is up the inside into Peel. He'll need to make this a bit of a block pass, which he does. Gets to the apex, gets in front of Harry Gamble's car and takes full advantage of that mistake, but it was a mistake forced, really. 2 corners earlier when Gareth forced Harry Gamble to defend into Rocket. That meant he ran wide, so he was on a tight line into Rocket out. He ran wide again on the exit, and Gareth Thomas really generated that situation over 2 or 3 corners, which is the best way to do it in conditions like these.
Yeah, he generated the problem pretty much by forcing him to go that deep, and he was a bit over the curb on the exit through the second part of Rocket, and then just, you're absolutely right, he was trying to play the smart move and just park the car on the exit of the corner. It didn't quite work, and when he put his foot down, the car just understeered wide a little bit and ran over the curb, kicked a bit of dirt, and that just gave Thomas a free pass through into third position. Looking at the battle for the GTA class lead I was taking a look at, last time by before the lap they're about to complete, Emma Thomas set another new personal best. She was 2/10 quicker than Mark Elman, so this is good pace so far for Emma. Meanwhile, the leaders were they're practically almost nose to tail coming up through Rocket Corner and onto the Church Corner, on towards the back straight for the final time now. There goes the fight for the GTA class lead. Tomlinson in white, orange and black, ahead of the green and gold machine of Mark Elman. That is the GTA class lead battle between the pair of them. And just keeping an eye around the circuit as to everything's going on. We should probably look back at the lead for the battle for the lead outright, because James Nicholas is practically on the rear wing of Mike Taylor now, going through Peel Corner and up towards the complex down at the end of the corkscrew. And I think this will be the last lap of the race. Here they are up at Peel Corner, and it is pretty much as close as you want, and James Nicholas looks to be the racer of the two here down towards the corkscrew. I think Mike Taylor, not to say he's been backing off and being relaxed here, but he certainly has been worked pretty hard in what I think certainly is the final lap of the race. So 2 more corners for James Nicholas to make this stick. He's running out of time, corners and options here to make it work.
Weaving around, forcing Taylor to defend into the hairpin. Now the wide line in for Nicholas could give him better exit speed. This is going to be a drag race down to the final corner. Excuse me, Nicholas definitely has more straight line or more exit speed, but can he convert that into more straight line speed into the final turn? I'm not sure he can. Probably needed 1 more lap to have a real go here at the race victory. Taylor defends on the way in. Nicholas has carried good speed off the corner. It's a drag race to the line, but Nicholas is all at the curb. He's on the grass, he's sideways, and Taylor hangs on. A thrilling run to the flag, but Mike Taylor hangs on for the victory. James Nicholas has to settle for second position, but what a charge that was for Nicholas, as he did his very, very best to reel in the race leader and ultimately just ran out of time. Now, off in the distance, what was going on between Emma Tomlinson and Mark Elman? Remember, they're battling for the GTA class victory. They'll be among the next cars coming through the final corner. Tomlinson just about staying ahead and will claim her first GTA class victory of the season, having fended off a fired-up Mark Elman. Julian Watling does in the end keep Paul Livesey behind, and so at least salvages third position. Now, Elman finishing second in class, Watling finishing in third. That's a 4-point advantage to Elman in that race, who got the fastest lap within the GTA class, 41.32 for Tomlinson. So I don't think either of those top 2 in the championship got the bonus point for the fastest lap. So I think they're going to be level on points, those two. We'll await official confirmation from Ginetta later on, but I reckon the top 2 in the GTA class championship may well be tied on points now, Mark Elman and Julian Watling, after another thrilling race. The Ginetta GT Academy is one of the highlights of the Ginetta racing season this year, and I think it's going to continue to keep us guessing and keep us very entertained all the way till the Brands Hatch finale. So, very exciting race, best race of the day that so far I would say for Ginetta GT Academy, and it's a race that is won in the end by Mike Taylor. James Nicholas comes home in second position, Gareth Thomas in third, Harry Gamble in fourth place, then it was Jamie Corder and Luke Shaw, Peter Thompson seventh, Emma Tomlinson in eighth place meanwhile gets her first victory of the season in the GT Academy class ahead of Mark Elman, who's second in that class. Ali Al-Jafali recovered from that grassy moment at the last corner to finish in 10th position with Julian Montling completing podium finishers in GTA. Then it was Paul Lindsay 12th, Amy Tomlinson 13th, and Ben Cook in 14th place. 15th, Phil McGarty, Lucy Hodgson 16th, Harry Cook 17th, and Gilbert Verdian one lap down in the end, the last of the runners. So with that, the cars head to Parc Ferme. The GT Academy drivers are done with for the day, but don't forget we've got one more race still to come today, and that is well worth sticking around for because it's the second appearance of the day for the Ginetta Junior drivers, who put on an entertaining race a little bit earlier on, and we're looking forward already to their second race, which is coming up shortly. Before that, though, let's head down to Parc Ferme and hear from Richard John Neal with our GT Academy podium finishers.
Well, we get a bit of a pattern here, are we? 2 out of 2 for Mike Taylor. Well done, Mike. Let's go and grab a quick word with him. James Nicholas in there. This is what we like. This is what it's about. The group hug. Absolutely superb. So super stuff. Mike, let's grab a quick word.
Oh, cheers, thank you.
Congratulations, Mike Taylor, another win. In some forms of racing, a gold roof denotes world champion. Certainly you're the champion of Anglesey today. but having a great day anyway, well done.
Having a great day. That was a case of managing that race. James was clearly quicker, and interesting, my clutch decided to let go at the end there, so I had to just leave it in third for the second half of that, the sort of second half of that last lap. But yeah, I just thought I'm going to hog the inside. Third might not have a lot of power, but he's going to struggle to get by me. So.
I tell you what, it leaves us really looking forward to more of this tomorrow. I mean, 4 races, bring it on. Let's have them every weekend.
Excited. I think dry tomorrow, isn't it? The forecast, fingers crossed. Yeah, and that should get a lot more dicey then, so that all the lines will be open up. So yeah. I'll be watching out for James tomorrow with his pace today.
We'll be watching the race with keen eyes for sure. Well done, superb stuff. No, my pleasure. Well done, and thanks for entertaining us. Let's grab a quick word then with James Nicholas. We spoke to you earlier on and took the battle all the way there. You had to fight your way back through, claw the gap. You had to do it all.
Yeah, I've had a dodgy first 2 bends on the first 2 races. So yeah, I mean, someone hit me, a bit of contact, a bit of argy-bargy, nothing too serious. Obviously, it compromised my position. I had to get past Harry. I thought I had the pace.
Mike's clutch was going apparently.
Oh, was it? Was that his excuse? But yeah, I mean, it was a good race. It was good fair races. So yeah, on to tomorrow and hopefully get 2 wins tomorrow. That's the plan.
We'll hopefully see that. We'll see you at qualifying tomorrow. Very well done. I'm going to skip over third place because I want to talk to Emma Tomlinson. I think he's over there. I did ask if we could get Emma to... Emma, here we go. Because this is a little bit of Ginetta history here for Emma. I've got to say, massive congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Superb drive. Well done. Well done. Talk us through it.
Well, I think I was following Julian Montling from the start. Probably about similar pace to him, so I knew I'd struggle to overtake him. He made a bit of an error on corner 3 up the hill, so I had a bit of a battle with him up there. And then it was just a case of keeping Mark Hellman off my back, because he's definitely got a bit more pace than I have, so I did my best.
Well, the thing was, I mean, like Scott and Andy were saying that the lap times you were putting in were getting quicker. I think you set your fastest lap in the late stages of the race. Now, was that Mark forcing you on and making you focus, or was you just getting into a race with them, or both?
I think exactly that. I think Mark following me pushed me on a bit. Having to push my braking zones as well, because he was showing his nose around the inside and I'd have to push my braking zones so I'd get there before him. But yeah, did my best anyway. I think it's my best race so far, so I'm pretty chuffed.
A great learning experience. You've learnt enough to be a Ginetta winner. Many congratulations, Emma.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, well done. We'll see you on the podium. The Ginetta Juniors, I think they've left the holding area already on the grid, so I'll need to hand you back now to the commentary team. Let's go back to them and we'll conclude the podium celebrations down here.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, we've got the juniors out on track once again then ahead of their second race of the day, the first of which was won at a canter by Ethan Jeff Hall. But there were some post-race penalties, and quite significant ones as well, because one of them involved the championship leader, Henry Jocelyn, who was given a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. He wasn't the only one, though, in fairness, because a 10-second penalty went the way of James Ellis, who finished towards the back of the field anyway, and car number 26, Henry Jocelyn, Henry Jocelyn was not given a 5-second time penalty. He was given a one-place positional penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. Now, I think that was contact with Charlie Hart, I want to say, at the banking. I seem to remember Jocelyn getting involved in something at the banking early doors, but I confess I can't remember the exact details of that. But anyway, he was given a one-place penalty, which drops him back behind Charlie Hart, which does rather suggest that it was Charlie with whom he tangled. And Henry Jocelyn, therefore, finishes in 4th position. So, all of that means for the championship that Charlie Hart has managed to take a few points out of the championship lead. Henry Jocelyn now only 10 points clear at the top of the table, and it's then a further 18 points back to Ethan Jeff Hall. So the race 1 winner suddenly appearing in the top 3 in the championship standings as a result of that. So that was a big, big win for Ethan Jeff Hall. His 3rd of the season, only his 3rd appearance on the podium of the season, but it was a significant one because it puts him into 3rd place in the points. So cars then make their way around on the green flag lap, and the grid for this one, again, based upon those second fastest lap times from qualifying. So race 1 winner Ethan Jeff Hall back on pole position, alongside his teammate Car Racing Marcus Sater. Number 2 then for Henry Jocelyn and Charlie Hart. So Jocelyn starts back ahead of Charlie, despite losing that position to him at the end of the previous race. Then it is Archie Clark and Alfie Slater together on road number 3. Road 4 is where you find Tommy Hill and Isaac Phelps on the 5th of the grid. Completing the top 10 are James Shotton and Harry Moss. Then we will find Jude Peters and Ethan Carney on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 only for Chase Fernandez, who has got it all to do now. Chase has dropped down in the championship points after that disappointing first race. He's got Felix Livesey for company on row number 7. Row 8 for Torrin Byrne and Ruben Dam, the Australian driver, a lot further down the order this weekend than we've seen from him earlier on in the season. Then row number 9 for Alfie Davis and Colin Cronin. 10th row of the grid will be shared by Holly Mile and James Ellis, and then it will be on the 11th row. So Mabunda and Jack Robinson with Mallory Mabunda and Nicholas Ellis at the back of the field. And that's how the 24-car grid shapes up. As I said, in the championship, Charlie Hart now within 10 points of Henry Jocelyn, and counts himself quite lucky, I think, to have come away from that race earlier on with slightly better haul of points than Jocelyn. He'll work his way around the final corner now. The Ginetta G-Fest safety car pulling into the pit lane, and then will line up on the grid for a standing start and a 20-minute race to bring to a conclusion day 1 here on the Ginetta G-Fest at Anglesey. So, pole position Ethan Jeff Hall, and what can he do from there? Can he claim another race victory? The drivers battle with the elements. They're not the only ones either. Visibility is at a premium today, whether you're in a car or operating a camera, but either way we will persevere. We'll get through this race tomorrow. It's going to be bright sunshine, it's going to be a nice summer's day, and we won't have to worry about any rain. This will all be but a distant memory, he says confidently. Right then, race about to get underway. Red lights are on, and it will be Ethan Jeff Hall from pole position who gets a good launch. Not a great start from Marcus Sater though, and so Henry Jocelyn already moving up into 2nd position as they head for the first corner. Charlie Hart trying his best to go with him, and I think might just be able to break through into 3rd place. Yes, he has, so a disastrous start that really for Marcus Sater. Down into 4th position already, but it's his teammate Ethan Jeff Hall who leads them through the banking. Charlie Hart right to the edge of the road, almost off the road completely, opens the door for Sater, who threads the eye of the needle there between Charlie Hart and his Elite Motorsport teammate Archie Clark, who ends up in 5th position after the first couple of corners. Through Church they go then, up onto the back straight, and already Ethan Jeff Hall starting to pull away, but Jocelyn is 2nd, Sater 3rd, Hart 4th, Clark in 5th, Isaac Phelps is 6th position. I'm looking back for Chase Fernandez. I still don't think he's into the top 10. So Chase Fernandez not with an amazing start, although has perhaps picked 1 or 2 up in the opening exchanges. Up at the Rocket Complex though, Sater up the inside of Jocelyn for second place. He climbs up the curb on the inside line and does break through into P2. So R Racing briefly there, Scott, losing control of the race with at least the 1-2 running order, but they've got that back again now. And Ethan Jeff Hall looking very likely, you would say, to continue exactly where he left off in race 1.
I'd say so, and particularly it was a poor start for Sater. Of course, looks like he got too much wheel spin in the wet conditions. Couldn't get the car off the line properly. But thankfully, he's managed to get his momentum back again, and now he's chasing after his teammate with Jocelyn there in 3rd place. A little twitch of the tail there for, looks like that was the 50 car Charlie Hart. So Charlie Hart trying to keep as much grip as he can. A couple of cars also running wide further back as they jostle for position. Down to the hairpin for the first time. It's still R Racing in control with that 1-2, but Jocelyn's feeling quite adventurous to try and get back onto the rear end of them. Some more squabbles going towards the bats, a bit of side-by-side action towards the rear of the field. It's line astern for the first 7, 8, 9, 10 cars backwards. There goes 35 Isaac Phelps, who's back in 6th position. Out through the bus stop for the first time. Big twitch there over the curb. It's a bit too much at the curb there for Ethan Jeff Hall, who leads the way at the end of the first lap. This is where now I'm certain Charlie Hart want to try and keep pushing forwards. As for Chase Fernandez, he has made up a couple of spots where he started. He's back in 13th on row 7. He's now 2 spots already to 11th at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, so that's all right. Finished 11th in the race earlier on today, but that was a disappointing result. So he'll definitely want to try and gain a few more positions from there if he can. So Ethan Jeff Hall then leads them through Church Corner. Is he getting away? Well, I wouldn't say he's getting away in the same manner that he did in race 1. He was about a half a second clear at the end of lap 1 in race 1, I seem to recall, but I don't think that gap's going out on the second lap. If anything, creeping down again. You're riding on board with Marcus Sater, and you can see here from on board with the second place man, he was getting a nice little slipstream up the back straight and closes right in under braking. So absolutely nose to tail now between the 2 R Racing teammates as they round the Rocket Complex for the second time. Wider line there from Ethan Jeff Hall, but Marcus Sater is not going to let him have this all his own way. Down towards Peel again. And you can see the very wide lines being taken by both of these leading drivers to try and find the grip, carry that momentum over the hill, down into turn number 9, then through the left-hander. And it looks to me as though Marcus Sater might feel he's a bit more up for the fight this afternoon than he was in race number 1. And certainly Ethan Jeff Hall is not going to have this all his own way.
I don't think so. I think you're right on that one. Sater's certainly trying to keep Jeff Hall as much in his sights as possible, as Jocelyn also tries to close in. A little bit deep to the apex of the corner. As they power their way back through. It's onto the back straight now for the end of the second lap.
Yes, it is. So towards the end of another lap we go then. And we see them turn through the bus stop, almost side by side here further back as well. And that was the battle just at the back of the top 10. I think Chase Fernandez was involved in that, was he not? Well, he's got a bit of a grandstand view, really, of his 2 teammates going side by side through the first corner. And he is still staring at the back of his 2 teammates going side by side. Harry Moss is one of them, and I think the other one, potentially Tom Ingram Hill. That's the battle there, just on your screen going through the banking. Oh, and offers, no, that is Tom Ingram Hill going off the road, so they're all going to get past him. But 3 R Racing cars absolutely knocking lumps out of each other. It's the 27 of Alfie Slater on the inside line there, ushering his way past Harry Moss, and Chase Fernandez, Scott, trying desperately to take advantage of this.
And the last thing that R Racing needs is their cars biting amongst each other, roughing each other up. That's the last thing they want to see at this point in time. It's getting very close indeed. Here comes Harry Moss alongside Alfie Slater. Chase Fernandez hit checks Slater, and Moss dives in front of both of them and says thank you very much. But I'm pretty sure R Racing are looking at this with their hands between their eyes thinking, what are you doing? It's like, race amongst each other but don't take each other off. And that's the last thing Chase Fernandez needs. 2 of his teammates scrap amongst each other, making his task to get more points that he's currently losing to his championship contenders, making that task even more difficult.
Yes, so R Racing will not have enjoyed seeing that little bit of fisticuffs heading up the back straight. They're all still there, and no one really sustaining any damage, but that's not the point. That could very easily have ended in disaster. It does now end in disaster, I'm afraid, for Alfie Slater, who gets it all wrong coming into turn 9 and goes straight onto the grass. Rejoins behind Jude Peters, behind Ethan Carney, I think that was as well. So perhaps down to about 13th place or so. The leading group, though, heading out of the hairpin once again. It's 3 for the lead-ish. Certainly a bit of a gap back from Jocelyn third to Hart, who's a bit lonely now, really, in 4th position. And then another gap back to Archie Clark and Isaac Phelps, the two other Elite Motorsport cars battling over 4th spot. There's another Elite Motorsport car, Ruben Dan, defending from the recovering Alfie Slater. So actually, he fell down to 14th place there, did Alfie Slater, but he's now looking to try and get up alongside into the final corner to maybe make a move into the beginning of the next lap. See out the window, he wasn't able to do that, so Ruben Dan staying in front for now. Leaders then are heading for Church Corner. And Jeff Hall just keeping Marcus Sater at arm's length now then, it would seem. They're pretty equidistantly spaced out, those top 3, so they are getting away now from Charlie Hart, Archie Clark and Isaac Phelps behind. On board here with the 35 of Isaac Phelps in 6th position, with Archie Clark not that far ahead of us as they climb the hill towards Rocket Corner. Down the gears and the car skating around under braking there as they head for the top end of the circuit, the left and the right at the Rocket Complex, and then down into Peel Corner once again. But yeah, things just settling in now, Scott, I'd say, through the middle part of the race. Oh, having said that, Charlie Hart with a very wide line off in the distance, but I think Charlie's just searching for the grip, isn't he? He just can't quite figure out where to go. He can't make it work in the way that he would like to here. He's losing time to the leading 3, experimenting with lines, but not ultimately getting any closer to them.
Shouldn't really be experimenting with lines about halfway through a race, but you kind of know roughly kind of which way he wants to try and take it. But either way, he's trying to find the grip as best he can. The 2R racing cars still have this race under command at the moment, with Jeff Hall ahead of Sater. And then it's Henry Johnson in a little bit of no man's land in 3rd place. Then our hardy trio of Elite Motorsport cars, Hart, Clark and Phelps. There's a gap back of about 3.5 seconds to James Shotton in 7th place. Harry Moss in 8th. Chase Fernandez is now into the top 10 because he's got past Tom Ingram Hill and completed that move. And now his next target is to get past his team at Harry Moss. And that was all around what was going on with his 2 teammates. In fact, Harry Moss is up to 7th now, so that is another place gained for Harry. So next target for Chase is going to be to take P8 from number 17. Into the banking they go. Marcus Sater now sets the new fastest lap of the race, and that puts him on a 1:59.240. Brings the gap down by another 0.2 to teammate Jeff Hall in front. Continue to watch this battle going on here between Archie Clark in 5th and Isaac Phelps in 6th position. Through the right-hander at Church Corner. We talked about, it's not quite the Church Corner Thruxton, but it's certainly quite a competitive corner nonetheless, and one that you have to try and get right, considering that you've got a massive patch of grass on the right-hand side to try and deal with if you get it wrong. It's complex here, and there in fact are the 2 leaders, and given the pace Sater was setting, he really is Olmatello, his teammate here. And I think after the little skirmish we had between, what was it, Moss, Fernandez and Slater, again they'll be probably watching this with their hands, they'll watch this through their fingers thinking, battle, for the love of goodness, please don't hit each other.
Well, yes, that wasn't even for the race lead, was it? That other battle between the R-Racing teammates.
Exactly.
This is. So, yeah, this could get interesting. Ethan Jeff Hall, clearly, I don't think he's going any slower in this race. I think it's just that Marcus Sater has landed upon a better setup or a better driving style for these conditions. Just looks more of a threat in race number 2 than he did earlier on today. Into the hairpin we go then. He's got just over half the race to try and find a way past here. We're going to have about 10 minutes exactly remaining when they get back around to the timing line this time. And Ethan Jeff Hall with Marcus Sater with the windscreen wiper flapping on both cars. Heading down towards that final corner then. Are we going to see a move made into the last turn? Not quite, but you know what's coming, I think, don't you here, Scott? Marcus Sater will want to try and get the good run through the first few corners and make that challenge up into Rocket. It's always been the best overtaking opportunity around this circuit, especially in cars that slipstream as well as these.
Huge slide there from Jeff Hall to the middle of the corner. He really held that one. Big, wasn't a tank stopper, but it was a huge drift all the way through the first corner. That now gives Sater the opportunity he needs to really force the issue here. He was 0.2 quicker again on that last lap, a 59.7 for Jeff Hall compared to a 59.5 for Sater as they come back through Church Corner. Again, taking a slightly wider line, but you can see already that they're starting to get a little bit drier on that line now. It's essentially kind of, well, I say almost stopped raining, but it's sort of getting a bit tougher out there as he goes through. Back up another gear into 6th gear now. So top gear at this point in time. Up towards the top of the hill at Rocket. He's going to go for it. He's thinking about it. He's hovering around the rear end of his teammate as they turn in. Slightly tighter first part to set himself up for the outside line for Rocket out. And again, they drift out wide. They'll twitch again from Jeff Hall. Some oversteer here. He's not totally comfortable. Both of them over the rumble strips. They come back towards Peel. And Sater here is giving Jeff Hall a lot more headaches than he was experiencing in race 1.
Certainly is. So 8 3/4 minutes to go then. Meanwhile, James Shotton has been given the black and orange warning flag. I don't know why, but there's obviously an issue with his car that the clerk of the course wants to be dealt with. So he'll have to come into the pit lane very shortly. I suspect it's something rather more significant than just a little bit of bodywork hanging off the back of the car. Ginetta Juniors don't tend to get summoned into the pit lane unless there's something a little bit more significantly wrong with them than that. Right, through the hairpin come the leading two. And Marcus Sater, wide line into the hairpin, tries to carry the speed up the hill here. Further back, meanwhile, is this battle that's raging on. This is what, towards the, in fact, it's out of the top 10, this.
It's 15th down to about 90. I spotted that just at the top of the shot whilst these were going through, and I thought, that'd be quite a good battle to watch. Thankfully, the director's got the same idea as me, because you've got here, if you run them down, this should be comprised of number 7 of Ellis. We've also got then Livesey, Davies, Byrne and Cronin in the mix here. They're all scrapping, as I say, over between 15th to 19th place, but still a good 5-car battle here, so in many cases it's almost who cares, but it's a really good fight here. Sater sets the new fastest lap of the race whilst that's happening, and this is now the move coming here from the 75 of Colin Cronin. Down the inside he goes, has a quick look. Can he hold on to the position? Almost. Lets the car drift out wide a little bit, but that's a neat defensive move there from Davis in one of the PrepTech UK run machine cars. You can see PrepTech still running out. I wish we saw more of their cars again, because I like their blue and gold livery. It's quite smart.
Yeah, good looking car, isn't it? PrepTech UK, and they've some decent results in the past here in the Ginetta Junior Championship. But really this year it's all been about R Racing and Elite Motorsport, with the one exception, of course, being PrepTech UK's Henry Jocelyn, who sits still 3rd place in this race. Fastest lap, by the way, has been set by Marcus Sater now as well, and he's gone faster than anybody else again in Sector 1 on this lap. So Marcus Sater still keeping the pressure on Ethan Jeff Hall, very much so, as they head up the hill once again then towards Rocket, side by side battling here. That's Alfie Davis fending off Colin Cronin, I think, isn't it, with Felix Livesey ahead. And Davis very late on the brakes, but not quite as late as Cronin, who gets into the back of Livesey. They all come together, and unfortunately it's Livesey with broken left rear suspension who ends up pointing the wrong way. He gets going, but will go no further. And also around has gone the number 75 car too of Colin Cronin. So that was all a little bit clumsy, really, heading through the Rocket complex that time around. And, well, those behind will pick up a few freebies, but unfortunately that is going to take a couple of them out of contention. And in Livesey's case, I fear, out of the race altogether, because that left rear wheel was certainly not pointing in the direction it was supposed to be, Scott.
Definitely not. That certainly was not factory standard, shall we say, in terms of how it looked. That's going to require some work overnight to get that fixed. I'm sure the team will very quickly sort that one out. Meanwhile, change from a lead, and Marcus Sater not only does that, but does it while setting the fastest lap of the race yet again. So now Marcus Sater hits the front. He's only won one race so far this season. That was at Silverstone. He wants to try and get his second if he can, at the expense of Ethan Jeff Hall, his teammate. Does run rather deep into the hairpin, as does Jeff Hall. So they come out of it pretty much as they were. And Henry Jocelyn's just, I call it hovering. He's hovering in the background in 3rd place. He's not really kind of making too much impression as expected. I'm afraid Livesey is off the road. And yeah, as you mentioned, I'm afraid that ain't going any further. Damaged left rear suspension. As I said, that's not factory spec toe on that left rear. So unfortunately needs to be repaired in many cases. These top 3 have kind of pulled quite a gap already between themselves. The man of 4th place, Charlie Hart, is now nearly 3 seconds back ahead of Archie Clark and Isaac Phelps. The rest of the top 10 is James Shotton in 7th place, Harry Moss in 8th, Chase Fernandez making no further progress than 9th, and then Tom Ingram Hill rounding out the top 10 at this point. And a black and white flag goes out to car 23, which is Holly Mile, and that is for track limits, so she's got to be careful, otherwise she might well get a time penalty if she continues to extend track limits a little bit too much too soon.
Indeed so. So down the hill we come then. Marcus Sater to the lead of the race. Can he stay there? Well, at the moment it looks good, doesn't it? He's a bit of a gap over his teammate Ethan Jeff Hall, I would say, for the time being. Here, meanwhile, is the Elite Motorsport group. And Charlie Hart still fending off his teammates Archie Clark and Isaac Phelps. They've all been very much in the same positions, really, since the drop of the green flag. So as they hit the brakes up into the hairpin, end of the lap, it is still going to be Charlie in that 4th position, scrabbling for traction now as they head out of the hairpin towards the final corner. Charlie Hart came into the race 10 points behind Henry Jocelyn. Finds himself perhaps about to lose quite a few points to him in this one, although it looked as though that was going to be the case in race 1, and then that post-race judicial put things right, as far as Charlie would say. Charlie's still winless in 2024. It is remarkable to say that, isn't it? He's up there fighting for the championship. Yes, you're right. Yellow flags at the banking.
I thought maybe one of the racing cars went off. Oh, that's Charlie Hart. Of course, listening to you in terms of trying to get a victory, but they're running wide. And I'm certain the other flag, it might be for one of the racing cars going wide, was it?
You're right. It was Ethan Jeff Hall, who's not lost a position, but he has been reeled in by Henry Jocelyn, so you're absolutely right. So Ethan Jeff Hall in pursuit of the race lead, going off the road. Charlie Hart now getting into the back of his teammate as well, having almost done the same thing. The banking, the trouble with the banking, Scott, is that particularly in the wet conditions, the higher up the banking you go, the more grip you're going to have. It's already a valid line anyway because of the banking. You can take that high line and carry the momentum off the corner, but in the wet especially, you want to get right to the edge of the road. It's similar here through Rocket as well, but the closer to the edge of the road you go, the less margin for error there is.
It's such a fine line between essentially the edge of the track and the white line, and then that huge patch of grass on the outside. It's that grass runoff that can really sucker you in if you're not too careful. It's got to be just take your time here. But what this has done now is given Marcus Sater a little bit of respite. What it hasn't done is given Ethan Jeff Hall on it, because now he's got a very feisty Henry Jocelyn, excuse me, all over the back of him. As they make their way down towards the hairpin now. I venture we're probably going to have this might be going on to the last lap, I think, given that lap times are maybe. We'll wait and see. Depends on what they cross the line. As Henry Jocelyn was getting pretty close to the back end. As more track limits warnings. That's for the number 74. Which in Alfie Davis, he's been given a track limits warning as well. Here comes Henry Jocelyn with a dive up the inside. He dummies him in towards the bus stop. Beautiful move. There's a bit of contact, a bit of afters after the move was done. And I think Henry's got to be careful because he's been given a one-place penalty for gaining an unfair advantage. I think he possibly realises that because he's literally just backed off and given the place back again. Or has he?
I think he's got a problem.
Do you reckon that contact's damaged something on the front right maybe?
Yeah, or right rear maybe it would have been, wouldn't it? I think he had right rear contact against the left front of Ethan Jeff Hall's car.
I thought it was other way around. I thought it was other way around. I thought it was front left. It was his front to Ethan's rear.
Either way, the car's suddenly going quite slowly, isn't it? So. Yeah. Has he felt something? Has he just decided it's not really worth taking the big risk? Not entirely sure, but he's massively dropped back, hasn't he? A very slow run through the first few quarters, and yet now seems to be sort of picking up pace, I'd say.
But it initially looked as though he was giving the place back, just in case, so he didn't cop another penalty like he did in race 1. That's what I thought he was doing, he was giving it back to Ethan so that he wouldn't get penalised.
Well, yes, I thought that myself, but then why drop back by a couple of seconds, which is what he's now done. So anyway, we'll try and figure that out. Meanwhile, this is Isaac Phelps versus Archie Clark, the two Elite Motorsport teammates doing battle now, heading up out of Rocket, and Archie Clark just managing to hang on. Now, in all of that excitement, I didn't notice how long was left on the clock when the final lap began. We're on board with Isaac Phelps now, aren't we? Who has gone on the inside of Clark into Peel and slips through. But yes, whether this is the final lap or the penultimate lap, I'm not so sure. The checkered flag's being readied. Here comes Phelps around the outside, and Archie Clark tried to dive bomb him into turn 9, but could not quite make the move stick. So round the hairpin we go for what I believe is the final time. It's been a very dramatic ending to this race. I'm fairly certain Jocelyn's got a problem here because he's nearly been caught by that squabbling group of Elite Motorsport drivers. We'll see whether or not he manages to hang on to the flag. But the race leader is Marcus Sater. Marcus Sater, who had to play second fiddle to his teammate in both qualifying and race 1. Well, Marcus Sater is going to come through now to claim his second victory of the season, his first one since Silverstone back in April. Marcus Sater wins here at Anglesey. Second place goes the way of Ethan Jeff Hall. And Henry Jocelyn, I'm convinced, had some damage there because he suddenly lost pace on the final lap, but does at least manage to hang on to third position, but his final lap was some 3, nearly 4 seconds off the pace. So definitely something strange going on there. Isaac Phelps in 4th, Archie Clark 5th, and Charlie Hart in 6th. Alfie Davis has been given a 5-second track limits penalty, but he's down in 17th place on the road anyway. That will cost him at least 2, maybe 3 places, depending on where everybody else ends up. But Marcus Sater does the business there, Scott, and that was a really impressive drive. No one had an answer for Ethan Jeff Hall in race 1, and really no one did in race 2, apart from Marcus Sater. Like I said earlier on, it's not like Jeff Hall suddenly lost pace, it was just that Marcus Sater found it.
Yeah, he played the conditions to his advantage, managed to pick off Ethan and with a really neat pass towards the closing stages, and once he was there, just didn't really have to do anything to defend too much, because it ended up with Ethan making the mistake, and then he was then under threat from Henry Jocelyn for quite a while until they made contact at the final corner, and whatever it was that forced Henry to fall backwards and allowed Ethan to take a very comfortable second place. There were some very entertaining battles also, of course, for that scrap for 4th, 5th and 6th. If you saw it on the camera, Archie was pretty happy with 4th. Isaac was pretty happy with 4th. He sort of gave a little punch of the air with delight and a little thumbs up. He was pretty happy with that, so that's a decent afternoon's work. But of course, all 3 championships, not just juniors, but GTs, Academy and Championship, you've got to do it all over again, exactly the same timetable for them, which is qualifying tomorrow morning. Essentially, we treat tomorrow like it is a completely new, technically new race meeting. It's the second day of it. 2 more races, so another qualifying session needed. And then it'll be the same again. It'll be pretty much a race in the morning and a race in the afternoon for each of them, which means it'll round off 12 races in total. And again, as we say, with 4 races for each championship, massive points hauls on offer all round. And certainly both Ethan Jeff Hall and here Marcus Sater have taken a nice bunch of points for their total, which will then get calculated and see where they sit over tomorrow's 2 races. And we round off our fantastic G-Fest. It's been an interesting but entertaining first day of G-Fest. Second race is coming up tomorrow after a bit of a break overnight.
So Marcus Sater then the winner here in race number 2 at Anglesey, gets the better of his R-Racing teammate Ethan Jeff Hall, who comes home in 2nd. Henry Jocelyn 3rd, ahead of Isaac Phelps 4th, Archie Clark 5th and Charlie Hart in 6th position. Harry Moss 7th, ahead of Tom Ingram Hill, Chase Fernandez and Jude Peters to complete the top 10. With Ruben Dan, Alfie Slater, Ethan Carney and Nicholas Ellis in 14th place. Position in the end was James Shott in 16th, Torrin Byrne. Alfie Davis dropped all the way to 17th place with that 5-second track limit penalty, ahead of Holly Mile, Tuso Mabunda and James Ellis to complete the top 20. Then it's Colin Cronin, Laurie Mabunda, Jack Robinson in 23rd, with Felix Lucy in the end, the only non-finisher after that fortunate collision up at Rocket, about 2/3 of the way through the race. So cars then head to Parc Ferme, and the top 3 will be have very different stories to tell, I think, from that race. I'm very intrigued to hear from Marcus Sater and see whether or not he'll reveal what exactly they changed to that car, or if he changed anything about his approach that suddenly meant he was a lot more competitive in race number 2. And also Henry Jocelyn to hear whether or not there was damage to that car after that little bit of contact with Ethan Jeff Hall in the closing stages. Whether that was the case or not, I'm not sure, but definitely seemed as though the car lost an awful lot of performance at the end of the race. Well, that's it from myself and Scott Woodwis up here in the commentary box, but we will have one more chance to hear from Richard John Neal momentarily down in Parc Ferme. But a big thank you everyone for tuning in today. Hope you've enjoyed yourself. Don't forget to join us again to do it all tomorrow. As Scott said, we're hoping in much more pleasant weather conditions. The sun, we hope, will be shining here in Anglesey for day 2 of G-Fest. So for one final time today, let's head down to Parc Ferme and hear from our podium finishers with Richard.
So 2 different winners from our 2 junior races. Marcus is ready waiting. Actually, he was posing for pictures, but Marcus Sater, many congratulations.
Thank you so much. It was a really hard race, and yeah, it was a good race.
And beating your teammate is sort of extra sweet, but you both congratulated each other afterwards, which is real sporting.
Yeah, our racing won too. It's a good result for the team, and yeah, really happy about the result so far, and yeah.
What differed for you in this race from the earlier one?
I think that the tires were more used after the last race, so yes, it was easier to drive faster when the tires is more used.
And although we've got dry weather forecast for tomorrow, will you do more of the same? You're not really worried whether it's wet or dry?
Yeah, I'll hope to do the same, but I'll try my best.
Okay, many congratulations. It's been a pleasure to see you on the top step of the podium. Marcus Sater takes the win. Let's have a word with Ethan. Let's grab Ethan, we'll look around, there he is, and you congratulated Marcus on the win, but another good drive from yourself, and points-wise, you know, can't argue with what you've done here this weekend so far.
Yeah, it's been a great first 2 races here. Obviously, me and Marcus 1 and 2 in both races, so it's a great achievement. So yeah.
So it's 1 each now. What's the decider going to be tomorrow?
Don't know, whoever drives the best, I guess.
You're supposed to say it's me, not me, you.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, you've got the win in you, obviously, having done that today. But you know, really good stuff, and great to see you teammates battling with each other, and sporting for you to congratulate him too.
Yeah, it was a great race. Obviously, Marcus drove very well. It's very quick, so hard to keep with him. But yeah, it was a great race, P2, so I'm happy with that.
Fantastic, very well done. Ethan, congratulations, we'll see you tomorrow. Our third podium finish was Henry Jocelyn. So Henry's already over by the podium, ready for our sort of formal podium presentation. Henry, it's a little bit of a lugubrious walk there. Disappointed with third?
No, it's still good points. Just didn't quite have the pace that the racing boys had, so could only end up with third, but still happy with the points, and got points on Hart, so yeah, still very happy with the podium in all fairness.
The first thing you've got to do is finish, and as you say, podium points are, you know, valuable when we get to that running towards the end of the season.
Yeah, especially with like some of the DNFs and stuff, the third places will come in handy soon. So yeah, happy and looking forward to tomorrow.
We're looking forward to it too. Have a great evening. Congratulations on another podium. That's Henry Jocelyn. A little bit of a wrap-up to happen upstairs. While the guys are doing that, we're going to go through the formalities of the podium down here, and I think we might come back for a little wrap-up at the end. So back to Scott and Andy.
Thank you, Richard, for that, and we are very much looking forward, as Richard says, to what is to come tomorrow. So that is it for day 1 of the G-Fest here at Anglesey. Day 2 to come tomorrow morning, and yes, we'll do it all over again, kicking off at around about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning with qualifying, and then 2 sets of races for each of the 3 Ginetta Racing Championships. For now, though, from myself, Andy McKeown, Scott Woodward, Richard, John Neal, everyone here at the BRSTC, and from the whole Alpha Live filming crew, it has been a very entertaining opening day of the Ginetta Festival, and we'll be back to do it all over again tomorrow morning.